Good morning, and thank you for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. It's Wednesday morning, February 19th. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we come on the air, we are following a few breaking news headlines that I want to share with you. Take a good look at your screen. This video coming down early this morning as U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio arrived in Abu Dhabi. We're learning he toured the Abrahamic family house and interfaith complex. He departed a few hours after meeting with UAE top officials. Right now, I want to transition to show you video of that departure. We know Rubio's visit to the UAE is the final leg of his Middle East tour. It also comes ahead of a Friday summit in Saudi Arabia of the six-state Gulf Cooperation Council, as well as Egypt and Jordan. This in order to respond to U.S. President Donald Trump's plan for a post-war Gaza. Of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on that. We also know that early this morning, Secretary Rubio put this out on X. I'm going to drop the lower so you can see it. It says, quote, took an important step forward today to establish enduring peace between Russia and Ukraine. We are using our global strength to unite countries. The United States wants peace. We want the killing to stop. Thanks to Saudi Arabia and to the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for hosting. This is a developing story. And of course, as we get more information in right here on Live Now from Fox, you'll be the first to know. As I mentioned off the top, we're following other breaking news headlines right now. I want to transition the shot on your screen. The Associated Press reporting on this Wednesday morning. They say, quote, DeJoy, the head of the U.S. Postal Service, intends to step down. The federal agency saying this after a nearly 5-year tenure marked by the coronavirus pandemic, surges in mail-in election ballots, and efforts to stem losses through cost and service cuts. In a Monday letter, Postmaster DeJoy asked the Postal Service Board of Governors to begin looking for his successor. In a quote, he wrote, as you know, I have worked tirelessly to lead the 640,000 men and women of the Postal Service in accomplishing an extraordinary transformation. He goes on to say, we have served the American people through an unprecedented pandemic and through a period of high inflation and sensationalized politics, end quote. DeJoy took the helm of the Postal Service in the summer of 2020 during President Donald Trump's first term. He was a Republican donor who owned a logistics business before taking office and was the first Postmaster General in nearly 2 decades who was not a career postal employee. We're also learning he developed a 10-year plan to modernize operations and stem losses. He previously said that postal customers should get used to, quote, uncomfortable rate hikes as the Postal Service seeks to stabilize its finances and become more self-sufficient. So again, this coming in from the Associated Press, learning that U.S. Postal Service head DeJoy to step down after 5 years marked by a pandemic, losses, and cost cuts. Of course, we'll be keeping a close eye on this story as well. 6:01 here on the East Coast. As we continue with your top stories and headlines this morning, I want to transition as weather is a top story here on Live Now from Fox, giving you a live look at our XRAD radar system. If you're not familiar with it, it's what we use here on Live Now from Fox to track weather-related headlines. You can see there with the southern states that winter weather advisories are in place, specifically this morning for North Georgia. We know snow accumulations are expected to be minimal, though, generally less than half an inch. But as you all know, those things can change. Those numbers can change, especially as the temperature fluctuates up and down. Right now, let's check in with our content partners over at Fox 5 Atlanta as they work to keep you weather ready.
Joanne has been telling us this week it was headed this way, and it is. She's standing by with a look at our forecast. It's already in the metro area.
Yeah, we've got some snow showers over far north Georgia, waiting on some cold rain into metro Atlanta. This is the view right now in Dalton, though, and if you look closely, you'll see those snowflakes flying out there. Nothing terribly significant at this point, but we know that throughout the morning we'll be adding to what's falling out there in these northern counties, because just over the state line into northeastern Alabama and into places like Chattanooga in Tennessee, we've been watching the snow falling through our cameras, and then we've got rain lifting in from the southwest, which rain is going to be the reality for most of us. Looking at the radar currently, you see that dividing line seems to be near Lafayette, Dalton, and northward. That'll fluctuate a little bit with time. Even some flurries or some snow showers breaking out farther to the east over the North Georgia mountains, which these areas are under a winter weather advisory. What's changed since we went on the air at 4:30 this morning is that Bartow and Polk counties have been added to the winter weather advisory. These spots could see in some areas up to a half an inch of snow, highest elevations up to an inch. But in Atlanta, here's what happens instead. We're in the 40s with best rain chances this morning and then cloudy this afternoon. But I'll have the breakdown in your hour-by-hour forecast in just a few minutes. Natalie?
Joanne, thank you. Some trouble that we had in Clayton County on 75 northbound at Terra Boulevard has cleared, but we're still seeing those lingering delays coming in from Jonesboro Road. If you're headed in on 85 through Noonan, all green from Highway 34 to the perimeter, about 20 minutes. And the metro Atlanta area overall looking pretty good this morning. Elise?
Natalie, thank you. Well, check out this live look at winter weather in Tennessee. This is the snow-covered campus of Tennessee Tech University in Cookeville, which is east of Nashville. Yeah, definitely came down there. Now here in Georgia, the snow is beginning to arrive.
And good day's Mark Teichner kicks off our team coverage. He's live from Dalton. Mark.
Yeah, guys, obviously starting to snow, real snow, as opposed to the last half hour when it was very light. But this is very dry snow, teeny little snowflakes. I think someone like Brooks Honor would be challenged to make one of her patented snowmen out of this stuff that is coming down. Part of that is because it's just not really sticking as of yet. It has created a situation where the roadway has gotten wet, but we haven't seen any accumulation. We are thinking that this snow is going to stay like this for maybe an hour or two, possibly till about 7, through the 7 o'clock hour. Then it's supposed to transition into maybe more of a sleet or a rain mix, and then it's supposed to be kind of cleared out of here by about 9 o'clock. We're thinking we might get maybe about 1/10 of an inch, possibly 1/2 an inch if things do get worse. But we're not expecting any major potential traffic conditions, at least not yet, until possibly tomorrow when all of this could freeze over. So that is the situation here in Dalton, where it is in fact snowing. Well, let's see what it's like in Blairsville, where Brooks Honor continues our team coverage. Brooke?
Yeah, Mark, you probably have a better chance of making a snowman than we do right now, because we don't have really anything happening here in Blairsville. Looking downtown at that main town square, you can see the beautiful mural here. We did start seeing within the last half hour a couple of flakes. Now, very sporadic. If you look at the light, you might be able to see a little bit of that precipitation coming down, but certainly not seeing anything compared to what Mark is starting to see there to the west of us. This system we know is moving in from the west, so it is likely that we will start seeing more activity here as the morning progresses. Temperatures about 37 degrees or so. We do have a light breeze out here, so we'll continue to monitor these conditions and of course keep you guys posted. But for now, that is the latest here in Blairsville. I'm Brooks Honor for Good Day Atlanta. Ron and Elise, I'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Brooke, thank you so much for that. And due to the wintry conditions, these school districts on your screen are adjusting. Schools in Calhoun, Catoosa, Walker, White, and Whitfield counties are closed. The other districts on the list will either be delayed or operate remotely.
And remember, the Fox 5 weather app is a powerful tool to help you stay ahead of any winter weather coming your way. It has a live radar that you can track, plus hourly forecast and more.
It's 6:05 now, and new this morning, a tree crashes.
All right, we appreciate Fox 5 Atlanta for that detailed coverage. Again, giving you a live look at our XRAD system so you can see weather conditions across the U.S. this morning. And again, Very different conditions across the Peach State. As you saw with Mark Teichner, it was coming down pretty heavy where he was. And then with Brooks Honor, she was just in another town there, and it was not snowing at all. So we'll continue to follow this developing story throughout the morning. Right now, I want to give you a live look out in Atlanta, Georgia. And again, different conditions here. So depending where you are in the Peach State, you will see different conditions. Here at 6:07 on the East Coast, you're getting a live look there. We're going to go ahead and go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .610 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, we are following developing news. It takes us out to Vatican City as we are learning Pope Francis has developed pneumonia in both lungs. The Vatican confirming this information to the Associated Press after new tests showed a further complication in the condition of the 88-year-old pontiff that raised concerns about his ability to fight off the infection. The Vatican said Francis's respiratory infection also involves asthmatic bronchitis, which requires the use of cortisone antibiotic treatment. We're learning a lab test, chest x-ray, and the Holy Father's clinical condition continue to be a present complex picture, the Vatican providing that quote. We're also learning the Pope, who had the upper lobe of his right lung removed as a young man, he remains in good spirits this morning. It also says he's grateful for the prayers as it involves his recovery. Francis was admitted to the hospital in fair condition Friday after a week-long bout of bronchitis worsened. Well, on Monday, medical personnel determined that he was suffering from a respiratory tract infection, meaning a mix of viruses, bacteria, and possibly other organisms that had colonized in his respiratory tract. Now, to provide further analysis of this news, bronchitis can lead to pneumonia, which is a deeper and far more serious infection of the lungs' air sacs. Pneumonia can develop in part of one lung or an entire lung or both. It tends to be more serious when both lungs are affected because there is not healthy lung tissue to compensate. So again, we are learning this sad news. Pope Francis has pneumonia in both of his lungs on this Wednesday morning, but we are learning he is in good spirits. I can tell you all, I have been monitoring this feed before we came on the air, and I have seen a heavy police presence outside. We've seen people walk up there to the fountain and pray. Some people leaving flowers. Some people just coming to this site to pay their respects of the Pope. I want to share with you the latest that we have from X. This coming in from Vatican News. It says, quote, "The Pope spent a restful night, woke up and had breakfast." The Holy See press office sharing this in a note to journalists on this Wednesday morning. Taking you back out to Vatican City, and again, several people flocking just to send prayers for Pope Francis, as we are learning he has pneumonia in both lungs. This is a developing story, so make sure you're staying tuned to Live Now from Fox for the latest information. 6:12 on the East Coast. Let's take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. .6:15 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Our next story takes us out to the Big Apple, as today could be a big day for Mayor Eric Adams. While Governor Hochul weighs whether to remove Adams from office, a federal judge will decide what to do with his corruption case. Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses joining us live this morning outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan with the very latest. Robert, good morning.
Gina, good morning to you. Throughout this whole process, there's been a lot of attention paid to the mayor and governor. Less attention paid, though, to the federal judge in this case. And make no mistake about it, he holds a huge amount of power in determining what comes next.
The governor said to me that she's going to see what the judge decides and keep deliberating with other leaders.
What Judge Dale Ho, a Biden nominee who joined the federal bench in 2023, decides after a hearing this afternoon will go a long way in shaping the future of Mayor Eric Adams and New York City. The judge has ordered representatives of both the mayor and the Justice Department to appear before him. The mayor himself is also expected to attend the 2 p.m. hearing. The judge could order the case to proceed despite the Justice Department's edict to drop the charges against the mayor, which triggered a cascade of resignations. He could also dismiss the charges permanently and therefore deprive President Donald Trump of any perceived leverage he has on the mayor. Or the judge could grant the DOJ's motion to dismiss the charges without prejudice, meaning they could be refiled later. Governor Kathy Hochul has the power to remove the mayor from office. Yesterday, she held a series of meetings with local leaders, including Reverend Al Sharpton, as she considers what to do.
My feeling is that the faith of the city people have been shaken, and there needs to be a resolve, but at the same time, we must protect the law and not establish a precedent that could come back to haunt us.
Comptroller Brad Lander, who is running for mayor and has repeatedly called on Adams to resign, also met with Hochul. Lander said they discussed the two ways to remove the mayor, either by Hochul or by a 5-member committee on mayoral inability on which Lander would serve. 4 or 5 committee members must approve the mayor's removal.
We acknowledge both of them are relatively untested processes.
Protesters outside the governor's office again called on Hochul to kick Adams out. But she appears to be in a holding pattern as she awaits this afternoon's all-important hearing before Judge Ho.
And yesterday, Mayor Eric Adams refused to answer questions from journalists asking about his case. He called reporters, quote, all liars. One other thing to watch here is that the comptroller has asked the mayor for a contingency plan by this Friday on how he plans to continue providing city services in light of the recent resignations of 4 of his 8 deputy mayors. Gina, back to you.
Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses, always a stellar and detailed breakdown. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll be keeping a close eye as this story develops. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thanks, you too.
And as we further dissect this story, giving you a live look out in the Big Apple again, outside of our Fox television studios, very windy conditions. You could kind of hear how windy it was when we first checked in with Robert, all of the wind gusts hitting his microphone, but you can see it in real time with the flags there, the American flag, and then the Fox flag outside of Fox television studios. 6:18 here on the East Coast. Let's take our third break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning to your top political headlines, giving you a live look out in Washington, D.C., outside of the White House here at 6:19 on the East Coast. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Don't go anywhere. .21 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, we want to transition to hit your top political headlines, learning that illegal crossings along the southwest border are dropping to the lowest levels in decades. In the last 24 hours, U.S. Border Patrol encountered nearly 220 people. That's a sharp drop from over 1,800 on the same day last year. Well, now the U.S. Coast Guard, they are increasing their resources alongside Border Patrol. Fox's Sarah Allegre rode along with them for a closer look.
The U.S. Coast Guard has been here along the Rio Grande Valley for years now. That's nothing new. But with President Trump's sweeping immigration changes, they have ramped up those operations. That means more boats and manpower here along the South Texas border. An afternoon along the Rio Grande. In a boat patrolling the winding waters of South Texas, I cruised with U.S. Coast Guard Captain Tory Berthoud and his crew of 4.
Their mission is to augment our Border Patrol partners in key areas here along the Rio Grande to detect, deter, and interdict illegal migration, drug smuggling, really any kind of illicit activity on our southern maritime border.
We were searching for any signs of smuggling along the river. That's when we came across a spotter.
So he pretty much calls in, let them know, like, you got 2 Coast Guard boats coming up the way, so they know, like, whether to cross or not.
Okay, so just basically eyes for
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
Gotcha. A clear message to cartels, now's not the time to cross. Since the Trump administration took over last month, the average number of illegal border crossings are on track to hit record lows. As of February, the daily average is around 360. Last year's daily average was nearly 3,000. But Captain Berthoud says the danger's still there.
It is a high threat area, and there is still smuggling ongoing. The augmentation mission here is really to assist the Border Patrol in the areas that they need it.
And that mission goes beyond the river to the Gulf. The Coast Guard is ramping up patrols along the coast. Last week, they detained 2 people on this fishing boat. The Coast Guard says one was here illegally and the other is wanted on felony weapon charges.
The goal is to ensure that the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the United States is protected.
I was with the U.S. Coast Guard for a few hours monitoring the Rio Grande River. We didn't come across any kind of illegal crossings or smuggling attempts. And yes, those numbers are down this month. They've been down since January, and that's largely in part because of President Trump's immigration crackdown. But we also have to take into consideration the drop that we saw really last year as well, especially after President Biden enhanced those restrictions on asylum cases. In Mission, Texas, Sarah Allegre, Fox News.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much for that detailed report. In your other political headlines this morning, the White House could consider refund checks for taxpayers as part of the administration's push to cut federal spending. That comes as the new Department of Government Efficiency got some good news from a federal court. But as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, the legal challenges, they do continue.
Well, the White House says the cost savings are mounting because of federal cutbacks, but so are the controversies. And the president's chief cost cutter is mulling the possibility of DOGE dividend checks.
I think he's going to find $1 trillion.
Yeah, I think so.
But President Trump and Elon Musk setting their sights high for spending cuts during an interview with Fox's Sean Hannity. And while federal employee layoffs have sparked protests, Musk says the goal is essential.
If the deficit is not brought under control, America will go bankrupt. This is a very important thing for people to understand.
And Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has a running count of the savings, now pegged at $55 billion. When a user on X suggested cutting checks to taxpayers to refund some of those savings, Musk replied, "We'll check with the president."
This is nothing more than a money grab.
Democratic critics have been unsparing in their criticism of his cuts. But a federal judge told a group of Democratic state attorneys general that she will not cut off DOGE's access to federal systems without clear evidence of imminent, irreparable harm. The current record does not meet that standard, she wrote. Still, Democrats plan to keep up their opposition.
DOGE is simply taking a meat axe at government in defiance of the law and without thinking of the consequences.
DOGE, meantime, is now looking at the use of government credit cards, saying there are more than 4 million of them. In Washington, Doug Luzada, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that detailed update. 6:26 here on the East Coast, giving you another live look at the White House in Washington, D.C., also giving you a beautiful shot at the U.S. Capitol. As we get more headlines into our Live Now from Fox Studios as it relates to your political headlines, we'll make sure to share them with you. Right now, we do see a live event is underway. It takes us out to Brussels, Belgium, learning it's a news conference after European commissioners held their weekly college meeting. Let's listen in.
the common agricultural policy and other EU and national funds to maximize impact. Alongside the CAP, several other policies, including cohesion policy, significantly impact rural areas and contribute to social, economic and territorial cohesion in Europe. Closer coordination will drive rural development through integrated planning and implementation efforts. To have a vision for agriculture means ensuring generational renewal, allowing young people to continue family business or start new ventures in a profitable sector. It means developing rural areas with investment in digitalization, infrastructure and essential services, creating a place where people can live, work and build their futures. It means having a vision for farmers, food producers, consumers, rural communities, future generations, and Europe as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Vice President. Commissioner Hansen, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much and good afternoon to everybody, and thank you for the great interest that you show as well for our vision for the future of agriculture and food, and thank you also Vice President Fito Di Raffaele for setting already so well the scene. And I think today with the vision we are sending a very clear message to the farming and the food producing community. Farming and food, you have highlighted it just right now, are a strategic sector and a critical asset as well for Europe, and they are the backbone of our food sovereignty, competitiveness, sustainability agenda and the vitality of our rural regions. And the agri-food sector is valued for the services that it provides. Our policies will continue supporting it and delivering on this important task. And Europe will protect its agri-food sector against unfair competition and will remain united against geopolitical shocks and threats. And while they face many challenges, farmers, fishers and the food industry are part of the solution, and this has been highlighted by Vice President Fito as well. And we will design these solutions pragmatically and in consultation with them. You have all noticed we had the strategic dialogue report after the protests that we lived last year, and we have also already delivered on that with the setting up of the European Board on Agriculture and Food that brings together now as well actors from the farming sector, from the food producing sector, retailers, but as well NGOs and civil society to continue to depolarize the discussion that has all too much not led to the right results in the past. And it is very important as well that we continue this dialogue in the EBAF with the more tricky questions that will be ahead of us. And the vision also fully recognized that in Europe farming is highly diverse, so this is one of our great strengths, but also the challenges are very diverse. In the European Union you can't compare agriculture in the Austrian Alps, for example, with agriculture in Cyprus, and we need to take this into account and go towards a tailored and territorial approach. So this will be key as well to address the challenges all over our continent. We have axed this vision around four main priority areas. The first one will be greater fairness and profitability for our farming and food producing community. We need to have lighter and more agile and innovation driven policy that fuels competitiveness and resilience, and nature and climate friendly approaches that reward as well farmers, because farmers are not only our first victims of climate change but as well our best defense line against climate change, and they are pretty much aware that they need healthy soils, that they need healthy and good quality water and sufficient water. So we need to use that in a approach that rewards farmers rather than to put too much pressure on them. And also we need a generation of Europeans that value European food and its rural areas. This is very important as well, to maintain a high population in rural areas, and that these rural areas are maintained attractive as well. I would like to highlight a few aspects, and I will also start from a simple question, and this was a little bit our motive. If I were a young person considering today to enter this job, how can we attract young farmers and make the job more attractive and in the face of uncertainties from a climatic point of view, but as well geopolitical point of view. And therefore, for us, it is very important to underline that fairness and predictability are essential if we want to attract a new generation of farmers. We have a huge challenge in the European Union because currently only less than 12% of EU farmers are below the age of 40 years, and the EU average is above 57 years. So and in some member states it's even worse. So it's really something that we need to address, but as well that we need to take into account to design a policy that fosters the uptake of the job. And of course, the market plays a crucial role, and we all agree that we don't want our farmers to sell products below the cost of production, but unfortunately this sometimes is the case, and this we have already addressed with the two proposals in the very beginning of the mandate on a revision on the Common Markets Organization, but as well on the Unfair Trading Practices Directive, which are now ongoing with the co-legislators. But also it is very important that the public support remains there as well, because the market does not always reward sufficiently to make a livelihood out of the agriculture and food production. And therefore, from a conclusion as well of the Strategic Dialogue report, the support needs to be better targeted to those most at need, and that is as well a very important point. Also, we need that the uptake of innovation and new business model is fostered, and there we need as well to look into complementary income sources. For example, bioeconomy is one of them that we will be developing as well together with our colleague Jessica Roswell for the future and for our rural areas, to create new high quality jobs in the rural areas as well. And to attract future generations, we not only need income and investments, but we also need to remove barriers to generational renewal. And later this year, I will also present a generational renewal strategy to tackle barriers such as farmers' access to land, capital and skills. And we will work, of course, closely with the member states to design a set of recommendations, and we can do more through national measures such as tax incentives, but as well on retirement schemes. We can take, for example, Austria as an example, where the young farmers below 40 years of age represent 24% because they have done their homework on a pension scheme that is fostering the takeover by the young generation. And furthermore, while farmers demand a fair pay, they also demand a fair global competition. And our farmers and agri-food sector need a level playing field, and this means as well stronger alignment on production standards for imports. And take, for example, the plant protection products. It is not acceptable neither by the farmers nor by our citizens that we prohibit the use of certain plant protection products inside, but the product produced with that very same plant production products is still coming in. This is not only unfair competition, but I believe that if a product is a threat to human health here in Europe, if it is a threat to bees here in the European Union, it is as well a threat outside the European Union. And I think we have as well our sustainable development goals that are commonly agreed at UN level, and SDG 15 is clearly going into that direction. And I think that is something we need to remind as well. But nonetheless, I think it is very important as well to continue and engage at the multilateral level, at the FAO and WTO, for example, but as well in Codex, and that is what we are going to do this year as well to enhance and strengthen this work. And also, another prerequisite of competitiveness is less bureaucracy, and this was one other major ask by our farmers that took the streets at this very moment last year. And so we need a lighter and more agile policy. This will be a must, and we will further alleviate the burden of regulation and allow farmers to focus on producing rather than to dedicate themselves on paperwork. That will be very important. And we will propose already this spring a simplification package in the frame of the CAP. And we are looking with the colleagues of different policy areas, because I've traveled to several member states already now, and always what I get is that there is a lot of burden coming down, reporting obligations that are not CAP linked but other policies, national but as well Europeans, and there we need to look closer together with the different colleagues to find their solutions and a further simplification package that would come by the end of this year. And finally, there has been a lot of polemic about farming, food and the environment, and therefore it is very important that we take this very seriously, but that we find solutions together with the farmers, together with the food producers, and this will be done in dialogue rather than to focus on simple and blunt targets. I think that will be very important. We also have to see that we give our farming community new tools to the hand and to their working methods. For example, biocontrol, so the biopesticides, we are way too slow to develop them. We have over the last 10 years taken off the market over 100 active substances without delivering alternatives. Biopesticides are an alternative. They are sometimes less efficient, but nonetheless we need to enhance this and speed it up to give as well a toolbox for our farming community that enables them to produce and protect their crops. And finally, we cannot talk about an attractive agri-food sector without functional rural areas and a better link to food. You have mentioned it, Raffaele. And I think there is no better carte de visite like our good quality fruit coming from our rural areas, our cultural heritage. And I think we need definitely to reinforce again this link between seasonality, territoriality and short ways of supply. And I think there we can as well do a lot when it comes, for example, to school schemes are a very good example, but as well public procurement can help to bring this back, and this educational part will be very important as well to inform correctly the next generation of consumers to consume our high quality products rather than to go into other direction. And I think what we have proposed today is not the end point, it is a starting point, because we have opened a lot of perspectives. That is very important for our farming and food producing community, because as I said it in the beginning, generational renewal is an issue. Investment is lacking currently. The EIB stated that we have an investment gap of 62 billion euros in the agriculture sector, and if we don't invest, we do not innovate, and we then lose in competitiveness. We lose as well on the environmental side, because new technologies will be more sustainable, and this needs to be changed, and therefore our farming and food producing community needs predictability in order to thrive and to plan and invest into the future.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hansen. Now we're ready to take questions you may have on the vision for agriculture and food. Yes.
Good afternoon. Carl de Meyer for the French Daily. Les Echos, a question for both EVP Fito and Commissioner Hansen. Knowing that the work has begun on the new MFF, can you please share with us the conversation you're having with Commissioner Serafin? Knowing that the EU has now new priorities, do you think that CAP can remain at around 30% of total EU budget in the new framework? And are you thinking of a revamp of the functioning of CAP, new rules, new aid, new support?
Thank you.
Yes, I speak Italian, I prefer to speak in Italian. Yes, sì, io penso che sia prematuro adesso parlare, è un dibattito che sta iniziando adesso. La scorsa settimana c'è stata la prima comunicazione, quindi iniziamo un percorso consapevoli che ci sono nuove priorità, ma anche consapevoli dell'importanza delle politiche che sono parte dei trattati. La visione sull'agricoltura è una dimostrazione di un'attenzione, di una visione piena su questo. Quindi sarà un dibattito che si svilupperà nei prossimi mesi e che penso debba essere rivolto anche alla modernizzazione di alcuni settori. Questa visione dà un segnale chiaro in questa direzione, si adatta alle nuove priorità e questo è il lavoro anche che stiamo facendo per esempio con la coesione e che stanno facendo anche tutti gli altri colleghi. Quindi adesso sarebbe non corretto ma anche non possibile fare anticipazioni, però sicuramente nelle prossime settimane avremo la possibilità di discutere rispetto a queste questioni.
Thank you very much. Yes, a few comments maybe. I think we are in the very beginning of a discussion on the future MFF, and as you know, there are a lot of actors involved, the member states namely as well, that need to contribute to that MFF, and this will be really very important to see. But I invite you to have a look as well at my mission letter, where we have as well the priorities of our Commission President Ursula von der Leyen and as well the strategic dialogue report is very clear on the budget side. So this is my mission letter, and that is of course the point where I will argue on. On the other hand, we also have the proof over the last 60 years or more than 60 years that the common agriculture policy delivers for citizens, for food sovereignty and for thriving rural areas, and that is something we need to acknowledge when it comes to this discussion.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Diego Velasquez with the Luxembourg Wort. A question for Commissioner Hansen. I'm a bit confused by the vision, since you seem to want it all at the same time, having simplification and deregulation on the one side, but still keeping environmental standards high. Is that the point of it? Having no clear vision in order to keep everyone on board? And second question, a topic that raises a lot of concerns within the agricultural world in Europe right now is the Mercosur trade agreement, which is not explicitly named in the vision as far as I know. What can you say in order to address those concerns and maybe of food producers in Europe when it comes to this agreement with Latin American countries? Thank you.
Thank you. On your first question on the vision, this is of course not throwing away any of our objectives. I think the objectives of contributing to reducing emissions, for example, of the agriculture sector and the food producing sector remains of course valid, and our farmers are very much in line with that. They just need to be taken on board to achieve those targets, and that was maybe what was a little bit missing, and what we want to do better this way, to go through incentives rather than imposing things to our farmers. This will be then the uptake will be way better, and we have as well in other matters, for example on eco schemes, the very proof of that it is really working already under the common agriculture policy. And also when we compare agriculture to other sectors, we have for example achieved over the last year that in the agriculture the emissions have gone down by 2%. When you compare this for example to transport, it has just gone down by 1%. So the agriculture sector is doing better, but we need to highlight this better as well. And that is as well why we are putting here the necessity, which is another recommendation of the strategic dialogue report, to have an on-farm benchmarking system to better highlight what is the progress and how can I compare to a different farm. And this will be very key as well to show better and to monitor better what is already being done. So here it's really going into that direction. Also when it comes, for example, to the reduction of plant protection products, this is very important. Farmers want to do it because this costs a lot of money, and this hampers as well sometimes then their competitiveness, and therefore we need to be quicker on the alternatives on the market. We need as well to be quicker when it comes to precision farming, for example, and this is something that will be delivering, and we have already seen what happened to the Sur file in the last mandate that failed because there was afterwards a bit who gives more percentage in, and that was not being helpful because the legislation in the end hasn't changed, and that is something we definitely need to avoid. On the second point, Mercosur is indeed mentioned in it, and as well the eventual compensation for it, but I think it is very important to see it in a broader perspective, because it is not one or the other. We are living in a geopolitical world very clearly, and we see this not only that we don't know what the Trump administration is going to do, but we know what has happened in the past when we had the famous Airbus-Boeing dispute. So we can, of course, think about that, but we have also China that is trying to react on our electric vehicle duties, and there is something where we need to be better prepared, and therefore this is also in our vision, the so-called unity safety net, because that is something where third countries often try to break our unity by targeting certain products, and that is something we need to avoid, and this is to be seen as well to have a safety net for geopolitical impact, and this includes, of course, Mercosur, but Mercosur has offensive sectors like the dairy sector, for example, but as well wines and spirits. Wines is some sector that is currently under pressure, so it is as well important to consider this. And on the other hand, you also have the more sensitive sectors. They are quite known, and therefore there are as well safeguards foreseen on that in that agreement. But this is, of course, not in such a detailed part of the vision.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you, Stefan. Gerardo Fortuna from Euronews. I have a question for both Commissioner and Vice President. In May 2020, 5 years ago, the Commission presented something called the Farm to Fork. This was the main thing on EU agri-food policy, and all of a sudden just vanished. And it was an essential part of the Green Deal. Can we say today, time of death, 1243 of the Farm to Fork, and the vision is basically replacing it completely, like the Farm to Fork has never happened?
Thank you.
No, per quanto riguarda questo documento, noi penso che diamo una visione molto bilanciata tra le esigenze ambientali e l'interlocuzione con gli agricoltori. Ritengo che sia importante tener conto delle scelte che sono state fatte negli anni precedenti, ma è chiaro che questa è la visione di questa Commissione ed è un approccio che presentiamo oggi con una visione dal nostro punto di vista ampia, che tiene conto appunto delle diverse sensibilità, quindi non mi sembra che sia il caso di fare comparazioni col passato, ma ritengo che sia importante cogliere le buone esperienze del passato e utilizzarle anche in questo passaggio che faremo nel futuro.
Yes, as Raffaele rightly said, I think it is important to consider what has happened in the past, where do we stand, and how can we go further, because we have as well to draw certain conclusions. And I mentioned the sustainable use of pesticides regulation that failed in the end in the co-legislative process. And because of that, we didn't have any progress. And that is something to acknowledge by this bit we haven't made any progress. This needs to be avoided, because I think, and that is a big conviction as well, you have seen, for example, as well that we have in this vision as well the reference to the water resilience strategy, which is very important as well, and there as well it is about not only water scarcity or managing when there's too much water, but as well on water quality, and this is essential not only for the agriculture sector but as well for the entirety of our society. So this needs to be addressed, and this is very clearly as well, but the way of working clearly has changed towards those reductions that are needed.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you. Chris Ostendorf from the Dutch public broadcaster NOS. I would like to take advantage from your knowledge of the Dutch language, Mr. Hansen. Since you're fluent in Dutch, my question will be in Dutch. Wat is uw boodschap aan jonge boeren die denken dat er geen toekomst voor hen is binnen Europese regelgeving? En gaat in uw visie het boerenbelang voortaan voor het klimaatbelang?
So I will still reply in because my mother is Dutch, but ik begrijp het wel, maar het zal niet zo technisch zijn als het moet zijn. So I will speak in English. So indeed, the generational renewal is very important, and we need to encourage young farmers again. That is very clearly, but this is not replacing, let's say, as well the environmental aspect. So this is something very clearly to be addressed. So we need to achieve common society targets, and that is exactly where we have as well the representation of the young farmers, who is, by the way, the president of SEJA, who is Dutch as well. He is a member, and his organization is a member of the European Board on Agriculture and Food, and this is exactly the way we want to do. find solutions as well for concrete problems for the entire society and solve them with the actors on the ground. And this will be very crucial to discuss this with them, how to do it, and to give them opportunities and encourage them to continue production or take it up. This will be very key if we want to gain as well new generations for agriculture.
Thank you very much. I will now give the floor to colleagues who are connected through Interactio. Emanuela.
Hi, thank you for this. I have a question about the carbon farming, carbon removal and carbon farming certification framework, which is mentioned in the vision as an additional source of income for farmers. So do you expect it to lead to some kind of compliance system and possibly go in the direction of an agri-ETS at some point? I don't know why my video is not on. I'm sorry.
Indeed, there is a reference to carbon farming and carbon credits in this vision, because this is clearly something that can be an asset and an additional income for our farmers. But on the other hand, we have already voluntary schemes that are on the market, and those need to be better aligned, maybe to have as well comparability. You asked as well about an agri-ETS. I think there always we have to consider our main objective is as well to make get a simplification on the ground. And this simplification, adding additional systems and requirements for over 9 million farms in the European Union, I am not sure that this would be a simplification. So it is better to work on the innovation part. That is something that is really delivering as well on farm level and concretely, rather than to just push down maybe artificially certain emissions. I think it is very important that we have here as well the technological solutions, the innovation in mind, which will enhance as well the quality of work and life of our farming community, and is at the same time contributing to the fight against climate change. As you know, the agriculture and food sector combined represent 11% of EU emissions. So of course we need to contribute, and this can be the carbon farming as well, a possibility to store carbon while on other sectors it is emitting. This is something we definitely need to look at to get as well the farming community and production on board for our 2050 decarbonization objectives.
Thank you. I take another question from Interactio, but please, when you ask your questions through Interactio, please switch on your camera. Alexandra Fuduri.
Hello, Stefan. Do you hear me well? Do you see me?
We both are the case. Welcome to the press room.
I would like to ask a question to Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner, for the post-2027 Common Agricultural Policy, the Commission suggests moving from obligations to incentives. Could you elaborate a little bit more on these incentives that will be more favorable than obligations or conditions, as you point out in the press release? And one other question, if I may. This document was based on the strategic dialogue that was held in the first half of 2024. It is not clear to me, and I apologize for that, whether there will be another round of a strategic dialogue with certain stakeholders, and on which issues will this dialogue be based on. It's Alexandra Voudouri from Greek Daily Καθημερινή. Thank you.
On your first questions, incentives, we already have them. But, of course, for example, the eco schemes, we know that they are not equally working in the different member states. That is something where we have to draw the lessons from what is working well and what is not working well. But this is something in several member states it is really appreciated by the farming community, because they can choose from a catalogue of measures what are most appropriate and tailor-made, as we have said earlier, to the respective farm and region, because we have to acknowledge a farm, even in the same region, has very different elements of geography, of soil, etc. And this needs to be taken into account when we do that. And there we can do more on the incentive-based than it has been done in the past. There the member states need, of course, to include this, to make it more attractive as well in their national strategic plans. This will be very key. But we have to see as well when it comes to predictability, and that I have mentioned as well, that we are not, to stay in the term of agriculture, plow around the entire system again, because this is exactly a problem. We change rules every 7 years, and sometimes even a revision of the CAP comes in late, like it was last time, because we bumped into the European elections, and then everything is under stress, even the national authorities that have to transpose this into national legislation, and then sometimes things are not done so simple and effective as they could have been, and this we need definitely to do it better and design those incentives in a way that they are as well attractive for farmers, and not just saying, okay, you have to do this, and it is not rewarding to them, so it needs to be rewarding. And there you have as well to see what about the conditionality is needed, what could be better done in the incentive based. And then on the strategic dialogue, I mentioned this in the beginning, the same process has changed a little bit, but with the recommendation of the strategic dialogue, because we had the strategic dialogue that was launched by our president, and there came out a conclusion that we have to create a European board on agriculture and food. And exactly this one, we have had the first meeting on the 3rd of February. It is different from the past because we have now 30 members that is composing. We had almost 200 applicants to be a member, but nonetheless we needed to restrict and stick to the rules. This one is chaired by myself, so here we can set the agenda, and there will be now a call for the different points that we would address. And there I think it is a lot in this vision that has to be addressed and as well described by the stakeholders themselves. How can we do it to achieve our targets while maintaining a production as well?
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, a news conference underway in Brussels, Belgium. This happening after European commissioners held their weekly college meeting. On the right side of your screen, keeping a close eye out in Rome, as Pope Francis, we're learning he has pneumonia in both lungs. We're also following the very latest out in Paris, France, that bottom box, as French President Emmanuel Macron hosts a meeting related to Ukraine. Let's take our final 2-minute break. We'll be right back. 7 o'clock here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. We begin this 7 o'clock hour with your latest weather-related headlines. I want to give you a live look at our XRAD radar system. This is the system we use here on Live Now from Fox to track weather across America. And you can see how ice and snow are prevalent in some of those southeastern states. As we further discuss the latest, we want to check in with our content partners at Fox 5 Atlanta. They've seen a heavy dusting of snow early this Wednesday morning.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Good Day Atlanta at 7. We're so glad you're with us. I'm Elise Seedy.
And I'm Ron Gant. Thank you so much for joining us on this Wednesday morning.
Okay, so due to the weather, we know what comes from that. Many school districts have had to make adjustments for the day. Take a look at this. Calhoun, Catoosa, Walker, White, and Whitfield counties are all closed. Everyone else on that list will either be delayed or operate remotely.
And Joanne Feldman has a look at our forecast, and yeah, those temperatures, as that snow kind of moves in, Joanne, they're going to start to drop for sure.
Right, and the temperatures are critical, of course, especially ground temperatures to see what can stick and where travel could get slick here. We're revisiting this view in Dalton where you can see snow is now covering these cars here, but traffic seems to be moving along okay, where it's been mostly wet roadways recently in this particular spot, but that can change with time as we've been watching steady snow on our doorstep here throughout the morning, especially back into Chattanooga, northeastern Alabama, and then of course you see the rain that is lifting in that will impact many of us later on. That rain snow line kind of fluctuates a bit. Sometimes it goes down closer to Rome or Cedartown, but the darker blue indicates a steadier type of snowfall. What's lighter here in the white is more flurries or maybe a mix that's happening farther out to the east. So one thing I want to point out here, we just had some new counties added to the winter weather advisory. That now includes Cherokee, Paulding, and Haralson counties in and around Tallapoosa. These are areas that can experience some snow and could potentially have some slick travel as a result. But I'll be breaking down how much rain we get in some areas, how much snow we could get in others, and the Arctic blast that follows all of this. That's coming up for you in just a few minutes. Natalie?
Joanne, thank you. We do have a crash along the top end eastbound right before New Northside Drive over in the right lane. So we're going to see those delays coming in from Cobb Parkway. The downtown connector along the Grady Curve, still about 12 minutes from Langford Parkway to the Brookwood interchange. And the big three, all of these are yellow rides, about the same, about 15 to 19 minutes to head southbound. 75 from Wade Green, 400 from Old Milton, or 85 from Highway 316 down to 285. Ron?
Natalie, thank you. Well, snow is starting to fall across North Georgia, and you're taking a live look outside of Dalton. And as Joanne just mentioned, it's just one of the areas currently under a winter weather advisory.
Yeah, we have team coverage tracking the winter weather conditions. Good Day's Brooke Zahner is live in Blairsville, so we'll check in with her in just a few minutes. But first, let's send it over to Good Day's Mark Teichner. He's live in Dalton, and not seeing much now, but that was quite the different story even just a few minutes ago, Mark.
Yeah, so much for those potential snowmen that we might have been able to make because conditions have certainly changed. No longer are we seeing that really pretty good clip of snow that was coming down about a half hour ago. Instead, it's a very light rain, maybe a few ice crystals, but barely anything, to be honest, coming out of the sky right now. And you can see that the street here, Hamilton Street in downtown Dalton, basically just wet. It was snow covered a half an hour ago. There's still some snow left on that car that's parked over there, and even the grass still has a little bit of snow on it, but a completely different situation than what we were showing to you earlier. In fact, Dave, if you go and look at that light, you can see there that's rain that's coming down. Before, that was all snow. So the situation has certainly in some ways gotten better, but in some ways gotten worse, at least as far as the beauty of it. Now the big concern concern is the potential temperature. And does the weather get to the point where it gets so cold, especially this evening, that all of this stuff freezes? We're going to have to hope that when the sun comes up, the wind is able to dry all of this along with the sun to maybe prevent that from happening. But I think the bigger issue is going to be traffic maybe tomorrow morning into tonight rather than today, at least here in Dalton. So that's how things look here. The question is, what is Brooke Saunders seeing in Blairsville? Brooke, what do you got?
Yeah, good morning, Mark. We still are seeing some of that snowfall coming down here. It's almost like a wet snow at this point, kind of like a rain-snow mix, because it is immediately when it hits the ground, it's not sticking. It's just making the pavement really, really wet out here. It is still above freezing. So, again, as Mark just mentioned, we're not too concerned right now about any freezing spots at this hour. Obviously, that could change as we get the temperature dips and we get into the overnight hours. But, yeah, you can see those big, beautiful snowflakes that are coming down as you look in the light as well here in downtown Blairsville, right near the town square. So it is starting to come down, and take a look at the Fox 5 Storm Chaser, where you can also get a really good view of that snow that continues to come down here. It's been this way for about 40 minutes or so, of course. So we will keep tracking conditions out here, but traffic is moving along just fine. We're not seeing any issues where we are. Of course, if that changes, we'll let you know. But for now, that is the latest here live in Blairsville. I'm Brooke Saunders for Good Day Atlanta.
All right, Brooke. Thank you. And be sure to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app if you don't have it already. You can check the live radar to see where the worst of the weather is in your area. And new video from overnight show.
All right, as Fox 5 Atlanta transitions to more localized coverage, giving you another live look at our XRAD radar system as we continue to track winter weather. We've heard from several governors and mayors in southern states this week as we have unfortunate news from flooding concerns, also winter weather. So make sure you're staying tuned to Live Now from Fox for the latest headlines. 7:07 here on the East Coast. Let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of this hour. When we come back, transitioning to your top political headlines as we go to break, giving you a live look there at the nation's capital, the White House, on your screen. We'll be right back. 7:09 here on the East Coast, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, transitioning to your top political headlines this Wednesday morning. Fox News reporting illegal crossings along the southwest border are dropping to the lowest levels in decades. They report in the last 24 hours, U.S. Border Patrol encountered nearly 220 people. Well, that's a sharp drop from over 1,800 on this same day last year. Now the U.S. Coast Guard is increasing its resources alongside Border Control. Fox's Sarah Allegre rode along with them for a closer look.
The U.S. Coast Guard has been here along the Rio Grande Valley for years now. That's nothing new. But with President Trump's sweeping immigration changes, they have ramped up those operations. That means more boats and manpower here along the South Texas border. An afternoon along the Rio Grande. In a boat patrolling the winding waters of South Texas, I cruised with U.S. Coast Guard Captain Tory Berthoud and his crew of 4.
Their mission is to augment our Border Patrol partners in key areas here along the Rio Grande to detect, deter, and interdict illegal migration, drug smuggling, really any kind of illicit activity on our southern maritime border.
We were searching for any signs of smuggling along the river. That's when we came across a spotter.
So he pretty much calls in, let them know, like, you got 2 Coast Guard boats coming up the way, so they know, like, whether to cross or not.
Okay, so just basically eyes for
Yes.
them.
Yeah.
Gotcha. A clear message to cartels, now's not the time to cross. Since the Trump administration took over last month, the average number of illegal border crossings are on track to hit record lows. As of February, the daily average is around 360. Last year's daily average was nearly 3,000. But Captain Berthoud says the danger's still there.
It is a high threat area, and there is still smuggling ongoing. The augmentation mission here is really to assist the Border Patrol in the areas that they need it.
And that mission goes beyond the river to the Gulf. The Coast Guard is ramping up patrols along the coast. Last week, they detained 2 people on this fishing boat. The Coast Guard says one was here illegally and the other is wanted on felony weapon charges.
The goal is to ensure that the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the United States is protected.
I was with the U.S. Coast Guard for a few hours monitoring the Rio Grande River. We didn't come across any kind of illegal crossings or smuggling attempts. And yes, those numbers are down this month. They've been down since January, and that's largely in part because of President Trump's immigration crackdown. But we also have to take into consideration the drop that we saw really last year as well, especially after President Biden enhanced those restrictions on asylum cases. And Mission Texas, Sarah Allegre, Fox News.
All right, Sarah, thank you so much for that detailed report. In your other political headlines this Wednesday morning, it's being reported that the White House could consider refund checks for taxpayers as part of the administration's push to cut federal spending. That comes as the new Department of Government Efficiency got some good news from a federal court. But as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, the legal challenges continue.
Well, the White House says the cost savings are mounting because of federal cutbacks, but so are the controversies. And the president's chief cost cutter is mulling the possibility of DOGE dividend checks.
I think he's going to find $1 trillion.
Yeah, I think so.
President Trump and Elon Musk setting their sights high for spending cuts during an interview with Fox's Sean Hannity. And while federal employee layoffs have sparked protests, Musk says the goal is essential.
If the deficit is not brought under control, America will go bankrupt. This is a very important thing for people to understand.
And Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has a running count of the savings, now pegged at $55 billion. When a user on X suggested cutting checks to taxpayers to refund some of those savings, Musk replied, "We'll check with the president."
This is nothing more than a money grab.
Democratic critics have been unsparing in their criticism of his cuts. But a federal judge told a group of Democratic state attorneys general that she will not cut off DOGE's access to federal systems without clear evidence of imminent, irreparable harm. The current record does not meet that standard, she wrote. Still, Democrats plan to keep up their opposition.
DOGE is simply taking a meat axe at government in defiance of the law and without thinking of the consequences.
DOGE, meantime, is now looking at the use of government credit cards, saying there are more than 4 million of them. In Washington, Doug Luzada, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much. 7:14 here on the East Coast. We will continue to follow your political headlines as we do so, giving you a live look out in D.C. again at the U.S. Capitol. And I did mention winter weather is a top story this morning. So I do want to show you some of the camera shots we're getting in on this Wednesday, transitioning your screen to give you a live look out in Blue Ridge. A beautiful scene on this Wednesday morning. Always nice to see those beautiful blankets of snow. This one again, Blue Ridge, Georgia, but obviously not the best thing to drive through. So make sure you're following your local official alerts, as there might be some areas that are telling you to stay off the roads so they can treat them. Another one out in the southern states. This one takes us out to Tennessee, giving you a live look out in Chattanooga. It's business as usual in this area, but again, we know that road workers, they are treating the roadways this Wednesday with that salt and brine mixture. So make sure you're keeping a safe distance from those trucks if you do see them during your commute. We're going to go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, a live event underway out in Jerusalem, Israel. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Our next event takes us out to Jerusalem, Israel, a live event about to begin with the Israeli foreign minister. We're learning he's visiting the Serbian foreign minister to deliver joint remarks. Let's listen in.
Hello, everyone. We'll start with statements by Minister of Foreign Affairs of Israel, Gideon Saar, and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia, Marko Đurić, and then we'll have questions. Minister, please.
It's a pleasure to have here our friend Marko Đurić, Foreign Minister of Serbia, great friend from a great country. I want to convey our appreciation for the fact that during this tough war, Serbia proved itself as a true and sincere friend of the State of Israel. When everyone spoke about Israel's rights for self-defense, Serbia said it, but also did things accordingly. And of course we appreciate that, and we look at Serbia as our strategic partner. You were supporting us, you condemned Hamas, and as I said previously, you were real supporters of our right for self-defense. We are determined to strengthen bilateral relations with Serbia, and we spoke about reciprocal visit of myself in Serbia soon. We have a close contact between us, and I always felt the ministers' care and for Israel, for the situation here. The ministers also is a relative, is a cousin, I believe, of our hostage, Elon, which has Israeli and Serbian citizenship. As we know from the evidence, suffering in his captivity from very cruel conditions. I expressed, of course, our strong commitment to release all our hostages, and I hope that we can see here Elon very soon with his families, with his family, with his parents, Edith and Kobe, which I also know personally. I also said that we will participate in the 2027 Expo that will take place in Serbia, and we spoke about many fields: economy, tourism, innovation, in which we want to strengthen our bilateral relations, and we will do that. Minister, tomorrow will be a tough day to Israel when we released remainings of 4 of our hostages in Gaza Strip. It is one tough day in a period of time when Israel knew a lot of tough days. We thank you for your solidarity. This reminds us who is our enemy. It's an enemy that kidnap babies, children, women, elderly. And this is why, Minister, we are insist Hamas will not be able to stay in Gaza. Hamas must be removed. And by the way, it's not only who will control on the civil life in Gaza, because they have a plan to give other people to recover what they did to Gaza, to take care of municipal and health problem in Gaza, but to continue to be the dominant military force in Gaza, because this is how they think they will continue their struggle and their fight against Israel. We will not allow it, because we have a commitment to our people to ensure that Gaza will not be any more a threat on Israel and its citizens. I want to emphasize and speak about another issue, which is an issue of great importance, and it's the issue of Lebanon. There are efforts of Iran to restore Hezbollah through Iranian money. They are pushing to Lebanon. Unfortunately, Turkey is playing a negative role here and helps Iran smuggling money through flights that comes from Iran to Istanbul and from Istanbul to Beirut. And the Turks knows that there are suitcases there with a lot of millions of dollars, that were already, they were successful with smuggling into Lebanon, and they continue with these efforts. And this is how they are trying, the Iranians, to assassinate the future of Lebanon and to keep Lebanon under Iranian occupation. And when we saw during the last weekend an effort by Lebanon to avoid this transfer of money, we saw the Hezbollah riots on the roads to the airport, hitting also UNIFIL staff. Hezbollah is determined to get that money that will help him to continue this occupation of Lebanon. So we call the international community, we call all countries to block these attempts, to speak out loud against these attempts. The people of Lebanon deserve a better and a different future, and we will do our utmost, since they are our neighbors, to help with that. But of course, we cannot do everything alone. We spoke about it with our friends, with our American friends, with other friendly countries, and I hope we will be successful with that, because this is part of the change which is so needed in this area.
Thank you, Minister Saar. Minister Jewish, please.
I will first say a couple of words in Hebrew. אדוני השר, אני רוצה להגיד שאני מאוד מאוד שמח לחיות פה היום. אני מרגיש ממש ממש כמו בבית, ואני רוצה להגיד...
בגלל שאתה בבית.
כן, זה נכון. ואני רוצה להגיד לכל האזרחים של המדינה הזאת, שיש לכם חברים אמיתיים וגדולים בסרביה. יחסים בין עם הסרבי ועם היהודי מאוד מאוד חזקים, ואני חושב שהפגישה הזאת אומרת שאנחנו רוצים לעבוד אפילו יותר להתקדם את היחסים בין סרביה וארץ ישראל. אנחנו עומדים איתכם בזמן הקשה הזאת, ואנחנו נמשיך לעמוד כמו שעמדנו בכל השנים מאז שהמדינה הזאת התחילה להיות. ואני מאוד מאוד שמח באופן אישי להיות פה. Mr. Minister, dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm very pleased that I have the opportunity to be welcomed and hosted here by you, and I want to convey you the best wishes of the people of Serbia, of the government of Serbia, of the president of Serbia, and to say that we are honored to be standing in Jerusalem with you and discussing the relations between Serbia and Israel as we are working to advance our relationship, which is already very strong. And I want to say that Serbia has a good story to tell in this period. We are a country that has advanced economically very significantly. We spoke during our meeting about cooperation in innovation in the technology sphere. Serbia is at the forefront of the economic growth in Southeastern Europe, with a growth rate of above 4%, with a sprawling IT and software industry. Belgrade has become a hub for many high-tech companies from the United States, from elsewhere in Europe, and we want to partner with you in forging our future in this sphere. I believe that in the economic sphere there is so much we can do. Serbia has had and still has a historic Jewish community which is an incredibly valuable part and segment of our society. And I'm proud to say that upon the initiative of President Vučić, Serbia was the first country in Europe to adopt a law on restitution of heirless Jewish property in the world, the first country to do so, and has delivered on that. We will continue to do everything to jointly commemorate in this very important year in which we mark the 80th anniversary of the defeat of Nazism and fascism, to commemorate the Holocaust, to commemorate all the victims of this totalitarian ideology, but also to make sure that ground is laid for the new generations to be aware, so that mistakes from the past are not repeated, and so that we jointly tackle the challenges of anti-Semitism, which is unfortunately in our times present in Europe and elsewhere. You can count on Serbia 100% on these issues and more. Dear Mr. Minister, Serbia wants to see the growth and prosperity of Israel, and we want to see Israel present at the Expo exhibition, and I want to thank you for agreeing to be present at the Expo exhibition, where your country will be able to showcase all the accomplishments to Europe and the world. And Belgrade will be a meeting place for countries from various meridians, various continents, and we are investing upwards of $17 billion in this project and invite you to be a part of it. We encourage the further influx of Israeli investments. Now, very importantly, I want to say that we discussed today our cooperation in the sphere of enhancing people-to-people exchange. And we want to see the resumption of visits by tourists, Serbian tourists to Israel, Israeli tourists to Serbia. We will be acknowledging the recent developments and the truce that has been accomplished here on our website, so to reassure people that they can safely visit Israel. And I invite Serbian tourists to visit Israel. I invite Israeli tourists to visit Belgrade. Belgrade is a beautiful city sitting on two big European rivers with 2 million people. Recently, a number of restaurants have been awarded the Michelin star, and there are many Jewish and other monuments to see. So I invite you, you will all be warmly received and treated. I also use the opportunity to inform the minister and our Israeli colleagues of the suffering and the plight of the Serbian people in Kosovo, who have faced hardship and persecution, and inform the minister about our ambition to, in a constructive way, keep maintaining stability in our region, which is essential for the safety of Europe. We also discussed the situation in the Middle East. As I mentioned, Serbia stands and supports the people of Israel and has supported it in the wake of the multiple attacks that happened. And I want to use this opportunity to say that we are particularly sensitive to the hostage situation, as there are still many people who are being held in captivity by Hamas. And one of them, Elon is an Israeli Serbian citizen who was kidnapped when he was only 22 years old. He was not a military person. He was not armed. He's a pianist. He has never done anything to harm a single living being. His family is from Novi Sad, from Serbia. He has endured tremendous suffering and has been for 500 days kept in a dungeon. And I want to make a plea, an appeal to all those who can help to release Elon and all the other hostages, so that they can return to their homes, so that they can return to their families. And we will not stop until we make sure that our Elon is home and safe. And again, I will talk to anyone, plea anyone I can in this world to get this innocent boy back home. I apologize for being a little bit emotional on this topic, but this is really a humanitarian issue because Elon has been injured badly, both in his eye and otherwise. He's been malnourished, has suffered from very harsh conditions, and it's an urgent humanitarian matter. So I want to also thank you, Minister, for all of the efforts you're doing and the government is doing to free all the hostages. Thank you very much for this hospitality and for the visit, which is memorable for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marco.
For this. Thank you. We'll now take questions. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
In English, or can I do it in Serbian? We don't have a translation. Okay. A couple of months ago, President of Israel was in Belgrade and he talked with our president about signing the free trade agreement. Did you spoke today about that? What is necessary steps? How far are we from signing that kind of agreement?
We spoke about it. I also spoke before this visit with the Minister of the Economy, Nir Barkat, to see how we can move this issue forward. I don't have any news yet, but since we want to improve all issues, all dimensions of bilateral relations, we'll continue to follow also with this one. אני רוצה גם לנצל את ההזדמנות להודות לשר הסרבי שהודיע לי על ביטול אזהרת המסע לישראל. אני מאמין שעם החזרת הטיסות הישירות יהיו לנו אפשרויות גם בתחום התיירות, ואני קורא לאזרחי ישראל לנסוע לבלגרד, לנסוע לסרביה, ארץ נהדרת, וגם עוד משהו, מדינה שעמדה לצידנו, וחשוב שאנחנו גם נדע להוציא את הכסף הישראלי אצל הידידים שלנו. ולכן אני מאוד מקווה שהיא תהיה בקרוב, אנחנו גם דיברנו על זה, חזרה של הטיסות הישירות, ונוכל לשפר את המאזן התיירותי בשני הצדדים.
תודה. I think it's extremely important for us to work on the economic front, and President Vučić has a vision of creating an ecosystem in which our economies will bond strongly, both in the field of innovation but also in other industries where we believe that Serbia and Israel can present a strong case together, both here and in third markets. We discussed during our meeting today about the prospect of having a very serious trade delegation from Serbia to visit Israel, because this is the most vibrant market in this area, and I'm positive that we will soon capitalize on the great potential that exists, and which is very much backed by the determination of both governments to see an additional upsurge. Of course, if you look at the statistics, you will see that our numbers are going up already. Even when it comes to tourism, the growth has been more than 30% last year, but we want to do much more. And we will do much more, you can rest assured. I'm very much looking forward to hosting my dear friend, Mr. Sar in Belgrade, and other ministers from the Israeli government. And this will be happening this year.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Hi, Alexander Como from Reuters. Minister Sar, the Arab states putting together an alternative plan for Gaza. First question, are you in discussion about this with the United Arab Emirates? What is your messaging? And secondly, Is there an alternative for Gaza that keeps the Palestinians inside Gaza?
First of all, I'm speaking with Arab politicians, Arab ministers. I didn't see a plan yet, so I don't want to comment on something I hadn't saw. Altogether, what must be understood is Gaza must be totally demilitarized. Totally demilitarized. There is not option that things will they will suggest new ruler to Gaza, but Hamas, Islamic Jihad, and other terror organizations will continue their battle against Israel. We will not allow it. And it doesn't matter who will initiate. If it is not connected to total demilitarization that will be enforced strongly, don't call us. Doesn't matter who suggests that. This is first. Secondly, there are various ideas, and one of the ideas is to allow free choice to immigrants, to the people of Gaza, as much as there is a free choice to people on any place else on earth. So people must accept the fact that Palestinians are also human beings, and they have and they should have the ability to choose.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you. This press conference is over.
Yeah.
So that wraps the press conference taking place in Jerusalem, Israel. The Israeli foreign minister and Serbian foreign minister sharing joint remarks. The topic of discussion is the Middle East conflict. On the right side of your screen, that top right box giving you a live look at the Jerusalem-Israel skyline. And then that bottom box, the live look out in Rafah, Gaza, as aid trucks continue to enter this Wednesday. 7:42 here on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. 7:44 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Right now, we want to transition to your weather-related headlines. Take a look at your screen. This coming from the National Weather Service out in Wilmington, North Carolina. They say a winter weather advisory is in effect for Northeast South Carolina and Southeast North Carolina this afternoon through Thursday morning for freezing rain. Ice accumulations are up 6 to 10 inches expected, with potential for higher amounts in northern parts of the forecast area. And so we continue to follow the very latest right now, giving you a live look out in Boone. As we see, snow and ice are a concern in that area. The snow already falling. Let's check in with Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray, who's on the ground this morning, all bundled up. Good morning to you, Robert.
Hey, good morning to you from Boone, North Carolina. This is a town that was deeply affected by Hurricane Helene's aftermath and is still in recovery mode. And indeed, snow is falling here in the mountains, the Blue Ridge Mountains. We're at an elevation of about 3,333 feet here in Boone, known as America's first frontier, known for the town it's called, named after Daniel Boone, one of those pioneers, explorers that made its way through way through here. And National Weather Service, yes, has advisories up until this afternoon. We could here in Boone get 2 to 4 inches, and that is a pretty good amount for a town that has a lot of hills here in the mountains, and it will become very slick. But so far, roads all good here this morning as the snow just began in the past hour. But look at the video from last week of the ice storm that basically blanketed much of western North Carolina, a region that is still reeling from Helene. And as a matter of fact, you know, the construction and the rebuild and the reconfiguration still goes on here and will for years to come. And so this winter has been particularly rough on western North Carolina as they are in that recovery mode. But indeed, it's not just North Carolina that is being hit by this winter storm. We've got the flooding up in Kentucky with more snow on the way there. The state of Tennessee, where schools are closed today, in Nashville, even North Georgia. Blue Ridge, the town, and some of the little towns in the Blue Ridge Mountains are getting snow this morning with extremely cold temperatures. Parts of Alabama feeling it as well. And all of this trekking to the east into Virginia, Virginia Beach, Richmond, and the D.C. area. In some parts, could get up to a foot of snow. Here, again, anywhere between 2 and 4 inches, but could have some winds come in, making travel very, very difficult in this mountain terrain area that is still recovering and many roads being worked on. And that is not a good thing, right? When you get icy roads and snow falling down. Back to you.
Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Really quickly, Robert, before you go, you mentioned a great point about how many of these communities are still recovering from Helene with the packing of snow and ice on some of these roads that are still dealing with the batteredness of that hurricane. What could that lead to? We've seen what washouts look like. We've seen what roads imploding look like.
Yeah, I apologize. It is very loud on this road this morning, the echo of the vehicles. But to your point, I think I heard most of it. Yeah, the roadways, once you get out of towns like Boone and Asheville, right? These are epicenters. You know, this is a town known for its hiking and exploration. And then down in Asheville, an arts town, a place that many people go to. The Biltmore is there. People from around the world visit Asheville. But then you get into some of these smaller mountain towns, you know, and you have issues with the roadways because they are still compromised in many areas. And so you add this kind of winter weather, you know, the ice and the snow onto that, and it's going to really halt what workers have been doing. And that is imperative to getting the economy back and getting people's homes rebuilt and getting life back to normal, which in many of these areas of western North Carolina is going to take years, unfortunately.
Absolutely, Robert. Thank you so much for joining us. You be safe out there, and of course, get warm as you can. I know you're doing several reports this morning.
Thank you.
I want to take you all again to a different area of Boone this Wednesday, 7:49 here on the East Coast, giving you another look. Beautiful to see, but again, as Robert put it, you know, this community is still dealing with the remnants of Helene, so having another weather-related event could not be the best thing for this community. We'll continue to keep a close eye on conditions in this area. Let's take our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back. $7:52 here on the East Coast. Before the break, we were discussing winter weather, giving you another live look out in Boone. This area battered by Hurricane Helene. Now they're dealing with winter weather. We were speaking with Fox weather correspondent Robert Ray, just providing some perspective as some of these roads are being worked on and what snow and ice could do to hinder that work. I want to give you a different camera. This takes us out to Tennessee. Not dark outside, but the camera is blue because they have a white balance there, but you can see a beautiful blanket of snow there. But traffic seems to be good this Wednesday morning. But again, roadway workers, they will be out with that salt brine mix. So make sure to give yourself a safe distance between yourself and the trucks as they are working to keep you safe this morning. Areas of Georgia seeing snow as well. Let's check in with our content partners at Fox 5 Atlanta.
$1,000 in unauthorized purchases.
And we are tracking another round of winter precipitation in the area. Good Day's Brooke Zahner is joining us live from Blairsville. And Brooke, good morning to you. What's it looking like out there at this point? It looks like it's falling pretty good there around you.
It is, yeah. We've definitely got some bigger flakes that are coming down here in the Blairsville area. We are live here right downtown near the town square, and we're also just starting to see now that some of that snow is not necessarily sticking to the ground, but it is sticking to some of the rooftops here. So you can see that some of that snow is just lightly coating the top of some of these buildings here, maybe a little bit on the grass as well. But as far as the pavement is concerned, we have not seen any accumulation, just a lot of moisture that is now left on the roads. So hopefully that is able to dry up before the temperatures really take a dip that we're expecting to see overnight. And also, if you look here at the Fox 5 Storm Chaser, that also gives you a clear picture of some of the snow that is also starting to stick on the roof of the cars, things of that nature. So again, about 36 degrees or so here in the Blairsville area. We are expecting to see those temperatures drop down later tonight. So hopefully things are able to dry out before then. We're thinking that the snow will probably stop before 11 a.m. or so this morning. But of course, we will certainly keep you posted, let you know, and have another update coming up at 8 o'clock. But for now, that's the latest here live in Blairsville. I'm Brooke Zahner for Good Day Atlanta.
And here at 7:32, let's kind of match this up with what's happening across other parts of North Georgia. Want to revisit this view in Dalton, where the snow was coming down at a pretty good clip there for a bit, left some snow on the cars here. And for a little while, you could see the parking lot had a little bit of snow cover on it. Now it's mostly just wet there. And this is all to say that even though we have several counties under a winter weather advisory, that doesn't mean we're going to have a lot of areas getting travel difficulties, but you need to be cautious until we've kind of cleared out the snow showers. And then, of course, the cold rain that still hasn't quite kicked in for many of us, but will be happening over the course of this morning. There's a closer view of the radar, that dividing line between what may be primarily snow versus snow and rain mixed together, or just cold rain, kind of hovering near Dahlonega and Jasper. It can fluctuate with time, so that doesn't mean that places like Calhoun, Rome, for instance, couldn't see some additional snowflakes, but this is the way it's breaking down currently. Let's see how it breaks down next. We've got our temperatures closest to freezing, where precipitation is already falling, but still above freezing. And some areas, Atlanta, Athens, Eatonton, Thomaston, will probably remain in the 40s all day long. That's going to mean only snow in those areas. And really, the morning is when most of the action happens, because during the afternoon, we're just left with cloudy skies, which can still produce some drizzle. Maybe some ridge tops have a couple flurries still flying, but nothing additional from a measurable standpoint. What the main concerns will be throughout this morning. And then we turn our attention to the cold, the bitterly cold air, which will drop us into the teens and 20s tomorrow morning. Those are afternoon highs. We'll have some areas that don't ever get above freezing tomorrow. There's your Fox 5 Storm Team forecast. Then we've got an even colder start for Friday, but there is a turnaround. It might feel slow here, but each day will get a little bit warmer and a little bit warmer. And with still chilly mornings early next week, at the very least, we'll expect 63 on Monday, sunshine, and 66 on Tuesday. Natalie?
Joanne, thank you. We've got a crash in Cobb on 75 southbound right past Delk Road, blocking 2 right lanes now. They're making some progress, but it is still causing some delays coming in from North Marietta Parkway. Your alternate's going to be Highway 41. 575 if you're moving through Cherokee, 19 minutes from 6's Road to 75. And along the top end, both of these are 13-minute commutes over to 400. Elise?
Natalie, thank you. Well, one state has banned products that contain what are called forever chemicals, and these chemicals are in cookware and everyday household.
Using his
All right, our content partners there at Fox 5 Atlanta transitioning to more localized coverage. We are staying on top of those headlines that impact you. So giving you a live look now, 7:57 here on the East Coast of our XRAD radar system that we use here on LiveNOW from Fox to track your weather-related headlines. All this week, you've seen how different local officials, state officials, they've held press conferences as it relates to winter weather. So if we get any more of those, we'll share them with you right here on LiveNOW from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, continuing to give you all of your breaking news headlines, top stories, and of course your live events of the day. And we continue to follow developing news out in Vatican City. I want to give you a live look there at this hour following recent news that we learned late last night. But we do have some updates on this Wednesday morning. As we know, Pope Francis, he does have pneumonia in both lungs. Well, on this Wednesday, the Associated Press working to gather more information to share with us. They report Pope Francis slept well, got out of bed, and ate breakfast Wednesday. The Vatican reporting this after tests confirmed the 88-year-old developed pneumonia in both lungs in a further complication that raised concerns about his ability to fight off the infection. In this update on this Wednesday, the Vatican saying that Francis spent his 5th night in Rome's hospital peacefully, saying, quote, he had a tranquil night, woke up, had breakfast. That coming from the Vatican. The Pope, who had the upper lobe of his right lung removed as a young man, was in good spirits and grateful for the prayers of his recovery. Wednesday, Francis's area for Rome urged all the faithful to devote an hour of silent prayer for the Pope before evening Vesper services. And pilgrims who had planned to attend his weekly general audience came to St. Peter's Square anyway to offer a prayer after it was canceled. A quote from Sister Charlene, a nun from Singapore who was there at the piazza, says, "I think many people are disappointed, but I think more importantly, we really have to pray for his health." I can tell you all on this Wednesday, there hasn't been this much traffic outside of this hospital all week. People are literally flocking to this area. There is a monument outside and people have been leaving flowers, and you can sometimes see them stop for a moment of silence praying for the Pope's well wishes. And then we've seen a caravan of police cars there to kind of keep people from rushing in to try to get to the Pope's side. Of course, that is close quarters, as his health is a top priority, as he does have pneumonia in both lungs. So we will continue to follow this feed as it goes out. This tweet coming in, as I mentioned, this coming in from Vatican News on this Wednesday. From that article mentioned with the Associated Press, it says the Pope spent a restful night, woke up and had breakfast. So that is a good sign. As you can imagine, different medications that the Pope could be on, it could deter him from being hungry. So knowing that he is eating and had a restful night is always a good sign. Of course, as we get more updates in, you'll get them right here on Live Now from Fox. Here at 8 o'clock on the East Coast, we now want to transition to your top headlines as relates to weather again. I want to take you back out to give you a live look at our X-Rad radar system. Seeing that Fox 5 Atlanta, they do have team coverage this morning. Let's check back in with them.
Snow closer to the state line into Tennessee and beyond, and rain that is going to start to fill in more of the area here over the next hour or so, because a lot of us still haven't even gotten to the chilly rain just yet. You see that rain snow line is right there over the North Georgia mountains. From time to time, we've gotten some reports of some snowflakes a little bit farther south, but not consistently at this time. So what happens going forward? We still have a winter weather advisory, which now comes down to Cherokee, Paulding, and Heard counties, and that's for up to a half an inch of snow. Not all of these areas will even get accumulations, but these are the areas to be mindful of in case wintry precipitation does make some things slick. For Metro Atlanta, though, we're stuck in the 40s all day, so it's a cold rain this morning. Then we're drier this afternoon, but we are still cloudy, and then the Arctic air is what's going to follow all of this. We'll take a much closer look at how much colder it'll get in the next 24 hours coming up in just a few minutes. Natalie?
Joanne, thank you. We are checking in on some double trouble on 75 in Cobb County. This first crash that we have is southbound right past Delk Road, blocking 2 right lanes. So you're taking a look there. You can kind of see it from those flashing lights as well. But further south on 75, we had a crash just clear at Windy Hill, just adding to your delays from 575. Highway 41 is going to be your best alternate. Also just checking in on the big 3. We've got slow rides through Cobb and Alpharetta, about 40 minutes on 75 from Wade Green, or 400 from Old Milton, the top end. Buff?
Thank you, Natalie. 8:02 is your time. The Good Day team is tracking weather conditions all over North Georgia. Good Day's Brooke Zahner is in Blairsville.
And we'll get to her in just a moment. But first, Good Day's Mark Teichner is in Dalton. Mark, how are things there?
Well, whatever was falling basically stopped. We got a little bit of cold drizzle, and we got a train coming through, so you'll be able to hear that as well. You can see the situation here in downtown Dalton. The road is wet. There's a little bit of snow left on the grassy area, and a teeny bit of snow left on one of the vehicles that are out here. But let's show you what it was like when the snow was falling. This is about 6 to 30 or so this morning. We had about 10 to maybe 15 minutes of pretty good snow coming out of the sky, and it did manage to coat the ground and put some snow on, obviously, like we mentioned, the grassy roads. But all of that is now over, and now the big concern, if anything, would be the temperatures that might fall and what that might do as far as any potential ice that might form later on tonight into tomorrow. Let's continue our team coverage in Blairsville, where Brooke Zahner is. Brooke, what are your conditions like?
So, Mark, I know you were talking about snowmen earlier and how we didn't really have enough snow to make a snowman, but I am from Wisconsin, and here we go. We have a mini little snowman here. It is okay material for making a very small snowman. Not a lot of accumulation here, but enough for a small snowman. You can see that the snow still falling here in Blairsville. If you take a look behind me, you can see that some of the snow is sticking to the grass, to the rooftops of some of the buildings here. Fortunately, the roads look like they're still in pretty good condition here. It's pretty much just wet and kind of slick out there here in Blairsville. We haven't seen anything in terms of treacherous conditions out here, but obviously that could change, and hopefully we're not going to see all of this precipitation that's freezing here overnight. But of course, we're going to stay here in Blairsville, monitor these conditions, and have another update coming up later. But for now, that is the latest here live in Blairsville. I'm Brooke Zahner for Good Day Atlanta.
Yeah, it's like a wannabe winter wonderland out there.
You know what we should do? We should have a contest for the smallest snowman. Right now, you are leading the pack, Brooke.
Yes.
The tiniest little snowman.
Look at it. It looks good.
Yeah.
Oh,
I know.
man.
Couple of little twigs for arms. I love it. I love it.
Brooke, thank you.
Yep.
Well, new video from overnight shows a tree on top of a home's carport. This was in southeast Atlanta. This is on Forest Park Road. The homeowner says that she heard the tree crack before it collapsed, causing the whole house to rumble. A Honda parked under that carport was crushed by the impact of the tree. Thankfully, though, no one was hurt. And be sure to download the Fox 5 Storm Team app. If you don't have it already, you can check live radar to see where the worst of the weather is.
Time now 8:06, and the South Fulton Mayor.
And we appreciate our content partners at Fox 5 Atlanta for that detailed team coverage. Very cute as that little snowman was created, because if things don't accumulate further in that area, that might be the best snowman they can get. We'll continue to monitor the conditions in that area, though. 8:05 here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and take our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. We'll be right back, transitioning to your top political headlines. Here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Gina Francine. A new live feed coming into our Live Now from Fox studios. It takes us out to the Sunshine State of Florida. You're getting a live look there at Palm Beach International Airport as we are awaiting President Donald Trump to depart. We know he will be in Miami later this evening, slated to attend an event at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. The FII Priority. It's a summit of some type that's Saudi-backed, where they discuss different political realms and different political entities. So, of course, if we are allowed a camera inside, you will get that. And, of course, if we get a close-up shot of President Trump boarding the plane there, we'll provide that for you. Sometimes we get a press gaggle where he will speak with media entities before departing. So we'll make sure to keep a close eye on that. As we further discuss your top political headlines this morning, we're learning the White House could consider refund checks for taxpayers as part of the administration's push to cut federal spending. That comes as the new Department of Government Efficiency got some good news from a federal court. But as Doug Luzada reports from Washington this morning, the legal challenges continue.
Well, the White House says the cost savings are mounting because of federal cutbacks, but so are the controversies. And the president's chief cost cutter is mulling the possibility of DOGE dividend checks.
I think he's going to find $1 trillion.
Yeah, I think so.
President Trump and Elon Musk setting their sights high for spending cuts during an interview with Fox's Sean Hannity. And while federal employee layoffs have sparked protests, Musk says the goal is essential.
If the deficit is not brought under control, America will go bankrupt. This is a very important thing for people to understand.
And Musk's Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, has a running count of the savings, now pegged at $55 billion. When a user on X suggested cutting checks to taxpayers to refund some of those savings, Musk replied, "We'll check with the president."
This is nothing more than a money grab.
Democratic critics have been unsparing in their criticism of his cuts. But a federal judge told a group of Democratic state attorneys general that she will not cut off DOGE's access to federal systems without clear evidence of imminent, irreparable harm. The current record does not meet that standard, she wrote. Still, Democrats plan to keep up their opposition.
DOGE is simply taking a meat axe at government in defiance of the law and without thinking of the consequences.
DOGE, meantime, is now looking at the use of government credit cards, saying there are more than 4 million of them. In Washington, Doug Luzada, Fox News.
All right, Doug, thank you so much for that report. And as we further discuss your political headlines, Fox News reporting that illegal crossings along the southwest border are dropping to the lowest levels in decades. They go on to say in the last 24 hours, U.S. Border Patrol encountered nearly 220 people. They say that's a sharp drop from over 1,800 on the same day last year. Well, now the U.S. Coast Guard, they are increasing resources alongside Border Patrol. Fox's Sarah Allegre rode along with them to give us a closer look.
The U.S. Coast Guard has been here along the Rio Grande Valley for years now. That's nothing new. But with President Trump's sweeping immigration changes, they have ramped up those operations. That means more boats and manpower here along the South Texas border. An afternoon along the Rio Grande. In a boat patrolling the winding waters of South Texas, I cruised with U.S. Coast Guard Captain Tory Berthoud and his crew of 4.
Their mission is to augment our Border Patrol partners in key areas here along the Rio Grande to detect, deter, and interdict illegal migration, drug smuggling, really any kind of illicit activity on our southern maritime border.
We were searching for any signs of smuggling along the river. That's when we came across a spotter.
So he pretty much calls in, let them know, like, you got 2 Coast Guard boats coming up the way, so they know, like, whether to cross or not.
Okay, so just basically eyes for
Yes.
them.
Yeah.
Gotcha. A clear message to cartels, now's not the time to cross. Since the Trump administration took over last month, the average number of illegal border crossings are on track to hit record lows. As of February, the daily average is around 360. Last year's daily average was nearly 3,000. But Captain Berthoud says the danger's still there.
It is a high threat area, and there is still smuggling ongoing. The augmentation mission here is really to assist the Border Patrol in the areas that they need it.
And that mission goes beyond the river to the Gulf. The Coast Guard is ramping up patrols along the coast. Last week, they detained 2 people on this fishing boat. The Coast Guard says one was here illegally and the other is wanted on felony weapon charges.
The goal is to ensure that the
territorial integrity and sovereignty of the United States is protected.
I was with the U.S. Coast Guard for a few hours monitoring the Rio Grande River. We didn't come across any kind of illegal crossings or smuggling attempts. And yes, those numbers are down this month. They've been down since January, and that's largely in part because of President Trump's immigration crackdown. But we also have to take into consideration the drop that we saw really last year as well, especially after President Biden enhanced those restrictions on asylum cases. In Mission, Texas, Sarah Allegre, Fox News.
Sarah, thank you so much for that update. 8:13 here on the East Coast, taking you back out to the Sunshine State of Florida, Palm Beach, to be specific, as we are awaiting President Donald Trump to board the aircraft where he is heading to Miami. Again, on this Wednesday, looking ahead, we know President Trump will be delivering the keynote speech at the FII Priority Summit. That is slated to happen at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's go ahead and take our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. As we do so, I want to show you this new live look. It takes us out to Vatican City. When I was giving you all that update on Pope Francis, learning he has pneumonia in both lungs, I was mentioning how people were coming out, laying flowers, praying, giving their respects, and I wanted to share that with you as we actually have a shot of that happening. We're going to go ahead and take this second break. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Here at 8:16 on the East Coast, staying on top of your political headlines and taking you back out to Palm Beach. Again, we are awaiting President Donald Trump to board the plane where he will head out to Miami. He is giving that keynote speech tonight at 5 p.m. Eastern Time at the FII Priority Summit. We're keeping a close eye on that event. As we further discuss President Donald Trump, this coming out on the White House page on X, it says, quote, "Make families great again. President Trump has taken bold action to expand access to IVF." It goes on to say his executive order directs policy recommendations to safeguard IVF treatments and lower costs, making fertility care more affordable for American families. And this is just one of many executive orders President Donald Trump signed last night at Mar-a-Lago. Take a listen.
I want to thank some of the great people from the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. They're here to take photographs, and it's my honor to do so. Also, the fire department, the great firefighters. So they're here throughout the room, and I want to thank you very much for being here. I'll be with you in a little while. We'll do some great photos. We have plenty of time. Policemen, policewomen, and firemen, firewomen, they're here, and we appreciate it very much. You've done a fantastic job. I think it's very important to state that incredible things are happening in our country. I think we've made more progress in 3 weeks than they've made in 4 years, especially with respect to the reputation of our country. And people are respecting us again as a country and as a powerful country, and maybe a smart country, but maybe not so smart, because when you look at some of the waste, fraud, and abuse that's being uncovered by DOJ and the people at DOJ, these are young, often young, but super brilliant people, incredible computer scientists and other things, and they're finding levels of fraud and waste and abuse like I think nobody ever thought possible. But before we do that, I just want to ask Will to come over. I've just finished signing some executive orders, and if we could start with that, Will, you might want to come up here and just explain what we did. Thank you.
Good afternoon, y'all. A short while ago, President Trump signed three items. The first is an executive order relating to the affordability and availability of in vitro fertilization and other fertility treatments. These are treatments that have become unaffordable for many Americans, or have been unaffordable for many Americans. And the executive order is a directive to the Domestic Policy Council to examine ways to make IVF and other fertility treatments more affordable for more Americans. The second item that we signed was a presidential memorandum imposing radical transparency requirements on government departments and agencies, in keeping with President Trump and the administration's broader commitment to governmental transparency. What this presidential memorandum would do is require, as waste, fraud, and abuse is uncovered, as programs are canceled, and ultimately as taxpayer dollars are saved, this presidential memorandum would require departments and agencies to make all of the details of that freely available to the public. Lastly, we have another executive order that President Trump signed relating to independent agencies. This executive order would establish important oversight functions in the Office of Management and Budget and its subsidiary office, OIRA, supervising independent agencies and many of their actions, and also reestablishes the longstanding norm that only the President or the Attorney General can speak for the United States when stating an opinion as to what the law is.
Thank you very much, Will. That was the primary purpose of this conference, to explain that they're all very important in their own way. Fertilization, I've been saying that we're going to do what we have to do, and I think the women and families, husbands, are very appreciative of it. But that was it. I do want to say while I'm up here, I've been contacted by some of the biggest companies in the world, and because of what we're doing economically and through tariffs and taxes and incentives, they want to come back into the United States. And we'll be announcing various very large companies, the biggest actually, and they'll be coming back, having to do with chips and having to do also with cars and lots of other things. We're going to be announcing some very, very big, momentous decisions are being made by companies all around the world, the biggest, and they want to come back into the U.S. Car plants are being canceled in other locations now because they want to build them here. And you read about a couple, not that I want to mention names or anything, but you read about a couple of big ones in Mexico just got canceled because they're going to be building them in the United States. And that's very simply because of what we're doing with respect to taxes, tariffs, and incentives. And I think it's a very important thing. And you'll be seeing this over the next probably over the next 2 years, to be honest, but you're going to see a lot of it over the next couple of weeks. A lot of big ones are going to be announcing. And so while we're here, I guess we can take a couple of quick questions. Go ahead, please. Please.
Mr. President, have you decided specifically what the auto tariff rate should be?
Yeah, I probably will tell you that on April 2nd, but it'll be in the neighborhood of 25%.
And pharmaceuticals?
It'll be 25% and higher, and it'll go very substantially higher over a course of a year. But we want to give them time to come in because, as you know, when they come into the United States and they have their plant or factory here, there is no tariff. So we want to give them a little bit of a chance. Yes, thank you.
The EU, the EU representative is going to be here in Washington tomorrow. He's going to be meeting with Hassett and Greer and Letnick. What can the EU do to sort of avoid the reciprocal tariffs that you've talked about? And, you know, you've talked a lot about the VAT. Do you expect them to reduce that?
Well, they did already, as I understand it, reduce their car tariff all the way down to what we have. And a lot of that will take place, and I think some won't do it and some will do it. But the EU had a 10% tax on cars, and now they have a 2.5% tax, which is the exact same as us. So already we've saved a tremendous amount. That would be great. If everybody would do that, then we'd all be on the same playing field. Because essentially what we're doing with the tariffs is, you know, they charge us, we charge them, same amount. And it's called reciprocal, actually. And whatever they charge us, we're charging them. And so the EU is, you know, I appreciate that they did this, but, you know, the EU has been very unfair to us. We have a deficit of $350 billion. They don't take our cars. They don't take our farm products. They don't take almost anything. They take very little. And we're going to have to straighten that out. And we will. I have no doubt about it. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you tell us a little bit more about the Russia talks, your impression of how they went today, and if you're perhaps more confident or less confident of a deal after what happened today?
Well, much more confident. They were very good. Russia wants to do something. They want to stop the savage barbarianism. I mean, what's going on over there? It's soldiers are being killed by the thousands on a weekly basis. It's ridiculous. And they're not American soldiers. They're Russian soldiers, and they're Ukrainian soldiers largely, although a lot of Koreans have been killed, as you know. Quite a bit of them have been killed. They came over to fight, and a large portion have been wiped out. But we want to end it. It's a senseless war. It should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president, and it's a shame to see it. And I see pictures that you don't see, but I see pictures of fields that look just horrible. It looks like Gettysburg. If you see the old pictures of Gettysburg, it's soldiers lying all over the field, body parts all over the field. They're all dead. And this is going on a daily basis. It's a horrible thing. Both Russia and Ukraine, they're losing thousands and thousands of soldiers. And a lot of people have been killed, too. I think that's one of the things that you'll see historically, and you'll see later on as it goes along. I think people are going to be surprised at how many people, not only soldiers, have been killed in Ukraine. A lot more people than you think. Yeah, please.
President Trump, as part of a peace deal with Putin, would you be willing to consider removing all American troops from Europe?
Well, nobody's asked me to do that, so I don't think we'd have to do that. I wouldn't want to do that. But that question's never really come up. Yeah. Please.
Sir, do you support stationing European peacekeeping troops in Ukraine as part of this peace deal?
If they want to do that, that's great. I'm all for it. If they want to do that, I think that'd be fine.
Even if the Russians are...
I mean, I know France has mentioned it. Others have mentioned it. UK has mentioned it. But, yeah, if we have a peace deal, I think having troops over there from the standpoint of Europe, we won't have to put any over there because, you know, we're very far away. But having troops over there would be fine. I would not object to it at all. We're talking about this now, peace. We have either a ceasefire or a peace itself, and we're looking to do both. We'd start off with the ceasefire, and if they want to do that. I know France was willing to do that, and I thought that was a beautiful gesture. Yeah, please.
Do you have any message for Ukrainians who, after 3 years of fighting, might feel betrayed or disappointed at not having a seat at these initial talks in Saudi Arabia?
Well, I think I'm really disappointed in what's happened. I've been watching this for 3 years. It's a war that would have never happened if I was president, and I've been watching these people being killed at levels that you've rarely seen, not even close, since the Second World War. And I'm very disappointed. I hear that, they're upset about not having a seat. Well, they've had a seat for 3 years and a long time before that. This could have been settled very easily. Just a half-baked negotiator could have settled this years ago without the loss of much land, very little land, without the loss of any lives, and without the loss of cities that are just laying on their sides. You have those magnificent golden domes that are shattered, will never be replaced. You can't replace them. 1,000-year-old domes that are so beautiful, you can't replace that. The whole civilization has changed because of what. So when they're worried about not being seated, you mean somebody that should have gone in and made a deal a long time ago. You could have made a deal. This is one that could have made a deal. There was no talk of this during the Trump administration. Putin would have never, ever done it. And by the way, we wouldn't have had October 7th. You know that. We wouldn't have had October 7th either in Israel. And we wouldn't have had that mess that's going on over there. It's like we have great fire people here. We're putting out fires. All over the world, we're putting out fires. So that wouldn't have happened. And you know what else wouldn't have happened? Inflation. Because it was caused really by the cost of energy going through the roof because of their bad energy policies and also their spending, their terrible spending, wasteful spending on the Green New scam. It's a scam. It's a whole big scam. Yeah, please.
Yes, sir. I want to ask you a little closer to home. What would it take for you to reconsider the restrictions on the Associated Press? And secondly, some of your advisors are concerned with the Associated Press's style guide, using language and giving guidance to not use words like illegal immigrant or to use phrases like gender-affirming care. And they're concerned about that being an encroaching amount of liberalism in the way in which the press writes about things. Do you share those concerns?
Well, I do think that some of the phrases that they want to use are ridiculous. And I think, frankly, they become obsolete, especially in the last 3 weeks, because many things have happened in the last 3 weeks. And I didn't know about that, but I would say that if they want to use certain phrases like that, and I guess some are okay, but many aren't, but the Associated Press just refuses to go with what the law is and what is taking place. It's called the Gulf of America now. It's not called the Gulf of Mexico any longer. I have the right to do it, just like we have the right to do Mount McKinley, and nobody's even challenging that. But only the essentially, it's primarily the Associated Press, and I don't know what they're doing, but I just say that we're going to keep them out until such time as they agree that it's the Gulf of America. We're very proud of this country, and we want it to be the Gulf of America. Now, the Associated Press, as you know, has been very, very wrong on the election, on Trump and the treatment of Trump and other things having to do with Trump and Republicans and conservatives. And they're doing us no favors, and I guess I'm not doing them any favors. That's the way life works. But, you know, thank you for the question. Who are you with? Very good question. Thank you. Yes.
We're hearing that Russia wants to force Ukraine to hold new elections in order to sign any kind of a peace deal. Is that something that the U.S. would ever support?
Well, we have a situation where we haven't had elections in Ukraine. Well, we have martial law, essentially martial law in Ukraine, where the leader in Ukraine, I mean, I hate to say it, but he's down at 4% approval rating, and where a country has been blown to smithereens. You got most of the cities are laying on their sides. The buildings are collapsed. It looks like a massive demolition site. The whole, I mean, so many of the cities. I mean, they haven't done it in Kiev because I guess they don't want to shoot too many rockets in there. They've done it 20%, but they haven't done it 100%. If they wanted to do it 100%, it would probably happen very quickly. But you have cities that are absolutely decimated. And yeah, I would say that, you know, when they want a seat at the table, you could say the people have to, wouldn't the people of Ukraine have to say, like, you know, it's been a long time since we've had an election. That's not a Russia thing. That's something coming from me and coming from many other countries also. You know, Ukraine is being just wiped out. Look at what's happening to the cities. There are cities, there's not even a building standing. It's a massive, you talk about Gaza. I mean, it's literally, these cities look like Gaza. Actually, many have, percentage-wise, more buildings knocked down than in Gaza. So, you know, people are tired of it. People want to see something happen. And, you know, the other thing that it's been bothering me for a long time, because I solved the problem with NATO. They paid hundreds of billions of dollars into the funds of NATO when I said you got to pay, because the United States was paying for European countries, and then they take advantage of us on trade. But I've seen it. Look, they have to pay. They have to find out, where's the money going to? We have, I believe President Zelensky said last week that he doesn't know where half of the money is that we gave him. Well, we gave them, I believe, $350 billion, but let's say it's something less than that, but it's a lot. And we have to equalize with Europe, because Europe has given us given a very much smaller percentage than that. I think Europe has given 100 billion, and we've given, let's say, 300 plus. And it's more important for them than it is for us. We have an ocean in between, and they don't. But where is all the money that's been given? Where is it going? And nobody, I've never seen an accounting of it. We give hundreds of billions of dollars. I don't see any accounting. So I want to see peace. Look, you know why I want? Because I don't want all these people killed anymore. I'm looking at people that are being killed, and they're Russian and Ukrainian people, but they're people. Doesn't matter where they're from on the whole planet. And I think I have the power to end this war. And I think it's going very well. But today I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine that would have given them almost all of the land, everything, almost all of the land, and no people would have been killed, and no city would have been demolished, and not one dome would have been knocked down. But they chose not to do it that way. And President Biden, in all fairness, he doesn't have a clue. What he was so bad for this. He was so bad, so pathetic, so sad. But with all of that being said, look, it is what it is. When I left, there was no chance that this could have happened. But it happened because we had incompetent leadership at many different levels. But when you see what's taken place in Ukraine with millions of people killed, including the soldiers, millions of people killed, a big percentage of their cities knocked down to the ground. I don't know how anybody even lives there. You know, when they say they took a poll and Zelensky's at 4%, who's living there? You know, I mean, people are, it's hard to believe that people live there. Their cities are being knocked down. And this is something that would have never happened. And by the way, for 4 years, it didn't happen. It was never going to happen. Go ahead.
One follow-up question. How would you counter the perception, because Russia's pushing for this, obviously, they don't really hold true elections, that would be a capitulation of some sort. How would you guard against potentially Russia installing a puppet government? And then finally, how would that new election have an impact on getting Zelensky to sign the rare earth minerals deal?
Look, you have leadership, and I like him personally. He's fine. But I don't care about personally. I care about getting the job done. You have leadership now that's allowed a war to go on that should have never even happened, even without the United States. Look, we had a president who was grossly incompetent. He had no idea what he was doing. He said some very stupid things, like going in for portions and all of the things. He made a lot of bad statements, but he's grossly incompetent, and I think everyone knew that. This is something that should have never happened, would have never happened. And I used to discuss it with Putin. President Putin and I would talk about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, I will tell you that. But there was never a chance of him going in. And I told him, you better not go in. Don't go in. Don't go in. And he understood that. And he understood it fully. But I'm only interested. I want to see if I can save maybe millions of lives. This could even end up in a World War III. I mean, to be honest with you, you've been hearing now Europe is saying, well, I think we're going to go in and we're going to go. All of a sudden, you're going to end up in World War III over something that should have never happened. And, you know, it's a very sad situation. Yeah, please.
In a court filing, the White House said that Elon Musk is not a DOJ employee and has no authority to make decisions. Can you clarify for us today
well, Elon Musk,
what his exact role is there?
Yeah. Elon is, to me, a patriot. So, you know, you could call him an employee, you could call him a consultant, you could call him whatever you want. But he's a patriot. I mean, look at the kind of things. I just said, just write it down, just in case that question got asked, right? And which I'm surprised it took so long, actually. But you know what? Ukraine's a bigger deal because people are dying by the thousands a week, thousands. But look at this, from 90 to 99, Social Security, 6,054,000 people. Well, that's okay. Maybe that's possible. You know, 90 to 99, maybe it's possible. It's a lot of people, though, at that. But people that live to 100 to 109, 4,734,000. Wow, that's a lot. That means over 100 years old. They have 4 million people. I don't know too many. I know people that are doing great in their 90s, but not too many people over 100. But over 120, from 120 years old, people that are 120 years old up to 129. 3,472,000 people. Wow. you know that can't possibly be, because the record is like, I think it's one person, a woman, lived to 127, but they have 3,472. Okay, but now we're going really in. People from 130 years old to 139-year-old, 3,936,000. Wow. I wonder if people are getting paid with all this. I mean, are these checks? And that's what we're checking right now. People from 140 years old to 149 years old, 3,542,000, 140 years old and beyond. Now we're really going, because we're looking to break the record by 25 years. People from 150 years old to 159 years old, 1,345,000. These are in the, by the way, these are in the computer files. This is what they do well. They're super. I asked Elon, who are these Doge people? He said they're super brilliant computer people and they love the country. It's simple. Wait a minute. People from 160 years old to 169 years, 121,000. So 160-year-old people. 170 to 179,000, 6,087. But now, let's go into the real numbers. From 200 to 209 years old, 879 people. From 210 years old, I haven't met any of them. And if I did, I would bless them. I would worship the ground they walk on. 210 to 219 years, 866. From 220 years old to 229 years old, 1,039. And then you have two people, from 240 years old to 249 years old, one person. And there's one person that's 360 years old. That's just that. And then, where's the money being spent, right? Let's go into that for just a second. $520 million for a consultant on the environment. It's called Environmental, Social, and Governance. Investments in Africa and mobilize private sector resources. $520 million. Somebody got $520 million for an environmental. Sounds like an environmental study. I've always been one that paid a lot of money for my environmental studies, but I'd pay like $50,000, not $520 million. $520 million for ESG. $25 million to promote biodiversity, conservation, and promote licit livelihoods by developing socially responsible behavior in the country of Colombia. Well, it's nice, $25 million to go into Colombia for something that nobody ever heard of. $40 million to improve the social and economic inclusion of sedentary migrants. $40 million. $42 million for Johns Hopkins, great place, to research and drive social and behavior change in Uganda. $42 million. What about us? What about social change in our country? $70 million for a center at Purdue to research university-sourced, evidence-based solutions to developmental challenges. I mean, these are massive numbers on things that nobody ever heard about. $10 million for Mozambique voluntary medical male circumcisions. $10 million for circumcisions in another country. $9.7 million for UC Berkeley to develop a cohort of Cambodian youth with enterprise-driven skills. In other words, let's teach them something about enterprise. What about our people? Can we teach them about enterprise? $2.3 million for strengthening independent voices in Cambodia. $32 million to the Prague Civil Society Center, which is a very liberal group of people. Wonder how much of that money came back to the people that approved it. $14 million for improving public procurement in Serbia. $486 million to the Consortium for Elections and Political Process Strengthening, including $22 million for inclusive and participatory political process in Moldova, and $21 million for voter turnout in India. well, why are we giving $21 million to India? They got a lot of money. They're one of the highest taxing countries in the world in terms of us. We can hardly get in there because their tariffs are so high. I have a lot of respect for India. I have a lot of respect for the Prime Minister. He just left, as you know, 2 days ago. But we're giving $21 million for voter turnout. It's voter turnout in India. What about, like, voter turnout here? Oh, we've done that, I guess. We did 500 million, didn't we? It's called the lockboxes. $20 million for fiscal federalism in Nepal. Listen to these numbers. This is all fraud. $19 million for biodiversity conservation in Nepal. $1.5 million for voter confidence. We want to give them confidence in Liberia. $14 million for social cohesion in Mali. $2.5 million for inclusive democracies in South Africa. $47 million for improving learning outcomes in Asia. Asia's doing very well. They're doing a lot better than we do in the schools, aren't they? $2 million to develop sustainable recycling models to increase socioeconomic cohesion among marginalized communities in Kosovo and Escali and in Egypt. We're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars. I could, by the way, I could read this all day long. I could go on all day long, and you'll see hundreds of billions of dollars, and we're doing it. But when I saw the Social Security numbers, I said, wow, that's really something. So we have, let's just go above 100 years old. We have millions and millions of people over 100 years old. Everybody knows that's not so. We have a very corrupt country, and it's a sad thing to say, but we're figuring it out. Now, the good thing about Social Security and what I read is if you take all of those numbers off, because they're obviously fraudulent or incompetent, but if you take all of those millions of people off Social Security, all of a sudden we have a very powerful Social Security with people that are 80 and 70 and 90, but not 200 years old. You know, so it's a very positive thing. How about over here? Yeah, please.
Your reaction to Michelle King, the head resigning after the Doge.
Who resigned?
The head of Social Security.
I don't know. I mean, I resigned or got fired. I think got fired. You know, when you fire somebody, they always resign, and then they say, we resigned. But when you have numbers like that, I think really it's got fired. They have to get fired. Who would keep them? How could you have numbers like this? Now, the big thing is, how many of these people got paid? Were they getting paid? Were they getting paid? How many of them were getting paid Social Security? Because if that's the case, it's a massive fraud. We'll have to call those great Palm Beach police into this situation, right? You guys would figure that out very quickly. But how many of them are being paid? I mean, maybe millions of them, but it's a total fraud. Also, a lot of illegal immigrants are in Social Security that shouldn't be there. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, there was a big wave of probationary federal workers who were fired over the weekend. Some of these workers focused on nuclear weapon security were immediately rehired. Do you have any concerns about how these terminations have
No, not at all. I think we have to just do what we have to do. It's, you know, you're going to, it's amazing what's been found right now. It's amazing. Yeah, if we feel that in some cases they'll fire people and then they'll put some people back, not all of them, because a lot of people were let go. Don't forget, I got elected on the basis of making our government stronger and smaller, because we have millions of people that obviously they're paying millions of people that shouldn't be paid. And that has also to do with workers. Yeah, please. No, go ahead. Actually, yes, New York Times.
Sorry. Mr. President, given your concerns about corruption, you said that if there were any conflicts of interest with Elon Musk, you wouldn't let him anywhere near it.
That's right.
Doge and SpaceX employees are now working directly at the Federal Aviation Administration and the Defense Department, agencies that have billions of dollars in contracts with Musk's companies or that directly regulate his companies. How is that not a conflict of interest?
Well, I mean, I'm just hearing about it, and if there is, and he told me before I told him, but obviously I will not let there be any conflict of interest. He's done an amazing job. They've revealed, in fact, he's going to be on tonight, a big show called Sean Hannity at 9 o'clock, and he's on and I'm on, and we talk about a lot of different things. And any conflicts, I told Elon, any conflicts, you can't have anything to do with that. So anything to do with possibly even space, we won't let Elon partake in that. Yeah, please.
On immigration, sir, you said you would be sending the worst of the worst to Guantanamo Bay.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, that's the very latest from President Donald Trump as he signed executive orders at Mar-a-lago. You heard his speech in full, and then right now he's answering reporter questions. Also happening right now, I actually want to bring this box full for you as we are discussing President Donald Trump. You can see as he is finally aboard the aircraft, they are departing to Miami. Just a quick look ahead. As we are preparing for content later today at 5 p.m. Eastern time, we know that President Donald Trump will participate in that FII Priority Summit in Miami, Florida. That's where he is headed. If we are allowed a camera inside, we will bring those comments to you. 8:49 here on the East Coast. We do have to go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, more breaking news alerts, top stories, and of course, your live events of the day. .51 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your top stories this Wednesday morning, I want you to take a good look at your screen as U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, he arrived in Abu Dhabi this Wednesday morning and toured the Abrahamic Family House, which is an interfaith complex. He departed a few hours later after meeting with UAE top officials. I actually want to transition to show you that departure, which we did air this morning here on Live Now from Fox. We know Rubio's visit to the UAE is the final leg of his Middle East tour. It comes ahead of a Friday summit in Saudi Arabia of the 6-state Gulf Cooperation Council, as well as Egypt and Jordan, in order to respond to U.S. President Donald Trump's plan for post-war Gaza. And then shortly after that visit to Abu Dhabi, Secretary Marco Rubio put this out on X. It says, quote, took an important step forward today to establish enduring peace between Russia and Ukraine. We are using our global strength to unite countries. The United States wants peace. We want the killing to stop. He then finalizes his statement by saying, thanks to Saudi Arabia and Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman for hosting. Here at 8:53, we have to go to our final 2-minute commercial break. But when we come back, more on Middle East conflict as we have the latest from the Israeli foreign minister and Serbian foreign minister. $8:55 here on the East Coast. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, we were sharing the very latest about Secretary Rubio, learning that he was out in Abu Dhabi this Wednesday to further help with the alliance between the U.S. and the Middle East. Shortly after, the Israeli foreign minister and visiting Serbian foreign minister delivered joint remarks in Jerusalem, Israel, giving you a live look at the Jerusalem skyline. Let's listen in.
Hello, everyone. We'll start with statements by Minister of Foreign Affairs of Israel, Gideon Saar, and Minister of Foreign Affairs of Serbia, Marko Đurić, and then we'll have questions. Minister, please.
It's a pleasure to have here our friend Marko Đurić, Foreign Minister of Serbia, great friend from a great country. I want to convey our appreciation for the fact that during this tough war, Serbia proved itself as a true and sincere friend of the State of Israel. When everyone spoke about Israel rights for self-defense, Serbia said it, but also did things accordingly. And of course we appreciate that, and we look at Serbia as our strategic partner. You were supporting us, you condemned Hamas, and as I said previously, you were real supporters of our right for self-defense. We are determined to strengthen bilateral relations with Serbia, and we spoke about reciprocal visit of myself in Serbia soon. We have a close contact between us, and I always felt the ministers' care and for Israel, for the situation here. The ministers also is a relative, is a cousin, I believe, of our hostage, Elon, which has Israeli and Serbian citizenship. As we know from the evidence, suffering in his captivity from very cruel conditions. I expressed, of course, our strong commitment to release all our hostages, and I hope that we can see here Elon very soon with his families, with his family, with his parents, Edith and Kobe, which I also know personally. I also said that we will participate in the 2027 Expo that will take place in Serbia, and we spoke about many fields: economy, tourism, innovation, in which we want to strengthen our bilateral relations, and we will do that. Minister, tomorrow will be a tough day to Israel when we release remainings of 4 of our hostages in Gaza Strip. It is one tough day in a period of time when Israel knew a lot of tough days. We thank you for your solidarity. This reminds us who is our enemy. It's an enemy that kidnap babies, children, women, elderly. And this is why, Minister, we are insist Hamas will not be able to stay in Gaza. Hamas must be removed. And by the way, it's not only who will control on the civil life in Gaza, because they have a plan to give other people to recover what they did to Gaza, to take care of municipal and health problem in Gaza, but to continue to be the dominant military force in Gaza, because this is how they think they will continue their struggle and their fight against Israel. We will not allow it because we have a commitment to our people to ensure that Gaza will not be any more a threat on Israel and its citizens. I want to emphasize and speak about another issue, which is an issue of great importance, and it's the issue of Lebanon. There are efforts of Iran to restore Hezbollah through Iranian money. They are pushing to Lebanon. Unfortunately, Turkey is playing a negative role here and helps Iran smuggling money through flights that comes from Iran to Istanbul and from Istanbul to Beirut. And the Turks knows that there are suitcases there with a lot of millions of dollars that were already, they were successful with smuggling into Lebanon, and they continue with these efforts. And this is how they are trying, the Iranians, to assassinate the future of Lebanon and to keep Lebanon under Iranian occupation. And when we saw during the last weekend an effort by Lebanon to avoid this transfer of money, we saw the Hezbollah riots on the roads to the airport, hitting also UNIFIL stuff. Hezbollah is determined to get that money that will help him to continue this occupation of Lebanon. So we call the international community, we call all countries to block these attempts, to speak out loud against these attempts. The people of Lebanon deserve a better and a different future, and we will do our utmost, since they are our neighbors, to help with that. But of course, we cannot do everything alone. We spoke about it with our friends, with our American friends, with other friendly countries, and I hope we will be successful with that, because this is part of the change which is so needed in this area.
Thank you, Minister Saar. Minister Jewish.
Please.
I will first say a couple of words in Hebrew. אדוני השר, אני רוצה להגיד שאני מאוד מאוד שמח לחיות פה היום. אני מרגיש ממש ממש כמו בבית, ואני רוצה
בגלל שאתה בבית.
כן, זה נכון. ואני רוצה להגיד לכל האזרחים של המדינה הזאת, שיש לכם חברים אמיתיים וגדולים בסרביה. יחסים בין עם הסרבי ועם היהודי מאוד מאוד חזקים, ואני חושב שהפגישה הזאת אומרת שאנחנו רוצים לעבוד אפילו יותר להתקדם את היחסים בין סרביה וארץ ישראל. אנחנו עומדים איתכם בזמן הקשה הזאת, ואנחנו נמשיך לעמוד כמו שעמדנו בכל השנים מאז שהמדינה הזאת התחילה להיות. ואני מאוד מאוד שמח באופן אישי להיות פה. Mr. Minister, dear colleagues, dear friends, I'm very pleased that I have the opportunity to be welcomed and hosted here by you, and I want to convey you the best wishes of the people of Serbia, of the government of Serbia, of the president of Serbia, and to say that we are honored to be standing in Jerusalem with you and discussing the relations between Serbia and Israel as we are working to advance our relationship, which is already very strong. And I want to say that Serbia has a good story to tell in this period. We are a country that has advanced economically very significantly. We spoke during our meeting about cooperation in innovation in the technology sphere. Serbia is at the forefront of the economic growth in Southeastern Europe, with a growth rate of above 4%, with a sprawling IT and software industry. Belgrade has become a hub for many high-tech companies from the United States, from elsewhere in Europe, and we want to partner with you in forging our future in this sphere. I believe that in the economic sphere there is so much we can do. Serbia has had and still has a historic Jewish community which is an incredibly valuable part and segment of our society, and I'm proud to say that upon the initiative of President Vučić, Serbia was the first country in Europe to adopt a law on restitution of heirless Jewish property in the world, the first country to do so, and has delivered on that. We will continue to do everything to jointly commemorate in this very important year in which we mark the 80th anniversary of the defeat of Nazism and fascism, to commemorate the Holocaust, to commemorate all the victims of this totalitarian ideology, but also to make sure that ground is laid for the new generations to be aware, so that mistakes from the past are not repeated, and so that we jointly tackle the challenges of anti-Semitism, which is unfortunately in our times present in Europe and elsewhere. You can count on Serbia 100% on these issues and more. Dear Mr. Minister, Serbia wants to see the growth and prosperity of Israel, and we want to see Israel present at the Expo exhibition, and I want to thank you for agreeing to be present at the Expo exhibition, where your country will be able to showcase all the accomplishments to Europe and the world. And Belgrade will be a meeting place for countries from various meridians, various continents, and we are investing upwards of $17 billion in this project and invite you to be a part of it. We encourage the further influx of Israeli investments. Now, very importantly, I want to say that we discussed today our cooperation in the sphere of enhancing people-to-people exchange. And we want to see the resumption of visits by tourists, Serbian tourists to Israel, Israeli tourists to Serbia. We will be acknowledging the recent developments and the truce that has been accomplished here on our website, so to reassure people that they can safely visit Israel. And I invite Serbian tourists to visit Israel. I invite Israeli tourists to visit Belgrade. Belgrade is a beautiful city sitting on two big European rivers with 2 million people. Recently, a number of restaurants have been awarded the Michelin star, and there are many Jewish and other monuments to see. So I invite you, you will all be warmly received and treated. I also use the opportunity to inform the minister and our Israeli colleagues of the suffering and the plight of the Serbian people in Kosovo, who have faced hardship and persecution, and inform the minister about our ambition to, in a constructive way, keep maintaining stability in our region, which is essential for the safety of Europe. We also discussed the situation in the Middle East. As I mentioned, Serbia stands and supports the people of Israel and has supported it in the wake of the attacks, multiple attacks that happened. And I want to use this opportunity to say that we are particularly sensitive to the hostage situation, as there are still many people who are being held in captivity by Hamas. And one of them, Elon Oil is an Israeli Serbian citizen who was kidnapped when he was only 22 years old. He was not a military person. He was not armed. He's a pianist. He has never done anything to harm a single living being. His family is from Novi Sad, from Serbia. He has endured tremendous suffering and has been for 500 days kept in a dungeon. And I want to make a plea, an appeal to all those who can help to release Elon and all the other hostages so that they can return to their homes, so that they can return to their families. And we will not stop until we make sure that our Elon is home and safe. And again, I will talk to anyone, plea anyone I can in this world to get this innocent boy back home. I apologize for being a little bit emotional on this topic, but this is really a humanitarian issue because Elon has been injured badly, both in his eye and otherwise. Has been malnourished, has suffered from very harsh conditions, and it's an urgent humanitarian matter. So I want to also thank you, Minister, for all of the efforts you're doing and the government is doing to free all the hostages. Thank you very much for this hospitality and for the visit, which is memorable for me.
Thank you,
Thank you, Marco.
for this. Thank you. We'll now take questions. Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
In English, or can I do it in Serbian? We don't have a translation. Okay. A couple of months ago, President of Israel was in Belgrade and he talked with our president about signing the free trade agreement. Did you spoke today about that? What is necessary steps? How far are we from signing that kind of agreement?
We spoke about it. I also spoke before this visit with the Minister of the Economy, Nir Barkat, to see how we can move this issue forward. I don't have any news yet, but since we want to improve all issues, all dimensions of bilateral relations, we'll continue to follow also with this one. אני רוצה גם לנצל את ההזדמנות להודות לשר הסרבי שהודיע לי על ביטול אזהרת המסע לישראל. אני מאמין שעם החזרת הטיסות הישירות יהיו לנו אפשרויות גם בתחום התיירות, ואני קורא לאזרחי ישראל לנסוע לבלגרד, לנסוע לסרביה, ארץ נהדרת, וגם עוד משהו, מדינה שעמדה לצידנו, וחשוב שאנחנו גם נדע להוציא את הכסף הישראלי אצל הידידים שלנו, ולכן אני מאוד מקווה
And we were just listening in there to the Israeli foreign minister and the Serbian foreign minister having these joint remarks here. Of course, all of this coming after an Israeli official said Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has appointed a close confidant to lead these negotiations for the second stage of the ceasefire with Hamas. Of course, any information we get on the ceasefire or out of the Middle East, we will bring to you live here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining. My name is Christy Matino. We do like to bring you live looks, and right now we are seeing President Donald Trump arriving in Miami right now, and I am going to pull up that for you as we do see the plane right there on the tarmac. And right now the president is arriving as he will travel to Mar-a-Lago to the Trump Doral Resort and eventually to Miami Beach to attend the Saudi-backed FII Institute's Priority Summit this evening. After that, he will be traveling back to Washington, D.C. This summit is being held in Florida with global financiers and tech executives, hosted by Saudi Arabia's Foreign Wealth Fund. That's according to a Reuters report. I am going to just sit on this for a minute here, turn up the audio, and see what we can hear. And if you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are just awaiting to see President Donald Trump step off the plane as he has arrived in Miami, Florida. Again, if you are just joining us, this is President Trump as he traveled from Mar-a-Lago. He is going to travel from Mar-a-Lago to the Trump Doral Resort. Eventually, he is going to head to Miami Beach to attend this Saudi-backed FII Institute's Priority Summit this evening. After that, he will be traveling back to Washington, D.C. And right now, we are just awaiting here as we are getting this live look. I did turn up the sound a moment ago. We can't necessarily hear anything, but of course, we're going to wait and watch just a minute here to see if President Trump might stop and answer some media questions. So what I am going to do is go away for a 2-minute break. By the time we come back, hopefully the president will have gotten off that plane. Stay with us. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. Before the break, we were just showing you this live image of President Donald Trump's plane landing in Miami as he is set to attend a summit tonight. U.S. President Donald Trump scheduled to speak as well. He's attending this meeting of global financiers and tech executives hosted by Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund in Miami later tonight. President Trump's participation comes after Saudi Arabia condemned his call to displace Palestinians from Gaza as part of a U.S.-led rebuilding plan. It also follows President Trump's call in January for a city in Riyadh, excuse me if I'm saying that incorrectly, to invest $1 trillion in the U.S. That's a figure about matching the size of the Saudi PIF sovereign fund's assets. So again, waiting for the president to step off the plane here, and hopefully he will speak to the media as well. As we do await for this to happen, though, I did want to see if we could just show you some of the other live events that we have going on right now, as there is a lot to talk about. And this is one of those images out of Boone, North Carolina, as we are seeing winter weather, and we've been bringing you these updates here on Live Now from Fox the past few days, as we've been hearing from governors across several states who have been impacted by winter weather. This winter storm hit communities from the plains and Midwest through the Tennessee Valley yesterday and today, dumping heavy snow that led to reports of numerous crashes due to the treacherous travel conditions. The storm, though, is now continuing on its journey to the east. early this morning. Snow was falling across the Appalachian Mountains ahead of unleashing its last round of winter weather in the mid-Atlantic and parts of the Southeast. Now, millions of people from the Midwest and mid-Mississippi Valley to the Carolinas and Virginia on the East Coast are all included in winter weather alerts. So if we do see any of these additional winter weather press conferences that do pop up, we will bring them to you here on Live Now from Fox. What I did want to do right now is play out an event that happened just a little bit earlier this morning as we heard from the Human Rights Council at the United Nations. They had a discussion on economy as well as a range of other topics. I did want to head over to that, and what I'm going to do is put up some boxes here so you can see if President Trump does step off that plane, and when he does, we will pivot back to that coverage.
To have with us Ambassador Jörg Lauber, the permanent representative of Switzerland to the UN in Geneva. I don't think I need to introduce you Mr. Lauber. He's a well-known figure here on the international Geneva scene, but he's speaking to you today in his capacity as President of the Human Rights Council. So, as usual, if you have any questions regarding Swiss foreign policy or any issues related to bilateral relations with Switzerland.
And the second we pivoted, we are seeing President Donald Trump stepping off that plane in Miami. Let's head over and listen in. All right, it doesn't appear we're getting any sound. We were also waiting to see if maybe the president would answer some questions from the media. But again, he has just landed there in Miami. He's going to travel from Mar-a-Lago to the Trump Doral Resort a little bit later tonight, and eventually to Miami Beach to attend this Saudi-backed FII Institute's Priority Summit. And after that, he is going to be traveling back to Washington, D.C. Again, this summit is with global financiers and tech executives. It's hosted by Saudi Arabia's Sovereign Wealth Fund. So you can see President Trump leaving now to head over to Mar-a-Lago. What we're going to do is pivot back now to the United Nations. What we were just showing you, that discussion on economy as well as other social issues. Anything else we get with the president, if we do hear remarks from him a little bit later tonight, of course, we will also bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's head back over to the United Nations right now.
Good morning to everybody here and online. Thank you very much for attending this press briefing. Colleagues, if I may, before I start, as a president of the Human Rights Council, I would like to say a few words about the veteran reporter Lisa Schlein, who I was informed this morning sadly passed away earlier this week. As you probably know, Lisa filed her last story for Voice of America on the 1st of February, just a few days back, in fact, and that she did well into her 9th decade, which is really a testament to her timeless commitment. The story she filed shone a light on sexual violence currently taking place in the DRC, demonstrating that Lisa was always fearless in exposing human rights abuses wherever they take place. Her award-winning reporting about the United Nations, and in particular the work of the Human Rights Council, was invaluable during the decades Lisa worked in Geneva. We all shall miss her unique voice and her probing style. I offer my and my team's sincere condolences to her family and to her friends. May her memory be a blessing. Thank you very much. I also want to take this opportunity to thank you very sincerely, the members of the media. As you know, the publicity the Council brings to the world on issues of human rights is key. The inclusiveness of the Council is one of its strengths. But you, members of the media, through your interest, through your reporting, you essentially contribute to that. And I want to take this opportunity, my first encounter with you in this capacity as President of the Human Rights Council, to thank you very much for that, and to express also that we are fully aware of how difficult your task has become in recent years. I also want to say that I'm very thankful to those who elected me to this position. I believe it reflects confidence not just in me, but certainly also in Switzerland as a member country. You probably know that about 20 years ago, Switzerland played a very active role in the design of the Human Rights Council, and since its creation, Switzerland contributed to making it a strong and effective forum for promoting and protecting human rights everywhere in the world. Now, before turning to the 58th session, allow me to say a few words on my priorities for this year, 2025, this year of my presidency. These priorities will include, and that's really the main mandate of the President of the Human Rights Council, the smooth operation of the Council. Of course, we do this with the help of the Secretariat. The President has a small office. Some of the members of the office are here, four colleagues, in fact, and then we do this, of course, with the help of the Secretariat. Beyond that, I will also very much focus on what I call reclaiming some of the diplomatic space. I can maybe say a few words later what I mean, but it essentially means that I feel, not least during the COVID experience, when we were forced to withdraw and instead of negotiating.
All right, so it does appear we are having a connection issue, as you can see on your screen, with the United Nations. What we're going to do is go away for a 2-minute break. We will come back, regroup, and more news on the other side. Stay with us. And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. Do have a number of live looks I did want to give you across the country this morning. This is a shot there. It has panned in, but before we brought it to you, it was a wider shot as we are awaiting to see President Donald Trump arriving at Mar-a-Lago, hopefully here very shortly. He did just leave the airport moments ago. Now you can get that broader look there of the security as we are awaiting him to arrive. Again, this is all for this Saudi-backed FII Institute's Priority Summit, where the president will be speaking tonight. So a little bit later today, he is going to travel from Mar-a-Lago to the Trump Doral Resort, eventually going to head to Miami Beach to attend this conference. It does look like maybe his motorcade is going to be arriving here shortly. I do want to leave up the shot. You can see the photographer waving his hand. It looks like President Trump has arrived. And again, this is all going to be him heading out to Miami Beach later tonight to speak at this summit. After the summit, he will be heading back to Washington, D.C. I do want to turn up the sound here, though, and listen in to see what we can hear. All right, so can't really hear anything except some ambient noise. Same with that airport shot we did bring you before the break of President Trump landing. But again, just wanted to give you that live look as we do see him now arriving at Mar-a-Lago. What I did want to do is, before the break, we did have that tech issue with the United Nations. However, it does appear now that that is working. So what I do want to do is head back over there as they were talking about a range of issues, one of them being global economic issues. Let's head over there and listen in. If another issue does arise, we will pivot to more news.
Your engagement with the session, I have a copy here of the famous A to Z guide. I hope it will prove useful to you, although I realize most of you are very, very familiar with the Council and its proceedings. There is a visual directories with the who's of who's. There is the SCED application. And there's a newsletter of the Human Rights Council, of course, for those who still haven't signed up to it. Please do. I read it with great interest. And if you have any specific questions, the Secretariat is always here to help you out. I will, as I've done in my other role as a Swiss ambassador, always have an open door. As I said in the beginning, your work is extremely important to us. I will do my best to be available with my team to make your work as easy as possible, so you're able to spread the good word about the good work of the Council out there. Thank you very much, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, Ambassador. We will take questions in English and French, the two working language of the UN Press Corps in Geneva. So we'll start with questions in the room, if there's any. Agnès Pedrejo, Agence France Presse.
Oui, bonjour, merci de prendre ma question et d'organiser cette conférence. Je vais poser la question en français. Je voulais poser une question concernant le gel américain de l'aide. Je voulais savoir comment est-ce que le budget du Conseil va être affecté par ce gel. Que représentent les États-Unis dans le budget global? Et puis, quel va être l'impact sur les activités, que ce soit des experts, des rapporteurs, des diverses commissions? Voilà, qu'est-ce que vous pouvez nous dire à ce sujet et qu'est-ce que vous allez faire?
All right, so it does appear they are asking questions in French. So what we did want to do is just show you some of the other live events set to start here. I do want to head back to this live event, before we do that, though. And again, this was President Trump moments ago arriving at the Doral Resort in where he is going to be traveling to Miami Beach a little bit later tonight to speak at this Saudi-backed summit. So keeping an eye on that for you. If we do get remarks from the president a little bit later tonight as well, we will bring those to you. I also did want to talk about another live event happening today on Capitol Hill. We were just getting a shot in of inside, but that has since gone out. So giving you a live look right now at the U.S. Capitol, but we are going to be bringing you the coverage here in just a short amount of time, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. The hearings to examine the nomination of former U.S. Rep. Lori Chavez DeRemer to be Secretary of State. So she was a Republican U.S. House member from Oregon, narrowly losing her reelection bid in November, but had received strong backing from union members in her district. So again, she is a pro-union Republican going before the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions today for a confirmation hearing to be the next Secretary of Labor. Again, set to start here at 10 a.m. And these have been starting on time when we have brought you these confirmation hearings. So we're just waiting for that shot to come up. But something to note here is that she already does have a Republican who is saying he's going to oppose her. So that is Senator Rand Paul, who is also a member of HELP. The Protecting the Right to Organize Act is a piece of legislation designed to protect union workers. It was introduced in Congress several years ago. It would effectively kill state-level laws that prohibit employers and unions from requiring workers to pay union dues as a condition of their employment. Republicans have traditionally supported such right-to-work laws, and many have opposed the PRO Act for that reason. As the night before the confirmation hearing last night, Paul was still planning to oppose Trump's pick for this position. If Paul chooses to vote no or abstain from voting at the committee level, her nomination could fail to get a majority of yes votes or end up tied. However, it could still be reported and scheduled for a floor vote without a favorable recommendation from the committee. In that case, she would need to get 60 votes in the full Senate to move on to confirmation. So again, that's set to start here within the next 20 minutes or so, and we will bring it to you once it does start. We are going to go away for another 2-minute break. On the other side, more news. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I did want to remind you that in about 20 minutes or so, we are going to get the nomination hearing for former U.S. Rep. Lori Chavez DeRemer to be Secretary of Labor. That is President Donald Trump's pick for that position, set to start at 10 a.m. as you're taking a live look at the United States Capitol in Washington, D.C. this morning. Once that does kick off, that will be our priority coverage, and we will be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, it does appear the French portion of the United Nations discussion has concluded. It is now back in English, so I did want to pivot back over there and listen in.
I was going to ask about the United States and Israel, but you already answered, so I'm going to ask about Argentina. They say they are considering to quit the Human Rights Council. Are they in talks with you in this regard? Are they going to participate finally in the session? Thank you.
I haven't heard anything specific. Again, the only thing I can say, I would encourage all countries to really be here and participate.
Une prochaine question de Catherine Fiancan de France 24, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, bonjour, merci beaucoup d'être ici avec nous. Ma question est relative à la RDC. Vous avez eu une session extraordinaire qui s'est tenue le 6 février dernier, si ma mémoire est bonne, et j'aimerais savoir de quelle manière la RDC va être certainement un des sujets phares au niveau du continent africain qui va être discuté durant le Conseil. Peut-être aussi vous pourriez nous dire quelques mots sur la situation au Soudan. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup. En effet, il y a un suivi à la session spéciale. Vous vous rappelez, la session spéciale a décidé de mettre en place un mécanisme d'investigation. Il y aura des rapports, des discussions à faire pendant cette session, la 58e session. Il y a aussi des discussions, des rapports à considérer sur la situation au Soudan du Sud.
All right, so you can hear they are back in the French portion again, but we are just going to sit on this for one more minute to see if we can get the English back there.
Ma collègue, est-ce que les mécanismes d'investigation comme celui de la RDC, vous n'aurez pas de problème financier pour mettre ces choses en place?
C'est pas exclu que des coupures des fonds, des liquidités, des ressources vis-à-vis de l'ONU auront un impact sur la mise en œuvre des décisions du Conseil, y compris les mandats. Mais je ne peux pas vous dire s'il y a des effets particuliers sur tel et tel mandat. Pour le moment, pour cette année, je n'ai pas d'informations. C'est une discussion à avoir.
Okay, so it does appear this is going to be in French for quite some time. So I just did want to quickly recap with you what we have going on here today. Gonna give you a live look right now at this other image that has just come into our newsroom. This is going to be French President Emmanuel Macron as he's welcoming leaders from Canada, Norway, Lithuania, Estonia, Latvia, and the Czech Republic. Oh, and that shot just went out on us. So what I am going to do, we're having some of the shots go out on us today, and that's okay because this is live TV and this is what happens. So taking you back out to the nation's capital right now as we are awaiting here again for this nomination hearing to begin for former U.S. Representative Lori Chavez DeRemer to be the Secretary of Labor. We are just awaiting for that shot to come into us, and we are going to bring that to you once it does begin. It does look like that other shot I was just showing you, though, has popped back up. So let's head back to it because I do want to tell you what we are keeping an eye on. French President Emmanuel Macron is welcoming leaders from several different countries to meet there for a second meeting on security and the Ukraine conflict. And of course, we have been bringing you these discussions from leaders across the world as these peace talks do continue to try to find some resolution between the Russia-Ukraine war. And all this coming after Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky accused President Donald Trump today of living in a Russian-made, quote, disinformation space, pointing comments that risk further sourcing relations with Washington as the as Trump pushes for an end to this war. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin saying he would like to meet with Trump a day after senior American and Russian officials held talks that were partially aimed at preparing for that. Zelensky is saying he would, quote, like Trump's team to be more truthful in his first response to a series of claims that the U.S. President Trump made the previous day, including suggesting that Kyiv was to blame for the war, which is entering its 4th year next week. Keeping an eye on that for you here on Live Now from Fox. I did also want to talk about some winter weather, and I am looking to see if we do have a shot of that up right now. Looks like we do not, but until we do get a shot. It looks like we do right now. Okay, and that just switched on your screen. So I do want to talk about some winter weather because the next wave of storms is taking aim at the East Coast. The latest in a long line of these storms now heading there. It's threatening to dump heavy snow and some ice in several states, and we have already seen several states that have been hit by storms as well as flooding, because we did hear from the Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear yesterday speaking about this incoming winter weather on the heels of flooding that they saw over the weekend. So here's the latest in terms of the storm as you're taking a live look right now at Boone, North Carolina, which, as you remember, was hit by Hurricane Helene. A storm that dropped snow in the Midwest was spreading across the Tennessee and Ohio valleys today, bringing more misery, really, to some of these places, just starting to clean up from those weekend floods that I just mentioned. And I do have some numbers for you. Up to 10 inches of snow was possible along the Atlantic coast in Virginia, and significant ice accumulations were forecast in eastern North Carolina. That's all according this morning to the National Weather Service. Elsewhere, a polar vortex took over from Montana to southern Texas as well. So we've been checking in here with our Fox weather team. We did just a bit earlier this morning as we've been seeing that snow coming down. And as I just said, you are taking a look at Boone, North Carolina right now. And Governor Josh Stein, he declared a state of emergency yesterday in anticipation of today's ice and snow mix. We are keeping an eye here to see if we are going to get any more updates. And I am just told by my producer that Beshear, Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear, will be giving an update coming very shortly here. So once we do see that pop up as well, we will bring it to you. One other state we did hear from yesterday was Virginia. Governor Glenn Youngkin, he spoke as well. And he said that the National Guard and state agencies have been called to assist the local governments. Both Stein and Youngkin asked drivers to stay off the roads, of course, as this can get pretty dangerous, and they do want to be able to clear those roads for you if you are living in those states. I do want to go away for a 2-minute break as we do await a couple live events to start here very shortly. This is our final break of the hour. On the other side, more news to get to. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino, and we do have a number of live events set to start here shortly. This is going to be a Senate hearing centering around children's safety in the digital era, focusing on strengthening protections and addressing legal gaps. That's set to start here at 10 a.m. That's when that is slated for. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. Again, out of Washington, D.C., as I've been saying, we are keeping an eye on the confirmation hearing for Lori Chavez DeRemer for Secretary of Labor, President Donald Trump's pick. And what you should know about her is that she is very pro-union. She endorsed legislation that would allow more workers to conduct organizing campaigns, penalize companies that violate workers' rights, and weaken right-to-work laws. Set to start again at 10 a.m., but we've got a lot of news we're following. I do want to give you this look right now. This is the slate that we do have up as we're set to hear shortly from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear this coming as these winter storms are affecting many states. You heard me talking about it before the break, just all the snow that has hit these certain states, and now it is heading towards the East Coast. So we are going to hear from the governor here shortly, and I do want to just give you a live look out of Lexington, Kentucky right now. As you can see how much snow has accumulated there, and it is still continuing to fall. And some other facts here, if you do live on the East Coast, what you should know is that Norfolk, Virginia could see the biggest snowstorm since 2018. Again, we did hear from Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin yesterday as he was discussing the state's preparations for this. This heavy snow is expected to impact travel in the mid-Atlantic as well. We've been hearing from these officials saying, please stay off the roads so they are able to treat them. Obviously, it's not very safe to be out there if you are planning to travel. And the snow is adding insult to injury, really, across the Tennessee Valley, as that region is continuing to recover in the wake of deadly flooding. And that was another thing we heard Governor Beshear speaking about yesterday. All of this snow, all of this preparation for this snow coming after they're trying to recover from a weekend of that flooding as well. So again, lots to watch here as we do await some of these events to start. They are all slated to start here in just moments, about 4 minutes from now, 10 a.m. Eastern time. So what I am going to do is head back to the United Nations as they're having a conversation on global economy. And we've been dipping in and out of this because at some portions it does switch out of English. However, we have found a portion that is in English. So I do want to head back to that, listen into that discussion. I am going to put up some boxes for you so you can keep an eye on all these live events set to start here shortly.
Daily. Thank you, Mr. Pascal. Thank you, Mr. Lauber. If I'm right, this very evening, Mr. Lauber, you would be delivering a speech in the building nearby Maison de la Paix on the issue of the politicization of the HRC. I'm not absolutely right. So on behalf of all the journalists who will not have the luxury of attending this evening session, may I ask you to kindly do us a favor by giving us a teaser about what you're going to say, and what's your take on this issue against the background of the priority, you say, of encouraging the diplomats of more engagement? Thanks.
For those who attend, I thought it was a public event. Actually, it's the opening of the semester at the Geneva Academy, and they kindly invited me and gave me an opportunity to speak about an issue that has intrigued me for a long time: this tension of is the council mostly a legal body, a body of law, or is it a political body? And again, please don't publish before tonight, or else they're not coming. But it will give me an opportunity to make a plea also. On the one hand, I think some of the instruments and some part of the mandate have clear elements or normative and monitoring elements. So the Council has the possibility to influence the development on the normative side of human rights, and it also has the mandate to monitor the implementation of human rights. However, the Council doesn't have the power to make legally binding decisions. It doesn't have treaty-making power, and it also doesn't have the power to impose or sanction violations of human rights. I also have come to the conclusion long ago that, of course, and I'm sure you agree, the Council is essentially a political body through its composition, through the way we elect members, through the way debates are held. I don't think that's a problem. I don't think it's a disadvantage. And I said it here already, in the power of public awareness, of publicity, and in the power of debate. The strength of the Council precisely is to shed the light on concerns, on developments that we should address because human rights are a danger or not sufficiently respected, or there are developments out there that need a response in how we think about human rights. And I very much believe in the power of public debate, that the people come together, exchange ideas, on the one hand, really try to find, to come together, common ground, but also are ready to disagree, respect each other, listen to each other, because disagreement over time will lead to progress. That's what I believe are the strength of the Council. And that's some of the things I will try to bring across tonight, motivating the students that are there, the future diplomats, the future activists, the future politicians, to engage on issues of human rights and to engage with the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a question from Robin Millard from AFP online.
Just on the United States again. The United States was always a big player in the Council, whether they were a member or an observer. So could you say a little bit more about some of the things that the United States brought to the Council, things that will now be missed now that they're not going
to come, be active, engage, bring their points of view, bring their concerns, bring their priorities, and participate in the discussion.
Dorian Burkhalter, Suisse Info.
Oui, merci pour le briefing. Je voulais juste revenir sur la question du financement, des liquidités.
All right, so they have entered the French portion again. However, we are getting that live event from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear as he is speaking on the winter weather storm that is hitting the state. Let's listen in.
Seen and the weather that is to come. We are experiencing a snowstorm on top of a flooding event. We want to make sure that everyone has the information that they need to stay safe. Let's put up the first slide. As of early this morning, some parts of our state had received 4+ inches. That's not the slide. The first one was the snowfall range that we have seen thus far. Here it is. We had one part of our state that received 8 inches of snow, Western Kentucky getting a significant amount, some parts with 6, plus here on the ground in Frankfurt about 2 to 3, so right in line with the projections. Thankfully for parts of the state, it's not the highest part. Just getting reports directly from county judges in eastern Kentucky, the snowstorm is significant enough there where we're not able to get a number of vehicles out on the roads, so that's going to delay some of the road openings in counties, but we want to make sure that everyone is safe as we get through these storms. The next slide is the expected amount as we move through this first part of the snowfall and into what we expect for later in the day. Much smaller amount that is coming tonight, but still a little bit of an accumulation. This first burst is passing through. We're going to get a number of hours of skies without snow, but then we're going to see more. And the challenge here is the hardest hit areas of the flood could get another 3 to 4 inches tonight. If the snow wasn't tough enough,
It's cold right now. It's going to get dangerously cold tonight and into tomorrow. So if we can show tonight's minimum temperature, again, getting down in the teens or the single digits in a number of parts of Kentucky, a little bit warmer, thankfully, in the east, it looks like, but the wind chills across much of Kentucky is going to be in the single digits or the negatives. So we'll talk about in a minute. People have done a great job getting power back up and on, but if you can't safely heat your home, call friends, call family, go stay with them, or contact one of your local shelters. We will find a place for you to stay, but it is going to be dangerously cold tonight going into tomorrow. And then Friday's going to be really cold too. So this is really 2 days of very concerning low temperatures. It's also going to complicate our work on the roads, make it a little bit tougher, especially on ice. So you should expect, especially early in the mornings, for icy travel conditions Thursday and Friday. I will say our transportation cabinet is doing a great job in the midst of this to get roads as clear as we can. Couple things that people need to keep in mind. After the last big snowstorm, that ice sandwich that we had, we lost 4 to 5 people through cardiac arrest while shoveling snow. So we want to message this. It might not seem like there's a lot out there, but we don't want to lose anybody in the cleanup part. So take it slow, take breaks, make sure that you're getting a lot of fluids, lift with your legs. Now that we know that we're losing a number of people through this, we just want to make sure that everybody is taking care of themselves. The extra piece, I want to make sure I say it again today, is do not drive around barriers. They are up in our counties where roads are still flooded. I think we had a number of rescues yesterday, almost all of them were people driving around barriers. You drive around the barrier, your car gets swept away. It threatens your life, but it also threatens the life of every person out there trying to rescue you in these really cold conditions. So please, for your own safety and for everybody else's safety, do not go around barricades. All right, in this snow event, state highway crews are in all counties.
All right, that was a live remark there from Kentucky Governor Andy Beshear after the state is seeing a lot of winter weather. I am giving you a live look right now at Lexington, Kentucky, but we do want to pivot right now to our primary coverage as we head back to Capitol Hill for the hearing, the nomination hearing for Lori Chavez DeRemer, former U.S. House member, for the position of Secretary of Labor. Let's listen in here.
Not be ambiguous about it, but stand up for the working families of our country. We need a labor secretary who understands that we must raise the minimum wage. Now, $7.25 federal minimum wage. Anybody think that anywhere in America can live on $7.25 an hour? We need a labor secretary who will work each and every day to make it easier, not harder, for workers to exercise their constitutional right to form a union and collectively bargain for better wages, benefits, and working conditions. We need a labor secretary who understands that we must end once and for all the disastrous right to work laws in 28 states by repealing Section 14B of Taft-Hartley. We need a labor secretary who understands that we must end the international embarrassment of America being the only major country on earth that does not guarantee paid family and medical leave or paid sick days. Imagine that. Only major country on earth doesn't guarantee paid family medical leave. We need a labor secretary who understands that it's unacceptable that women are earning 75 cents on the dollar compared to men. So, Mrs. Chavez DeRemer, I have reviewed your record, and in many respects, especially given the nature of the nominees that Mr. Trump has brought forth, it is very good. You were one of the few Republican members of Congress who co-sponsored the PRO Act and the Public Service Freedom to Negotiate Act to make it easier for workers to form unions. You have been a defender of union apprenticeship programs, and you have fought to expand the concept of employee ownership, something that I feel very strongly about. Many unions, as the chairman mentioned, have come out in support of your nomination. and that is an interesting development. I have spoken with you, and I've spoken with union leaders who support your nomination. But here is my concern. If you are confirmed, you will not only be in charge of enforcing more than 180 labor laws that are on the books today, you will be the president's chief labor advisor. That's what you'll be. When it comes to labor policy, you will have to make a choice. Will you be a rubber stamp for the anti-worker agenda of Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and other multi-billionaires who are blatantly anti-union? They don't make any bones about it. Or will you stand with working families all over the country? So that is really the main issue. It's not just your record. This is a very unusual administration. In my view, we are moving toward an authoritarian society where one person has enormous power. Will you have the courage to say, Mr. President, that's unconstitutional, that's wrong, I will not stand with you? So with that, I look forward to hearing what you have to say, and thanks for being with us.
And now to introduce the nominee, Senator Mullen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And before I read the opening statement, I just want to point out the unique coalition that President Trump has built here. If you take Tulsi Gabbard or Bobby Kennedy and now Lori, you know, the last time Sean and I was in this room together, obviously we had our differences. And Bernie, I think you remember that well. But somehow we were able to put our differences beside because President Trump asked us to. And when the words come up, like Biden administration was the most pro-union labor person in 50 years, you got to remind yourself, he also lost the labor vote by 59% because it wasn't working. But President Trump brings something unique to the table as he's built a coalition, and Lori represents that. Lori represents someone that is uniquely positioned to bring people like Sean and I, who presented Lori to President Trump and said, this is someone that we can work together with. And I would hope that you would set your biased opinions to the side and understand that this is a negotiation between two fractions of the party that is saying we're willing to work together. Employees don't exist without employers, and companies don't exist without employees. And I recognize that as much as anybody. And there is a position where we can be at, that we can find a negotiated agreement where we can set some differences aside, like the PRO Act. I think my position on that has been very, very, very clear. Oklahoma is a right-to-work state, but unions also thrive there. And at the same time, we can find common ground. Lori represents that. And so regardless of what you might think about the president, understand that this is someone that everybody should represent and should respect. If you're looking for a bipartisan, independent thinker that's going to represent the union that you want, Mr. Sanders, to say that you represent, when you understand that you have a president that's representing the Republican Party but also won the popular vote, you would think this is someone that you would be very happy with. Because she is directly, uniquely positioned in the center. And I truly say that from a position that I've had to move a long ways. And if I can move, and if Sean and I can move and come together on this, then that, if nothing else, should set some type of an example. Even though I do joke with my new friend over here, which I had the mic and he can't defend himself here, that if we were in a relationship, I'd be the man in the relationship. He adamantly denies that. But I say that because now we're friends enough that we can make fun of each other, and at the same time, we can work together. And so I want to read my statement, but what I've covered is pretty clear, and I wanted to say that from my heart. So, Chairman Cassidy, thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts and support on the nomination for Lori to be Secretary of Labor. As the Senate has gone through the advised consent process of confirming President Trump's nominee, things have gotten increasingly partisan and contentious. But one thing that both sides of the aisle agree on is supporting working class Americans that power our country's economy. No company can survive without employees, and no employee is hired without a company. It takes both sides to be in a boat, rowing together in the same direction to be successful. I'm only moderately successful because I've been very fortunate to have employees that was willing to get in a boat with me and row in the same direction. With Lori's unique background as a small business owner, public servant, and through her relationship with union leaders, she has the ability to bridge the gap between businesses and workers. Lori's nomination reflects a historic coalition of working class Americans and elected President Trump to a second term in the White House. As a member of Congress, she often worked across the aisle in her efforts to support this cause. One of those issues is the PRO Act, as has been mentioned a couple times. I know that'll come up in conversation today. I get it, Oklahoma is a proud right to work state. And yet, we still support Lori. But as both sides of the table can continue to work together for hardworking Americans who have been struggling to put food on the table and to create better opportunities for themselves, their children, and their grandchildren. I don't think we have to look any farther than understanding Lori as an independent, nonpartisan perspective who will always keep the workforce the top of mind. And I would really encourage all of you to take a hard look, just like my good friend Sean and I have done. So with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Senator Mullen. Representative Chavez de Rimmer, you have a statement, and I think you're going to, along the way, introduce your family.
Chairman Cassidy, Ranking Member Sanders, and members of the committee. It is an honor to appear before you as President Trump's nominee to lead the Department of Labor. My discussions with many of you have been insightful and inspiring, reinforcing my commitment to serve our nation's workforce. Under President Trump's bold leadership following his historic November victory, I am uniquely prepared to lead this department with resolve and purpose. Before I begin, I want to take a moment to honor the incredible people who have supported me throughout my 24-year journey in public service. My parents, who became ardent fans of C-SPAN when I entered Congress, are here today offering their unwavering support. My twin daughters, Emily and Annie. Emily was here last week, and I know with the postponement, but she couldn't come back. She's 36 weeks pregnant, lives in Michigan, and her doctor said no more flying. So, Emily, I know you're watching, and I know you support me here today. And Annie, one's a Democrat and one's a Republican, and they have been my steadfast defenders, teaching me patience and the value of an open mind. And finally, my loving husband, Sean, my high school sweetheart, who has stood by my side through every triumph and challenge. To all of you, thank you. Thank you for your boundless love and encouragement. I also want to thank the labor and business communities that are here in the audience today, because they support President Trump's vision for the American worker. I am deeply grateful to President Trump for this extraordinary opportunity to serve as the Secretary of Labor. It is both humbling and a call to action that I do not take lightly. In 2024, our nation witnessed the single greatest political achievement of our time. President Trump has united a new coalition of working-class Americans like never before, with 59.6% of Teamsters backing him, historic support from African-American and Latino voters, and record-breaking turnout in once solid blue cities and states. Americans are speaking loud and clear. They are calling for action, progress, and leadership that puts the American worker first. Like many Americans, my journey is rooted in my values instilled by my father and mother. My father, a proud Teamster who worked tirelessly for over 30 years. The fair pay and benefits he received ensured our family's stability and security. From his example, I learned the transformative power of hard work and determination, propelling me to become the first in my family to graduate from college with a degree in business administration. Later, after supporting my husband through medical school, we built our own small business. For 2 decades, we successfully navigated the challenges faced by employers, from complex labor regulations to workforce shortages and rising costs. These experiences have given me invaluable insights into the struggles and triumphs of American business owners. Insights I carried with me as mayor of one of the fastest growing Oregon communities and later as a member of Congress. In every role, my priority has been clear: to fight for the American worker and the business that drive our economy. Our current economic landscape has changed dramatically since my father worked in a creamery, demanding bold action and real change. In the last 4 years, prices have risen, wages have fallen, and 78% of Americans do not feel confident that their children will lead better lives. We have also seen major companies like Hino Motors, General Motors, Ford, and Stellantis have accelerated layoffs at facilities across the country. To rebuild confidence and strengthen our workforce, we must invest in educational pathways beyond the traditional 4-year degree, ensuring that every American worker has access to the skills and training for long-term success. Part of that effort requires honest discussion about our labor policies. I know there has been a lot of conversation about my support of the PRO Act. Like President Trump, I believe our labor laws need to be updated and modernized to reflect today's workforce and the business environment. As a member of Congress, the PRO Act was the bill to have those conversations. Conversations that matter deeply to the people of Oregon's 5th Congressional District. I recognize that that bill was imperfect, and I also recognize that I am no longer representing Oregon as a lawmaker. If confirmed, my job will be to implement President Trump's policy vision, and my guiding principle will be President Trump's guiding principle, ensuring a level playing field for businesses, unions, and most importantly, the American worker. I also know that we will not always agree, but I promise there will never be surprises. My door will always be open, and I will never put my thumb on the scale. That commitment extends to the work ahead of the Department of Labor, which stands at a crossroads with a vital role in shaping a strong and resilient economy. As we confront these challenges, I know that everyone in this room shares the same goal: an economy where every American has the opportunity to thrive through good wages, safe working conditions, and a secure retirement. My record of collaboration demonstrates a shared belief that under President Trump's leadership, we can deliver real solutions. Putting American workers first is not just a vision, but a promise to fight for every working mom, single dad, small business owner, and every American striving for their fair shot at the American dream. If I have the privilege of being confirmed, I look forward to working with each of you to solve the challenges facing our country. Together, we can shape our economy that uplifts every American. I thank you. I thank this committee, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. I'll begin. First question: the Protecting the Right to Organize Act, or the PRO Act, is a significant and controversial piece of legislation Democrats have championed for years. And it's not pro-worker, it's pro-big union. To my mind, being pro-worker means defending the right of all workers, including those who decide they don't want to join a union. Now, you co-sponsored the PRO Act as a member of Congress. Yes or no, do you still support the PRO Act?
Thank you, Chairman Cassidy. It was great to visit with you. I know how important this issue is to you, and as it was said today, I recognize that I'm no longer the lawmaker, and I do not believe that the Secretary of Labor should write the laws. It will be up to Congress to write those laws and to work together. What I believe is that the American worker deserves to be paid attention to. That was President Trump and I's conversation in supporting the American worker, how important that is. I will not be that lawmaker anymore, but I was working for Oregon's 5th Congressional District and representing that. I wanted to be at that table. I never want to be left out of a conversation where we can talk about the American worker and how important that is. And I respect the right of the right to work states, and I have said that the bill was imperfect. I understand that, and I'm no longer the lawmaker.
Okay. Now, the PRO Act, just to continue on that, would significantly impact franchisees and small businesses by increasing corporate control of the operations, or at least assuming that there's increased corporate control. This is yet another giveaway to large labor unions. It would make it easier to negotiate, the union to negotiate with large corporations instead of directly with the small business owner who actually employs the worker. So, question, do you believe federal law should prioritize policies that help small businesses thrive rather than imposing new regulatory hurdles which could hinder their success?
Senator, it's important for recognizing that the president's goal is to uplift all business owners and uplift all American workers. Understanding the franchise business model is important to the American workforce. I supported the overturning of the NLRB rule on joint employer to support the franchise business model and supported the president in this. And I align that this is important to grow this economy and recognize the flexibility in people choosing where they want to do business.
So by that, am I to take that you would commit to reexamining DOL's joint employer guidance to provide small businesses with a clear roadmap on the issue?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Certainly, if confirmed, I'll be looking at all regulations and determining and looking at all of these rules and regulations, and specifically that one.
And I think the small employer wants that clear roadmap.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Next question. Approximately 27 million workers work as independent contractors, including working moms, caregivers, self-employed business owners. Now, for many, the flexibility of independent work is essential to balancing personal responsibilities and earning a living for their family. I will point out that the PRO Act tried to impose a one-size-fits-all rule, which, as was done in California, disrupted livelihoods instead of helping workers. So question, if confirmed as Secretary, will you commit to refrain from implementing any rules stripping independent contractors of flexibility they need to provide for their families and to simultaneously contribute to the American economy?
Thank you, Senator. Certainly we'll commit to understanding this. I know the president in the first administration set out that rule, and the parameters is very important to him on the flexibility of who is an independent contractor and who is an employee, and that they're properly classified. But I commit to working with you on supporting independent contractors through this process, because that flexibility is what needed. I understand, as you're mentioning in the PRO Act, but again, as I mentioned, that bill was imperfect, and these are those conversations that needed to be had, and supporting that independent contractor is key to growing this economy.
Now, supporting that independent contractor, and something I'm very interested in, is how do we provide the independent contractor with more affordable health and retirement benefits without losing that work flexibility? If you will, the employer, the person contracting with them, not an employer, would nonetheless be able to give them access to such benefits. I'm asking you if you will work with me and with our committee on legislation to make sure that the independent worker and the small business are able to get the affordable benefits available to ordinary employees at larger companies.
Yes, sir. I will commit to working with you wholeheartedly on this issue.
With that, I will yield to Chairman Sanders, the ranking member Sanders.
I'll take the chairmanship.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Cassidy. You're not the Congresswoman from Oregon anymore, right?
No, sir.
Okay. You're trying to become Secretary of Labor. Let me back up and say a word about what the PRO Act is. I'm not sure that most Americans know what it is. The reality is that in America today, labor unions have the support of some 70% of the American people. You know why? Because people understand that the big corporations and their bosses have all the power. People understand that CEOs make 300 times more than their workers. And people say, you know what, the only way we're going to get decent wages and benefits is when we organize. Millions of people want to join unions, but they can't join unions. You know why? Because corporations day after day operate in illegal ways. They break the law. They say to somebody, you were late 3 years ago. You're a pro-union. You were late 3 years. You're fired. We're going to take you into a captive audience, and for hour after hour, we're going to tell you how bad unions are. You want to join a union? Fine. You vote for a union. We're moving the plant to China. All of that stuff happens to be illegal. All of that stuff happens to be done every single day by corporate America. So let me get back to the original question. PRO Act is designed to prevent illegal behavior on the part of corporate America, on the part of employers, so that workers can make a free choice. Do you support the PRO Act?
Thank you, Ranking Member Sanders, and I appreciate the conversation. I support the American worker. President Trump.
Okay, I don't mean to be rude.
No, you're
we don't
not
have
rude.
a lot of time. I'm gathering that you no longer support the PRO Act, is what I hear. That you support the American worker. That's what everybody here will say. Ms. Chavez, Dreamer, in 2021, President Biden signed the Butch-Lewis Act that prevented the earned pension benefits of some 2 million union workers and retirees from being cut by up to 65%. There are people in Congress who want to undo that enormously important legislation. What do you feel about the Butch-Lewis Act?
I support the Butch-Lewis Act in protecting their retirements.
And you will go to the wall, to go to the mat supporting it?
I do support protecting people's retirements.
Federal minimum wage is $7.25. State after state has voted to raise the minimum wage. Somehow we can't do it here in Washington. 20 million workers are making less than $15 an hour. Do you support raising the minimum wage to a living wage?
Ranking Member Sanders, you know that that is an issue for Congress to determine and raising the minimum wage. As the Secretary of Labor, I cannot weigh in on that. That's determined by Congress if they want to negotiate that. I will fully and fairly enforce the law as a Labor Secretary if you all so choose, and give you whatever data possible to make that decision as members of Congress.
Well, I understand that Congress makes the law, but you have an opinion, and you will be the leading advocate for workers if you are confirmed. Question, if you were sitting where I'm sitting, would you vote to raise the minimum wage to a living wage?
Well, I'm not sitting where you're sitting hypothetically. I used to, but not any longer. But I do recognize that the minimum wage hasn't been raised since 2009, and the cost of living has gone up. But again, I cannot sit here and determine what that wage will be fully and fairly. I will enforce the law, but it will be up to Congress to determine, because that is not in the purview of the Secretary of Labor. For instance, in Oregon, I know that in Portland, Oregon, that the minimum wage is almost $16 an hour, and that might work for Portland, but that's not going to work for Grants Pass, Oregon. And I know that local communities, states determine what's best for their economy. What we don't want to do is shock the economy. But again, sitting here today, I cannot determine as Secretary of Labor if it should be.
Ms. Chavez-Dreamer, in his second week in office, President Trump fired Gwynne Wilcox, a member of the National Labor Relations Board, leaving the NLRB without a quorum. And what that means right now, that if workers form a union, vote to form a union, and the company says, well, I think that was illegal, it's unfair, you can slow up the process because there's nobody to go to. Do you believe that the firing of Ms. Wilcox was illegal, which I do?
President Trump has a right to exercise his executive power, how he sees in consultation with.
Are you concerned that we do
team.
not have a functioning NLRB right now?
The NLRB is separate from the Department of Labor, but I do believe that the function of the NLRB is important, and I will always take that into consideration doing my job.
Are you concerned that we do not have a functioning NLRB now?
Well, again, I have not been read in with President Trump, but he has a right to exercise his executive power, and I do believe the NLRB has an important role, independent of the Department of Labor, and I respect their position as an independent agency.
Thank you.
Senator Paul.
Welcome. I
Thank
enjoyed
you.
our meeting in our office, and I know you're aware of this, but about half the country has right-to-work laws. 26 states have them. When you compare right-to-work states with non-right-to-work states, you see that the right-to-work states have double the employment growth. If you look at manufacturing jobs, they have 5 times the manufacturing job growth. If you look at disposable income in the right-to-work states, about $3,000 more per individual for disposable income in the right-to-work states. The PRO Act wasn't just about organizing or enabling unions to organize, which they already have the right to do. The PRO Act was about overturning right-to-work laws in 26 states, half of the country. Most of these states would argue that this would be a horrendous invasion of their prerogatives. The chairman asked you, and then the ranking member asked you, do you still support the PRO Act? The reason we want to know is this is a tremendous sort of invasion of the state's rights to decide these. This would be overturning the right to work laws in half of the country. Do you still support the PRO Act or don't you support the PRO Act?
Thank you, Senator Paul, and I appreciated our meeting as well. I thought it was quite what you shared with me is how important it is to you and your state, and I heard that from many members. The right to work is a fundamental tenet of labor laws, where states have a right to choose if they want to be a right to work state, and that should be protected.
PRO Act would have overturned that.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I signed on to the PRO Act because I was representing Oregon's 5th District, but I also signed on to the PRO Act because I wanted to be at that table and have those conversations. But I fully, fairly, and support states who want to protect their right to work. I have said that to every senator that I have visited
So you
with.
no longer support the aspect of the PRO Act that would have overturned state right to work laws?
Yeah, there were so many parts.
That's a yes?
Yes, yes, sir.
No more questions.
Thank you, Senator.
With that, I go to Senator Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Congresswoman Chavez-DeRemire, welcome.
Thank you, Senator.
The Trump administration is flagrantly violating the bipartisan agreements in our appropriations law by refusing to spend money that Congress in a bipartisan manner has passed for the American people. I've been hearing about it in my home state of Washington. I heard from an organization in Edmonds about whether or not it'll now be able to provide support for our veterans who are seeking educational and employment opportunities as they transition to civilian life. I heard from a workforce training program that operates statewide about whether they'll now be able to continue to pair workers with employers in the grocery industry. You should know that the chaos surrounding these funding freezes is causing real damage to people's lives. So I want to know, will you commit to following appropriations laws and the Impoundment Control Act?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. I know we talked about this in your office as ranking member of appropriations, and I do respect the Appropriations Committee. As a former member of Congress, I think everyone in this room who's ever sat behind that dais can understand that. Again, the President of the United States has the power to determine what he's going to do through his executive power. I have not been confirmed. I have not been read into all that.
I'm asking you, will you follow the law?
I will always follow the law and the Constitution.
There is an Impoundment Control Act. Will you follow that law?
I will follow the law and the Constitution.
If you receive a directive to violate appropriations laws and withhold funding for workers, what will you do?
I do not believe the president is going to ask me to break the law, 100%.
We have seen that across the board since he was put into office, where he is violating that law. So you will likely be asked, what will you do?
Well, it's a hypothetical. I have not talked to the president on this issue, and I do not believe—
So you won't commit to following the law if the president tells you to violate it?
I will commit to following the law, and I do not believe the president would ever ask me to break the law.
Well, okay. Last week, Elon Musk's Doge team came to the Department of Labor and got access to the department's sensitive information system. Musk's companies have, as you must know, been repeatedly accused of violating labor laws, including workplace safety laws, discrimination laws, and wage and hour laws. In fact, OSHA has investigated Tesla and SpaceX. Now Elon can access those investigations about his companies because he's gone in and gotten those records. He can also access sensitive market-moving data created by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That gives him tremendous power to manipulate quarterly jobs numbers and other important economic data, to say nothing of raising potential insider trading concerns. Just to make this abundantly clear, Elon Musk is now in a position to use his unelected role to use confidential government data to advance his own corporate interests while suppressing his competitors. Do you believe it is appropriate for someone with such blatant conflicts of interest to have access to those confidential economic and personal information?
Thank you, Senator Murray. If I have the honor of being confirmed by this committee and the full Senate, then I will have the opportunity. I have not stepped foot into the Department of Labor. And I understand.
Well, my question
I
to you is,
understand-
will you protect the private information of people whose records you will be overseeing? Will you allow anyone, a billionaire or anyone else, to come in and access that?
Again, because I have not been confirmed. I only see the reports that everybody else has seen. I have not been read into that. If confirmed, I will, if confirmed.
You're not answering the question.
If confirmed, I will support the Department of Labor. I think it's important to support the Department of Labor, but I have not been.
Will you support the private information that you will be overseeing? Will you protect that?
I would protect the private information. On this issue, I have not been privy to those conversations with the president. I have seen that, and if confirmed, I commit to you that I will always protect the Department of Labor and those issues.
Well, let me ask you about child labor. It's an area that I've been very worried about, the rise of child labor violations. The Wage and Hour Division at the department has actually seen a 31% increase in minors employed in violation of child labor laws since 2019. In the last administration, the Wage and Hour Division at DOL and the Solicitor's Office worked really hard to secure some really important victories against some really egregious violators. How will you make sure that the Wage and Hour Division and the Solicitor's Office work together to enforce our child labor laws in this country?
Well, protecting child labor is abhorrent, and nobody should stand for child labor exploitation. I will do everything in my power within the Department of Labor to double down on the safety of all American workers that are exploited, but especially child labor. And I would love to work with your office. If this is an important issue, it should be important to everybody to making sure that we protect against any child labor exploitation.
Senator Husted.
Thank you, Chairman Cassidy. And it was a pleasure to visit with you, Ms. Chavez-DeRemer, in our meeting yesterday. I appreciate you taking the time to come visit and share your views across a variety of issues. I would like to talk a little bit today. I know that everyone in this hearing has talked about how they care about the American worker and how we make the world better for them. One of the ways we do that is we do more Made in America, which I know is very important to President Trump. Another way that we can consider this in terms of earning power of the American worker is the impact that illegal immigration has had on undermining their ability to earn higher wages. And I'm just interested in your opinion about whether or not you think the influx of millions of people into this country who many of them are here illegally is undermining the earning power of the American worker.
Well, certainly we want to protect the American worker, and Made in America is important to the President of the United States. I couldn't be more proud to support the America First agenda for exactly that reason. We certainly want to make sure that we're focused on growing this economy. That is the conversation that I had with the president on how can we bring the American worker to be the pinnacle of every conversation that we have and supporting them and growing this economy. So yes, the influx of the mass immigration that we've seen over the last 4 years has hurt the American worker, and we want to make sure that we're supporting President Trump in his endeavor to support the American worker at all costs.
Great, thank you. Let's talk about another aspect of Made in America. If we're going to make more things in America and we're going to compete on price so that we don't have inflation, we're obviously going to need to create more productivity. Productivity comes from technology in the workplace. As we integrate technology in the workplace throughout time, it has always been a subject of conversation, consternation, but it is inevitable that technology will advance and we will have to compete. I would like for you to talk about your thoughts on the role of technology in the workplace, because we want to make jobs safer. We want to make them more rewarding, which technology can do. We also know that in creating productivity, it can create profits for business, and we want to make sure that the reward of that innovation is given to both the worker and the business in terms of who benefits from the introduction of that technology. Talk about the role of technology in the workplace as it relates to labor and how we do more made in America with these new innovations.
Thank you, Senator Husted. We had this conversation yesterday, and how important that you've been involved from all levels representing your states. And I've talked to many of the senators on this issue, and it is a consternation about, will that replace, the American worker? And I would say there's got to be space for both, because it's going to happen. And what we don't want is for other countries to get ahead of the game, ahead of America. So how we can work together with the American workforce, the employers and the employees, and how we can work with Congress to determine what that looks like. But if there is profitability in there and we can support the American worker, and then we can have those American workers upskilled and reskilled, and this is going to be great for America to grow that economy and then share in that profit with the employees that are supporting. I think that's the key. The president and I had a conversation specifically on building that bridge between the employer and the employee and labor and business, all of that. And if we grow this economy, we can do to bigger and better things, and everybody can live that American dream, as you mentioned. So I look forward to really diving in as the Department of Labor and giving the resources, not only to those businesses, but not only to those employees, but to members of Congress who can take this story back to their states and know that the Department of Labor, and as me as a leader, is going to work on their behalf.
And a final component of that is that many Americans can have higher paying jobs if they have the right kind of skills. They don't need to go to college. They can get there through apprenticeships. Talk about how we can expand apprenticeships and make sure that we're helping the American workforce get the skills they need to compete, be more productive, and help America win.
And one of President Trump's #1 focus is the expanded apprenticeships, is the investment in apprenticeships, making sure that we have the skilled workforce. I know as a former mayor and working with business owners and working with community colleges, that not everybody's going to get that 4-year degree. We have to pay attention that they have the skills that they need, that they can connect right to the business owners in their communities and reinforce that and not have to pick up and walk away. There's nothing that I want more than for business and employers and the education departments to work together and really have a skilled workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you, Senator.
Senator Baldwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Chavez-DeRemer, when we met, you expressed your strong support for registered apprenticeships. So I want to dig a little bit deeper on that last question you were asked. That was reassuring to hear, particularly in light of the first Trump administration's effort to fund non-registered apprenticeships, or IRAPs, as they're called. You also said that you had not yet had an opportunity to talk with the president about policy at the time we met. Have you had the opportunity to talk with the president about about registered apprenticeships? And if so, has that changed your position?
No, thank you, Senator, on that issue. It is so important on the registered apprenticeships and really investing and even doubling down on that. I know in the first administration, and I haven't talked to the president on the first administration's policies compared to now on apprenticeship from the last administration. But I think there's a lot to learn from what happened in the first administration and the successes and not successes. But right now we're focused on the registered apprenticeships, growing those, investing in those, and making sure that those are adhered to.
Thank you. I want to...
All right, and we have been listening in live to this Senate hearing for Labor Secretary nominee Lori Chavez-DeRemer, and she is President Trump's choice to lead the Department of Labor. She served as the U.S. representative for Oregon's 5th congressional district from 2023 to 2025, and she is a pro-union Republican. You could hear members of the Senate there asking her about her stance with that as well. We're going to go away for a 2-minute break. We'll head back to that on the other side. You're watching Live Now from Fox. And welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, we have been following this Senate confirmation hearing for a Labor Secretary nominee, Lori Chavez DeRemer. And you can see this code on the bottom of your screen. If you'd like to watch this in full, you can scan that QR code. We are airing this stream in full on our YouTube channel, so you can watch it uninterrupted in case we have to pivot here for breaking news or take a commercial break. But for right now, we are going to head back to that live.
Me that this important work will continue under the Department of Labor, at the Department of Labor under your leadership, yes or no?
Yes.
Can you confirm that information under the Department of Labor's wage and hour division on their website will remain up to date, publicly accessible, and comprehensive like it is today? Yes or no?
Again, I have not been at the Department of Labor. I have not, but I look forward to working with agency heads and making sure that people have the information that they need.
All right, one last question. The Women in Apprenticeship and Non-Traditional Occupations Grant Program.
Senator Baldwin, time's expired.
All right, I will submit that for.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Banks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Chavez DeRemer, we served together in the House and worked together on the House Education and Workforce Committee, where you were a leader. You worked on many of the very issues that you are testifying about today. You are enormously qualified for this position, and I'm proud to support you. But can you explain to us for a moment what it means to you to put American workers first in this golden age of America's economy?
Thank you, Senator. Well, it's important to me, as was mentioned, the American worker. But we have to make sure that the American worker is being fortified with not only the skills that they need in order to answer the call, but people are looking for the American dream. People are wanting to have the skills to work in whatever they determine that to be. Again, we're seeing it's not the four-year university always, it's the two-year, it's the certificate base, it's answering the call so they can have mortgage-paying jobs for their families and understand that we're going to protect their benefits and their rights and safety in the workplace. The Department of Labor is sole focus is to make sure that we are protecting the wage earner, that we are helping the job seekers who are out there looking and really reinvigorating the job seekers who have decided that they don't want to look any further, and then protecting those retirees. As member of Education and Workforce and working together. Workforce investment, workforce development, I think is going to be key for all of our respective states. This shouldn't be a party issue. I've said this over and over again. That's why I've always worked across the aisle, because the American worker, we don't know what their party is, but we know that it matters to them to protect their families. I know how important my family's jobs were for us growing up, and I know how important it was for my husband and I to build that business for our children and soon to be grandchild. So I look forward to continuing down that road and always keeping that American worker at the pinnacle. And President Trump has said the same thing, and we align on this issue. The American worker, this new coalition, this new direction is where we're headed in this country.
Very, very well put. I know you know this. Indiana is the top manufacturing state in the country, yet the China shock wiped out 5 million manufacturing jobs in this country, and yet the federal government programs that were built to help those people who lost their jobs, way too many of them were left behind and didn't get a job as good as the manufacturing job that they had before because of the efforts of China to wipe out so many of those jobs in our country. How can we better serve those people? How do we get those people back on their feet and help them find meaningful, good-paying jobs like the one that they had before that was taken away by our biggest enemy, China?
That's right. Well, again, it's that workforce investment, that workforce development. Oftentimes, as a former mayor, if we don't go out and talk to the business community, if we don't go out and talk to those employers about what they're seeking and how they can find those jobs, we have to make sure that we are the leaders in this nation and in the world, not China and not any other country. President Trump, the golden age that you mentioned, this has been first and foremost the America First agenda and workforce development and protecting the American worker and have them the ability to earn those wages and live the American dream is number one in the America First agenda. That to me is telling why this coalition, this new direction of bringing labor and business and support is to uplift all Americans. And this is first and foremost on the president's mind.
Back in November, when President Biden was still in office, his Labor Department reported a 31% increase over the last 5 years of illegal child labor in America, a direct result of open borders. And I wonder, have you thought about what the Labor Department or President Trump and your leadership can do to save those kids who are in our country being illegally exploited for work in America?
Well, I have not had a conversation specific to that topic, but I know how important it is to protect, well, first of all, children who have no fault of their own are being exploited. We never want to exploit our children. Again, as I mentioned, it's abhorrent that we would ever in this country choose to do so. So we will make sure that our workers are safe, we will make sure that our children are safe, and that we will make sure that we are heading in the right direction to protect our businesses and protect our workers and never exploit our children. And we'll double down at the Department of Labor if there's any bad actors doing so.
The Labor Department is responsible for combating human trafficking and forced labor under the Fair Labor Standards Act, and the Biden administration completely ignored these kids that came into that were brought here illegally and being exploited. And I know that's something that you'll take very seriously and work on. I look forward to working with you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator.
I yield back.
Senator Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for your willingness to serve and coming before this committee. I think Senator Murray's questions were really important regarding the security of data and sensitive information at the Department of Labor. And so I just want to drill down and maybe make a finer point here. Elon Musk is right now the subject of several OSHA investigations. Multiple companies are subject of multiple investigations. His rocket company has an injury rate that's about 9 times higher than the industry average. I heard you say that you're going to protect data privacy, but let me just ask once again the very specific question. Will you commit to denying access to Elon Musk or any of his representatives to information about labor violations at OSHA or any other information about labor violation investigations at the Department of Labor?
Thank you, Senator. On this same issue, committing to the privacy. Again, I know that for most listening to this, it seems as though when we're trying to answer these questions, but I have not been in these conversations, as I'm not confirmed. I only see what has happened possibly on the news and so forth. The president has the executive power to have his coalition of advisors and determine what's best for the American people. He made a promise to the American people that he was going to do these things and check into what is happening. Other than that, I have not been read in on any of this. And if confirmed, I commit to taking a deeper look and working with your office and any other office on this issue. But at this point, again,
this one feels pretty simple, right? I mean, this is an individual who owns companies that have existing investigations. Mm-hmm. He has a direct interest in getting information about the seriousness of those investigations. He has interest in getting information about investigations against his competitors. It seems like a pretty simple commitment to make to say, I am not going to give any private company exclusive access to information about open investigations against them or their competitors. I mean, why can't you just make that commitment to us?
Well, again, the president has the executive power to exercise it as he sees fit. I am not the president of the United States. I work for the president of the United States if confirmed, and I will serve at the pleasure of the president on this issue. Again, I have not been into the Department of Labor, and so I will commit to working with your office. I'll commit to coming back as soon as if confirmed, and I'm in the Department of Labor, coming back and answering those questions to this committee wholeheartedly. I will commit to that.
You have the ability to disagree with the president. You certainly serve at his pleasure, but that doesn't mean that you have to take actions that you believe to be unethical. If the president asks you to give access to information to benefit a friend of his who has pending investigations, you wouldn't say no?
Well, the president, I think in building his team, a formidable team, to determine that, I don't think is expecting yes men and women. We are going to be advisors to the president, and I would talk to the president. But on this issue, I'm not an attorney. I would certainly consult with the Department of Labor solicitors. I would certainly consult with the White House and their attorneys. But until I am confirmed and in the Department of Labor, I would not be able to say specific to this without having the full picture before that.
I don't think you need to be an attorney to understand that giving access to a company to sensitive data about labor violations at their company or to competitors' companies is deeply unethical. Let me ask you another question. Both SpaceX and Amazon have filed suits against the NLRB contesting its constitutionality. It's a pretty extreme argument saying that the NLRB is actually unconstitutional. I know you were asked earlier about the firing of one of the members. Do you believe that the NLRB is constitutional?
I believe the NLRB definitely has its authority, and I respect that authority. I know you mentioned, or I mentioned, that I'm not an attorney. That being said, it looks like the courts are dealing with that. But what I respect is the fact that it is separate, independent agency, and I think it has a role to play, and I respect that. And as the Department of Labor Secretary, if confirmed, I will take that very seriously.
But do you believe that it's constitutional?
Yeah, I believe that the...
Well, you can answer that question real fast.
Yeah, thank you. I definitely believe that the NLRB is an important agency, independent. And I will work with the NLRB as we, have very different jurisdictions, but we often overlap. And so I think it's important to recognize that it is an important agency, independent, and so forth.
Senator Moody.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman Cassidy. Sorry. Hello, congratulations on your nomination. Thanks for being with us today.
Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to follow up on something my colleague, Senator Banks, brought up, and you mentioned that you had not had a conversation about this, but I'm hopeful that you have paid attention to what's been going on and studied what's been happening to so many children throughout our nation, especially over the last 4 years. It is common knowledge now, it is not a political opinion, that under the Biden administration, hundreds of thousands of minor children flooded into our country. Many were forced into labor trafficking, working many hours a day, even undercutting American wages, but to the detriment of many of these children. Some were injured, some died. It was heartbreaking. As a mother of a child that is around the same age that some of these children were forced into this labor, I find it appalling that more people were not speaking out about this, and certainly unacceptable that we had an administration that was not talking about this every single day when these horrors were taking place in our own country. Florida was so upset about it, we kept asking routinely for more information from the administration so that we could monitor what children were in our state and care for them and account for them. We even launched a grand jury investigation. I just wanted to quote for you what that grand jury found. And again, this is community members, not politically driven. The Biden administration forced migration, sale, and abuse of foreign children. This process exposed children to horrifying health conditions, constant criminal threat, labor and sex trafficking, robbery, rape, and other experiences not done justice by mere words. And the challenging part here is, as we've uncovered more and more instances of this, it appeared that the Department of Labor was not engaging and expecting the same type of transparency that many of the states were, even though the Department of Labor had the responsibility and authority to enforce some of this stuff. And when we tried to get Biden administration representatives to come and testify and give us information and provide documents, we were repeatedly obstructed from doing that. And in fact, they responded to one of our requests that they show up by saying the state had failed to show how it was in the interest of the agency, when all we were seeking to do was to fight in the interests of the tens of thousands of lost children. And so I will ask you, if you are given this enormous responsibility, do you commit to doing everything in your power to enforcing the child labor laws and working with the states that so desperately want to protect the children in their states, that believe they have the responsibility and the ability to do that?
100%, Senator. as I mentioned, what has happened over the last 4 years has been horrendous. It is not something that the United States should stand for. And again, it is not a political issue. This is protecting children. And we should not ever allow that to happen in this country. And I 100% commit to you that I will work with you, your office, and any other office in order to protect those children and understand that we should never accept this in the United States.
You know, there was some words recently promoted in a memo by President Trump and his administration, radical transparency. And I think that is essential in moving forward from these agencies so that the people understand what is taking place in their country under their noses, because we know any power that rests in this government rest with the consent of the governed. And I think as we are waking up to what has been happening, many are saying we never gave that consent. And we as a Congress need to hold the agencies accountable to that. I want to now direct your attention to right-to-work laws in states that have chosen to pass right-to-work laws, like the state of Florida. We passed legislation to ensure that, for example, dues could not be forced out of people's paychecks. That was very important within our state. And when the Department of Labor saw that under the last administration, they sought to threat to withhold funding from the state of Florida when we promoted our own policies to ensure reasonable collective bargaining and right-to-work laws. We brought suit. I fought that in court. That is still pending. It is on appeal right now. Do I have your word that you will look at that, dig in on that, determine if those threats were indeed justified, and if not, work with the state of Florida to resolve that?
Yes. While it is in litigation, I can't comment on the actual litigation. I do look forward, if confirmed, to working with your office and taking a hard look at that and respecting what the state of Florida is doing with their right-to-work laws.
And put simply, do you respect the ability of the states to enact policy in the benefit of our own states?
Yes.
Thank you, and thank you to Representative Chavez-DeRemer for the good discussion we had about a month ago. You said you respect the National Labor Relations Board and want to work together with it, though they are independent. The National Labor Relations Board was created by statute, and it's the law of the land, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it was created pursuant to the National Labor Relations Act, which was also a statute and is the law of the land, correct?
Yes, sir.
Currently, the NLRB lacks a quorum because of actions of President Trump. The legality of his removal of an NLRB member is being contested in court, but the NLRB should have a quorum, shouldn't it?
Well, in order to do business, I suppose, yes.
No,
They have to have a
but so
quorum.
that your opinion is a president of either party or a Congress of either party should assure that the National Labor Relations Board has a quorum, correct?
Yes.
Because in the absence of a quorum, it can't do its job, correct?
That would be on its face, yes.
The Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, do you believe in the notion that workers should have equal opportunities?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Do you believe in the notion that workers should have equal employment opportunities?
Absolutely.
The EEOC is an independent agency, but it deals with workers, and you said you want to put workers first. The EEOC right now lacks a quorum. The EEOC was created by statute, and it's the law of the land, correct?
Yes.
Have you ever taken the position as a congresswoman that either the NLRB or the EEOC should be defunded or eliminated?
No, not that I recall.
So since the EEOC is the law of the land and it's important that workers have equal employment opportunities, the EEOC should have a quorum to operate, correct?
Yes.
Because of actions of the president, the EEOC currently has no quorum and cannot operate to protect equal employment opportunities. But you would agree with me, similar to the discussion we had about the NLRB, that it being the law of the land, any president of either party and any Congress of either party should ensure that the EEOC has a quorum so it can protect workers, correct?
Yes.
The Department of Labor has some specific programs designed to benefit veterans. There's a couple of programs within the DOL focused on veterans' employment needs. Should you be confirmed, would you take those obligations to watch out for American veterans seriously?
Absolutely.
If you became aware that an employer, a major employer, was taking actions that disproportionately negatively affected veterans. Would that concern you?
Yes.
The mass firing that President Trump is doing within the federal government right now is hitting veterans very, very hard. The civilian workforce is about 3% veteran. The federal workforce is 30% veteran. And veteran workers are also disproportionately probationary employees. The actions thus far taken by this administration are punishing American veterans badly. I live in one of the states that has the highest per capita representation of veterans. We're seeing people laid off at VA clinics. I have 2 VA clinics that are supposed to open in the next couple of months whose opening is jeopardized because of the mass firings. And even outside of the VA, the disproportionate effect of the firings to this point fall hard upon veterans. I'm happy to hear that you will take it seriously if any major employer in this country disproportionately punishes veterans. Do you know what a restriction?
And we were just listening in there to Senator Tim Kaine as he was questioning former Representative Lori Chavez DeRemer as she is President Donald Trump's choice to lead the Department of Labor. This is her nomination hearing, and she is a pro-union Republican. So you've been hearing a lot of questions today directed towards unions as we have continued to listen into this conversation. We are going to go away for our first 2-minute break of the hour here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we'll head right back to that hearing. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have some breaking news we want to take you out to as we are hearing from President Donald Trump releasing a statement on Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. He posted to his Truth Social account, and this is a pretty lengthy quote, so we are going to pull it up 2 pieces at a time. So let's start with this. He is saying this again on the Ukrainian president, saying, quote, "Think of it. A modestly successful comedian, Volodymyr Zelensky, talked the United States of America into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won, that never had to start, but a war that he, without the U.S. and Trump, will never be able to settle. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe, and Europe's money is guaranteed, while the United States will get nothing back. Why didn't sleepy Joe Biden demand equalization? and that this war is far more important to Europe than it is to us. We have a big, beautiful ocean as separation. On top of this, Zelensky admits that half of the money we sent him is, quote, missing. He refuses to have elections, is very low in Ukrainian polls, and the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle. I am going to pull up that next part of the quote right now. A dictator without elections, Zelensky better move fast or he is not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia, something I'll admit only Trump and the Trump administration can do. Biden never tried, Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered and millions have unnecessarily died. And so it continues. That just into our newsroom here from President Trump as he is issuing this statement. I am going to give you a live look at the White House right now because this is following a series of events here after Ukrainian President Zelensky accused President Trump today of living in a Russian-made, quote, disinformation space. He pointed comments that risked further souring relations with Washington as Trump pushes for an end to this war. Meanwhile, Russian President Vladimir Putin said he would like to meet with Trump a day after senior American and Russian officials held talks that were partially aimed at preparing for that. Zelensky said he, quote, would like Trump's team to be more truthful in his first response to a series of claims that Trump made the previous day, including suggesting that Kyiv was to blame for the war, which enters its fourth year next week. The comments from Trump and Zelensky were a back and forth between the leaders of these two countries that have been allies in recent years under President Biden, as the U.S. provided crucial military equipment to Kyiv to fend off the invasion and used its political weight to defend Ukraine and isolate Russia on the world stage. But the latest here, as this is rapidly developing, the Trump administration has started charting a new course, so to speak, reaching out to Russia and pushing for a peace deal. Senior officials from both countries held talks yesterday to discuss improving ties, negotiating an end to the war, and potentially preparing a meeting between Trump and Putin after years of frosty relations, we could call it. So that is the latest here as we are getting this into our newsroom. That statement from President Trump, pretty lengthy there on Truth Social. Of course, all of this coming after these increased peace talks between Russia and Ukraine that we have been showing you here on Live Now from Fox. Any more on this? Of course, we will bring it to you as we always do. In the meantime, I did want to head back live to Washington, D.C. right now. As I pull up for you, we were listening in here. From nominees, as you can see, let me pull down that audio really quickly. But this is the Senate confirmation nomination hearing, excuse me, not the confirmation, the nomination hearing for Lori Chavez DeRemer, former U.S. representative, as she is President Trump's pick to be the Secretary of Labor. Let's continue listening into this conversation.
The State Department was planning to give Tesla a $400 million contract for armored vehicles. Now we find that Elon Musk has access to the Department of Transportation records and data systems when, in fact, he's being investigated by DOT because of multiple inquiries into the safety of Tesla vehicles and the deaths they may have caused. Then we find out that he's got access to the Department of Labor information. He's got programmers with him when we know that he's being investigated by the Department of Labor. So it seems like Mr. Musk is getting a big payback from Mr. Trump right in the first month of this administration, and that concerns us greatly. Now, I did want to turn to a couple of issues that you and I talked about. We have a shared interest in increasing access to apprenticeship and workforce training, and there's been real bipartisan focus on that. If confirmed, will you expand these programs, and how will you prioritize rural communities in this effort? Because getting apprenticeship programs in rural communities to fit the actual economy and workforce needs in those rural communities is a pretty unique thing, and I'd just like your thoughts on that.
Well, thank you, Senator, and I enjoyed our conversation as well. Again, a lot of this information that and experience comes from being a former mayor, and then having the experience as a member of Congress as well to understand how the laws are made. But in the rural areas, oftentimes forgotten. It's a forgotten parts of a lot of our states. One of the things we talked about is the hubs, and I think I talked about that with Senator Hickenlooper as well. And knowing that there are programs that are going to skill the workforce in those rural communities. For instance, an example in Oregon, one of the hubs I think I mentioned to you and Senator Hickenlooper was, it's a real direct, while it's not an apprenticeship program, until we can fortify or work toward possibly what that looks like in other parts of, certain industries. We talked, I think, about the healthcare industry specifically, is working with our community colleges and our local technical colleges to have those certificate-based so that we have that workforce right in those communities. And when we take that information from our businesses and we kind of back into degrees for our students in order to do that. But I look forward to working on a bipartisan level to really fortify those apprenticeship programs so that we can have that skilled workforce.
Well, I would look forward to working in a bipartisan way on that. One of the things we could do is to pass the bipartisan bicameral reauthorization of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act that we agreed to last Congress. So that's an important way we could move forward. With 2.6 million workplace injuries and illnesses reported annually, we have to do more to protect the health and safety of our workers. Yet workers still have to fight for common sense protections like air conditioning for delivery drivers during the scorching heat of the summer and properly fitting protective equipment for construction workers. If confirmed, how will you coordinate and prioritize workforce safety across all of DOL's agencies?
Oh, thank you, Senator. One of, again, the remits for the Department of Labor is to protect the workplace, make sure that they're free of hazard, make sure that we're protecting the American worker. Nobody expects to go to work in the morning and be unsafe or be hurt. So it will be the role to work with the experts in all of the departments across the Department of Labor to make sure that we're honoring the mission of the Department of Labor.
And I would appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that you rightly respected the expertise of some of our federal workforce there because they know a lot about workplace safety, and I don't want them to be subject to these mass layoffs we're seeing. I will submit for the record a question about paid leave. We were able to expand it for federal workers under President Trump's first term. I'd appreciate your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hessen. And Senator Mullen, I apologize if you snuck in just before Senator Collins last time, but Senator Mullen.
Give me time to get my head in place. Thank you, Chairman. And I just kind of want to point out some interesting things that's going on. The senator from New Hampshire was complaining about a contract that was awarded by the Biden administration, and somehow you're tying it to the Trump administration for Tesla. I don't actually know how those work. I mean, you know as good as I do, that was a contract that was given by the Biden administration, or that was looking to be given by the administration, not the Trump administration, and somehow that's a conflict of interest. And then when we start talking about that, you're concerned about Mark and Jeff and Elon, it wasn't too long ago, you guys were happy to take all their money. It's just the party that's supposed to be of inclusion. Now all of a sudden, if you don't agree with this, you're the enemy. And I'll use my friend Sean, for example. He was brave enough to speak and spoke his mind on some things that maybe all of us didn't agree at the Republican convention. And for the first time in decades, he was not invited to speak at the Democrat National Convention. Why? Because he had a different opinion about where the Democrat woke movement has went. What happened to the conclusion? Yet what we do is we spend all of our time complaining and making reckless accusations about something that's absolutely false. And when you guys don't want to hear it, you guys just accuse everybody else of being a criminal and for some reason being compromised. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It's the same thing we heard in 2017, and yet you guys are just recycling. You guys are doing nothing but trying to stir up your base by fear when it's absolutely 100% wrong and shouldn't even exist. Now, with my rant over, I'd like to turn back to Lori and ask you a question. You know, you're very uniquely positioned. I made that clear when I was introducing you. coming from a very blue state and being a Republican, that's very heavily union, and you've been backed by the union. You have the support of a new coalition that President Trump has brought together.
That's right.
What role do you think you play in this new coalition?
Thank you, Senator Mullen. For one, thank you again for being here today and introducing me. But on this question, building the bridge, and I think that this is the new direction. 77,300,000 Americans voted for President Trump. We know that the American worker, wherever they are on the continuum, if it's organized labor, if it's employees, if it's employers, they supported and gave the president a mandate. He won 312 electoral votes. He won all the swing states, and he did have a mandate. But in that mandate, what's unique about this time is the fact that he included the American worker of being first. He's not talking about, he's talking about the men and women who build this country. That's the focus. And I believe that the president nominated me to bring my experience, not only as a mayor, not as a business owner, but because I did garner labor support. The president and I align in this issue, that if we focus on the American worker, despite the politics that is going to come up sometimes, we're not going to agree on everything, but we can agree that we are at a pivotal moment in this history to capitalize and support the American worker, and that everyone can achieve the American dream. I know how important that was for my family. I know how important that is to all your constituents, and I want to bring people to the table. And when they're at that table, I want them to stay at that table, because I know that sometimes they're going to disagree. But it is not to put the thumb on the scale. It is not to weigh in support on each side. It's to keep them at that table till they determine that they can solve the issues, just like you and Sean O'Brien. This is important to the president. It's important to me. He asked me to be an extension on his team, a formidable team, where we won't forget that. And I won't forget that. I'll work hard every day to be the leader that this country deserves at the Department of Labor to carry on that message for the president.
One of President Trump's main focus was bringing jobs back through manufacturing. In fact, the American First agenda was all about protecting the American workers. How do you plan on working uniquely with both sides to bring manufacturing back to the United States?
Well, again, thank you for this question, because it is where we have been lacking. We have seen communities be decimated, small rural communities where, you know, Oregon is a timber industry, and they have been decimated over the last 15, 20 years. We have to bring those back so we can build up our communities. I look forward to investing in the workforce. Again, it was mentioned WEO, which is a bipartisan effort, and as a member of Ed and Workforce, I was proud to honor that. And if President Trump wants to bring that forward, I look to working with all of your office for that workforce investments to build up those jobs, to reinvest in those manufacturing jobs.
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you,
yield back.
Senator.
Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Congresswoman, for coming on out and talking to us. In your opening statement, your written testimony, you talked about putting American workers first as the priority here, and I appreciate that. I think a lot of us agree with that. I guess I just want to ask you, because you talked about the vision that you have for that should be a vision for our country. So I guess I wanted to ask you to sort of expand on that vision. Is $7.25 an hour, is that enough to live on in America in the year 2025?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. I know Ranking Member Sanders asked the same question. I recognize that it hasn't been changed, the minimum wage.
I guess I'm just asking you, like, do you think that's enough for a worker to live on? I'm just trying to get a sense of your vision for what the standard of life for an American worker is.
Yeah, well, I mean, again, for every state, for every community, again, I mentioned Oregon. What happens in Portland doesn't happen in Grants Pass. It certainly doesn't happen.
I understand that about
Oregon.
But like, I guess I would ask you, what is $7.25 an hour? That is what in an annual term? Do you know off the top of your head?
Oh,
it's not a math question.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to get a sense of it. So it's about $15,000 a year.
Yeah.
So I guess I just want to ask you, do you think that there is a state in this country where someone can live comfortably on their own for $15,000 a year?
Well, I don't know if there is, but I would look and work with Congress. This is a congressional issue. I hope I can support you in telling the story of what's happening on the ground.
But
so
that's
that you
what
can
I'm just trying to get a sense of from you is is what your vision is, because I do want to try to engage and see if we can work on that together. So for instance, biggest issue I keep hearing about is about affordability of housing and the challenges that people are facing when it comes to that. So again, I'm just trying to get a sense of where you're at on this. Like, do you have a sense of what percentage of someone's salary should go towards housing? Is there an upper limit in your mind of where you'd like to see that?
Well, I know oftentimes they talk about, if it's 10%, 20%, but here's my commitment, Senator. My commitment to you is to tell that story. I will come out and visit every state's and understand what's important to them and tell that story not only to the president, but also work with members of Congress. And if you all see fit, I will fully and fairly enforce the minimum wage laws that you all see fit and work together. I know, again, it
needs to be a conversation between us here. I mean, it's not just on us. You're going to be somebody who's supposed to be fighting for the American worker. Is 50% of someone's salary too high in terms of what goes towards housing?
Well, again, depending on what the salary is, people can determine that. I mean, if I had to take a guess, you're wanting me to say yes or no. It's hard to guess on what people want to spend on their housing, but I do want to help the American worker. I want them to make enough money. I want them to give them the opportunities, and I want to work with Congress on this issue because it is important. This is a sensitive issue. We hear about it all the time. You know that,
it's as I said, the top issue. And I'll say that, when it comes to the lowest median rents that we see in this country right now, it's around $850, $900 a month, which is at around $10,000 a month. Yeah. And these are in some of the states where, again, the minimum wage is $15,000 a year. So talking about 2/3 of their salaries. When it comes to paid leave, I mean, I know a colleague of mine was going to raise this. We were able to move forward on government employees. I wanted to just get a sense, do you believe that all American workers are entitled to paid leave?
Again, we don't have a federal paid leave.
Should we?
Well, that again, I know as a Department
I'm just trying to get a sense of your vision. I get it. You're not a lawmaker anymore, but I'm just trying to get a sense of what you're going to be fighting for. What's your vision for the American worker?
Well, my vision for the American worker is to achieve the American dream.
I understand that, but is a part of the American dream paid leave for all workers?
Well, again, I cannot commit to you today that I would say 100% paid leave across the board is something that should be taken up by the federal government. Independent of states, state of Oregon, again, they choose to do that respective of their states. I want people to have the opportunities to keep more of their hard-earned dollars. I know the president, again, is in line with the America First agenda to have those freedoms, to keep those hard-earned dollars that they earn, and we want to make the most prosperous opportunities available for them to earn the most based on what they are skilled to do, and offer them the development and the skills that they can to earn that opportunity. I want this more than anything.
Yeah, and look, I want it too, and that's why, if confirmed, I want to work with you on this.
Absolutely.
But I'll just tell you, when I talk to workers back in New Jersey, they say it feels like death from 1,000 cuts right now. There's housing, there's healthcare, there's so many other things. They're working 2 to 3 jobs just to be able to get by. They're not asking for the moon. They're just asking to be able to live a life of dignity and decency. And I hope that we can at least be able to stand up and say that that's what we're going to fight for. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Kim. Senator Tuberville.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Coach.
Let's beat a dead horse here. Right to work state, Alabama. My constituents at home want to know that, are you going to try to change our status as right to work?
I respect the fact that you are from a right-to-work state, and I respect the fact that you can continue to be a right-to-work state.
Thank you. Back when we had the PRO Act, I offered an amendment that would require authorization from employees in order for any kind of dues, fees, or assessments to be used towards a political campaign by the union bosses. It failed. Are you for that? Are you for, how would you handle that? Dues going from a union, paid in a political contribution from employees that are not asked, can we use your money?
So you're saying they pay their dues, it's used for a political contribution without their knowledge?
Right.
Yeah, well, again, that's not something that I think they should be aware of where their dues are going.
Yeah, okay. Just asking.
Yeah.
Voted for the PRO Act. I was just asking.
I didn't, Senator, if I could correct the record, I did not vote for the PRO Act. I put my name on this. We did not have a vote on the PRO Act, so I just wanted to correct the record on that.
All right. We had this conversation a couple of weeks ago. My constituents want to know, you worked in Planned Parenthood years and years ago. You pro-life or pro-choice?
I am supportive of the president's agenda. I have a 100% pro-life voting record in Congress, and I will continue to support the America First agenda, which we know includes life.
Good answer. All right. Talk to me about legal immigration. In my state, we have the most engineers in the country, in the state of Alabama, because of NASA and defense contractors and all those things. We're running short on a lot of engineers, high-tech people that are well-trained in our country. For some reason, we're running short because big tech is growing. Where do you stand on legal immigration? Your thoughts?
Well, I'm supportive of legal immigration only. I mean, I don't see another way around it. But you're talking about, are you referring to the H-1 visa program?
Anything to do with high tech, anything to do with engineers, that, you know, eventually we're going to have to allow more people to come, but not to tear down the structure of young men and women having a chance to make a better living because they spent 4 or 5 years at a university and have to pay their bills.
No, I appreciate that so much that you brought this up. You know, certainly we never want to replace the American worker. We want to make sure that we're investing in the American worker and they have the skills needed for the high-tech industry, as we see moving forward through a lot of our respective states. On the visitor's visa, on the H-1B, there's been conversation about in the immediacy. I've heard that from many of the senators. It's about today. What happens today and tomorrow? I commit to you to working, again, with testing the market. That's the Department of Labor's remit, is to test the market and seeing where we need the guest worker program. Once we've exhausted all other programs and making sure that we're out there, then work with the Department of Homeland and certainly the Department of State on if we have to administer more, but that's going to be certainly, Congress will determine it, and then I'll work with those interagencies as well. And I would love to work with your office on that specifically.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to put you under a gun on this question. You probably don't know a lot about it. A lot of people in this room know a lot about it. NIL, name, image, and likeness. It is a disaster. And we're going to have to do something in your tenure to help young men and women understand the situation that we're in, because we're going to start losing Title IX. We got a young man that just signed an $8 million contract, and he's 20 years old, and it's out of control. So the next time you come, hopefully we can have a hearing on what we call name, image, and likeness. I'm all for kids making money, but it is workforce. It needs to be changed. It needs to be regulated to a point where, all men and women, young men and women, can have a chance to make money. So just to bring that to light, but that will be under your purview in the very near future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you. And next would be...
All right, so we are going to go to a quick 2-minute commercial break in between speakers here. We've been listening into the Senate hearing for Labor Secretary nominee Lori Chavez DeRemer. She's a former U.S. representative, and we are going to continue that conversation after this break. Really quickly, though, I did also want to give you a live look at something going on right now, as well as we continue to follow the latest with New York City Mayor Eric Adams. This is a protest happening right now, and this comes ahead of the New York City mayor appearing in court later today, as he's going to face a judge over his corruption charges. And we brought you that breaking news yesterday on Live Now from Fox after U.S. District Judge Dale Ho, who is an appointee of Democratic former President Joe Biden, ordered the parties to appear at a hearing. That all set to start at 2 p.m. Eastern time today. And if we get anything on that, we will bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. But I did just want to give you a live look at this image, at this protest happening right now. We are going to go away for that break. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I do want to take you back out live to Washington, D.C. right now as we've been listening into the Senate hearing for Labor Secretary nominee Lori Chavez DeRemer.
Technically, but to enforcing that and really investing in the workforce specific to high tech, because we know we're going to need those jobs. And so this is an important issue, I would think, to everybody sitting up here that they're a part of the workforce and respective in every state.
I know in our conversation, we talked about making sure that labor as well as industry are present at the table when we make these big policy decisions, when we do legislation. One of the things that I will be focusing on and introducing legislation on is an accelerator, the Advanced Research Projects Agency of the Department of Labor, ARPA-L. is similar to what we've done for health with ARPA-H, with defense for DARPA, which gave us groundbreaking technologies like the internet and Siri. And so hope to work with you on these as well. And again, let's make sure that we focus on all workers. That includes those folks that are being fired, laid off, and in a lot of trauma. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Murkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome to the committee. I enjoyed our conversation. We had a chance to talk a little bit about the Alaska workforce. I'm looking at an article that just came out, and it cites to the Alaska State Department of Labor and Workforce Development, looking at labor statistics, or workforce statistics back in 23. We don't have 24's numbers yet. But right now, non-resident workers in our state make up 23.5% of the workforce. That's a lot. It means we get folks that come to us from other states. When you have 82% of your communities that are not connected by road, you can't move as a worker from one village to another village unless you're willing to pay several $100s for each leg of your airplane ticket to get you to another community for work. So we rely on out-of-state workers. In the oil and gas industry, 37.4% of the workers were non-residents. In the mining industry, non-residents accounted for 41.6%. In the seafood processing sector, which is significant, it's one of our largest employment and economic drivers in the state, producing more than $5 billion in economic activity. So this is big for us. But what is even bigger is in 2023, 82.8% of the workers were non-resident. We process our seafood in small coastal communities that, if they have a population at all, it's maybe 500 people that are there. You cannot run a seafood processing industry when you don't have the workers. And so back to the comment that was made earlier about H-2Bs, this is significant for us. Senator Collins asked about your commitment to issue supplemental visas in a timely manner, but also to the maximum extent allowable. You do have that discretion. You've indicated that you're going to work to that. I'm going to ask you to look specifically to the seafood processing sector. Of all the sectors that are out there, and my friend from Virginia knows full well, seafood is more truly seasonal than so many other sectors. But right now, we're competing, if you will, for these H-2Bs with other sectors like landscapers. Last I checked, you can do landscaping 365 days practically in most parts of the country. The seafood sector in Alaska, you're looking at an industry during the summer, at least when it comes to salmon, where it is literally an 8 to 10 week season. We are the poster child for seasonal workers. I need to know that you will not only support the H-2B visa program, but commit to working with me on legislation to exempt seafood processors from the H-2B visa caps. This is something that we've been trying to work for years. Basically, we've been stalled out by big labor that is so concerned that we are not offering these jobs to people across the country. You can't get an H-2B visa until you have demonstrated that all the efforts that you have made to seek U.S. workers and that none are coming to you. So we had the conversation in my office. It's important to state it here publicly how significant it is, and I need your assurance that you're going to work with us and work with your partners within Homeland Security as well on this critical issue for us.
Yes, ma'am. I will commit to working with you specifically on this issue.
Thank you. I appreciate that. A lot of conversation about apprenticeships, so I'm not going to revisit that, although I did just come from a meeting with the head of the Alaska Military Youth Academy, who was talking about the benefits of going from that exceptional program to hand in glove with the Alaska Works training program, so that these young people can see the benefits right then, right there. Maybe I want to be a welder, maybe I want to be a carpenter, but you take them hand in hand. Last thing I'm going to raise is something in a conversation just yesterday with the head of the building trades. We're talking about childcare. We're talking about childcare because we can talk about a workforce, but if people can't get to the workforce because they can't afford childcare, so I would hope that you're going to prioritize families in the workplace and support incentives for on-site childcare.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome. Since his inauguration, President Trump has waged war on public servants, especially federal workers and their unions. The president violated union contracts, including by firing tens of thousands of federal workers, used his fork in the road proposal to strong-arm federal workers into resigning and waving away their legal rights and illegally attempting to nullify union contracts ratified in December of 2024 and January of 2025. As Secretary of Labor, will you abide by the terms of collective bargaining agreements between the Department of Labor and federal agency staff unions?
Thank you, Senator. It was nice to visit with you. I know it's been a few weeks since we had that meeting, so I appreciate you being here today. Certainly, the Department of Labor is outside of the NLRB, where collective bargaining is committed and happening, independent of the Department of Labor. So I will, work with your office in determining exactly what it is that you're specifically asking, but outside of the Department of Labor is to protect the American worker. And then, of course, as we overlap, because the Department of Labor expands a little bit more than collective bargaining and unfair labor practices under the NLRB.
But will you advise President Trump and Elon Musk that they must reverse all decisions that violated the contracts that were negotiated between the unions and their agency employer?
Well, certainly my role, if confirmed, is to advise the president on a full picture, and I will be candid on what that full picture looks like and then work with the White House. And if it aligns with the president's America First agenda, I will be that advisor to him, yes.
Right. Well, I mean, obviously, collective bargaining is not part of his agenda, and that's where the Department of Labor historically has intervened to make sure that those protections are put in place. In 2023, during a House Committee on Education and Workforce markup, you said you can't have a strong union without the presence of the NLRB. On January 27th, President Trump illegally fired NLRB board member Gwen Wilcox in direct violation of the National Labor Relations Act. The NLRB now lacks a quorum and cannot enforce laws meant to protect working people from union busting and other illegal behavior by companies. And last night, President Trump signed an executive order stating the previously independent NLRB must now report to him. And the overall effect of this full-on assault is that President Trump has left workers unprotected with no way to exercise their labor rights. So as Secretary of Labor, you will be the president's top advisor on labor issues. If President Trump called you today and asked if he should reinstate Gwen Wilcox, how would you advise him?
Well, that's a hypothetical, as you know, and I have not been confirmed. And but I respect the president's executive authority to run the executive office as he sees fit. He is the one who was elected president by the American people, and he's honoring the promise he made to the American people. If confirmed, I will work on behalf of the president, but I will present him a clear and candid picture with the facts, and we will consult then together. But it is important from the Department of Labor that I give him that full picture.
Yeah, well,
And we have been listening in as you're taking a live look out of Washington, D.C. right now to the Senate nomination hearing for Labor Secretary nominee Lori Chavez DeRemer. And she served as the U.S. representative for Oregon's 5th congressional district from 2023 to 2025. Again, this is President Donald Trump's choice to lead the Department of Labor. And we have been taking commercial breaks for this hearing. So I did want to pop up this QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. If you would like to watch this uninterrupted on our YouTube, if you just open up the camera app on your phone and hold up to the screen and tap, it should take you right to our YouTube channel where, again, you can watch this in entirety without commercial break. We are going to go away for our final break of this hour here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for watching. We will be right back. Welcome in here to Live Now from Fox. I do want to share this live image with you into our newsroom. This is a protest happening right now in New York City over Mayor Eric Adams, as he is going to be facing a judge over corruption charges a little bit later today. This comes after we brought you that news yesterday that U.S. District Judge Dale Ho, who was an appointee of President Joe Biden, ordered him to appear at a hearing today, again, set to start at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Anything we get on that, we will bring to you here, as we always do. In the meantime, I do want to head back to Capitol Hill, where we have been listening in here to the Senate hearing for Labor Secretary nominee Lori Chavez DeRemer. On the other side of this will be my colleague, Karel Lahara. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
I understand some of the senators in the guest visa program on the immediacy of certain industries. But as a whole, we want to make sure that we're always investing in the American worker first, that we want to be one of the strongest economies in the union and in the world. So we can be on a level to compete with our, maybe our foreign adversaries when we're talking about China. But what's important to the president and important to me and how we align is making sure that we're putting the American worker first and that they have the opportunities to earn and be at those jobs as they see fit, and the Department of Labor to support them in that investment in that those industries.
Is it fair to say that a tough border policy that cracks down on illegal immigration, that stops the flow of mass illegal immigration across our border, stops the work permits being given to illegal immigrants, this is pro-worker. This helps American workers maintain their wages and maintain their jobs. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Let me ask you about some of the children who came across the border, were trafficked across the border in the last administration. 520,000 of them, to be precise, unaccompanied children trafficked across the border. Hundreds of thousands of them lost and now being exploited by companies like Tyson's Food, for example. Let me just give you an example of bad corporate behavior. Tyson's Food has closed down 2 major plants in my state, the state of Missouri, just in the last year and a half. They have canceled contracts with farmers. They have put thousands of workers in my state out of business, and yet we know from the investigations done by the New York Times and others that they have huge numbers of illegal child labor in their supply chains. In their factories, they are putting children who are trafficked here to work. So they're firing American workers, but they are exploiting child workers. Will you go after companies like Tyson's and anyone else who would violate our labor laws and exploit children while they are firing American workers?
Yes, that's an important remit under the Department of Labor, as you know, to protect and not exploit all workers, but certainly child labor should not be accepted by anybody in America. And the Department of Labor has the enforcement capability to double down if they knowingly are breaking the law and exploiting children in their factories.
I think we've got to make the penalties even tougher. Senator Booker and I have bipartisan legislation to do that. And again, it is pro-worker to say we're going to protect Americans who are working legally, and we're not going to allow children to be exploited in this country, or people trafficked into this country to be exploited for the purpose of profits by these mega corporations.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Hawley. Senator Also Brooks.
Thank you. Good morning, Mrs. Chavez DeRemer. And I want to first of all congratulate you and your family on your nomination. And to begin by saying Maryland, the workers that we're talking about today, Maryland has the highest per capita share of federal workers in the country. So the people that we're talking about are my constituents by and large, and they are reeling from this administration's mass firings. Now, when we had our conversation last week, and I know that it was reinforced today, you assured me that you would abide by the law, that even if encouraged to break the law, you said that you commit to following the law. Is that still the case?
Yes.
Now, do you believe that a collective bargaining agreement is enforceable under the law?
Yes.
And if I can ask you, are you aware of the statute which recognizes the right of federal employees to engage in collective bargaining?
I don't know the statute number, so.
It's Title VII of the Civil Service Reform Act, but what I can tell you is that statute, are you aware of that statute or any statute that limits the binding nature of a collective bargaining agreement based on when it was signed?
I'm not an attorney, as you know, and so I would like to.
But you would be in charge of enforcing the law. So if it is the law,
yes,
that there is no statute that limits the binding nature of a collective bargaining agreement, then you would enforce that collective bargaining agreement.
I will fully and fairly enforce the law.
Now, I want to tell you that President Trump has canceled what he has called as lame duck collective bargaining agreements. And I want to ask you whether what statute there is that you believe would give the president the authority to cancel or void approved union contracts certified during a lame duck.
I'm not familiar, and I cannot weigh in on any specific statute that you're asking me about.
But again, if it is the case, and it is, that there is no statute that allows you to set aside a collective bargaining agreement, there's no time limit, would you enforce that collective bargaining agreement pursuant to the law?
Again, Senator, being not familiar specifically. I would certainly want to, discuss this with the solicitors at the Department of Labor if confirmed, just to make sure that I am on the same page without committing to exactly
But no, but
what you're
once it's
referring to.
confirmed for you that it's the law, you have committed that you will enforce the law.
I'm committed to always fully and fairly enforce the law, and I will work with the solicitor of the Department of Labor to make sure before I weigh in specifically on this specific that you're talking about.
Okay, let me ask you another question. Now, President Trump made some, I would call it troubling and shameful comments after the devastating fatal plane crash that occurred here in Washington, D.C. I'm sure you're aware of that plane crash.
Yes, ma'am.
And he blamed at the time, while the bodies were still in the water, many of them were children, he took that moment to blame the incident on Federal Aviation Administration hiring people with intellectual and mental health disabilities. Again, while the recovery efforts were going, do you agree with the president's comments?
Senator, I cannot comment on what the president says or does not say. I support the president in this agenda that he is moving forward with.
No.
And so
The
for
question
me
is not his agenda.
I
Do you agree
understand.
that with the comment that hiring people with intellectual and mental health disabilities was the reason do you agree with the comment that was the cause?
I have not had a conversation with the president on this, and I cannot weigh in and speak to that any further.
Okay, want to make you aware that the same hiring language that appeared on the Federal Aviation Administration's website under President Biden are also there during President Trump's first administration as well. So nothing has changed in terms of the hiring practices. But should workers with disabilities be allowed to work
Absolutely.
at FAA? Okay. Now, in an email that was sent out across the government through OPM, it classified, it used language that, quote, said that their goal was to move from their lower productivity jobs in the public sector to higher productivity jobs in the private sector. Do you agree that public sector jobs are low productivity jobs?
Again,
No, this is not hypothetical. This is,
unless we determine what those are, it's hard for me to, if just putting it all in one size fits all, it's hard for me to comment on that. What's
no. It's
productivity or high
a yes or no. Do you believe that public sector jobs are, quote, low productivity jobs? Is that your opinion?
On its face, no. No.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank
All right,
you.
I yield.
Thank you, Senator. Also, Brooks, our senator from Kansas, who's a little humbler this week than he was 2 weeks ago.
Chairman, I hadn't even thought about that issue for about 3 minutes. But I am serving lunch today to the junior senator from Pennsylvania.
And Senator Blunt Richardson notices that you're wearing Philadelphia Eagle colors. So
Guilty as charged. Guilty as charged. All right. Well, welcome, Congresswoman. Thank you for being here today. I'm so grateful for President Trump nominating you.
Thank you.
I think when he did this, it was certainly a shout out to the hardworking men and women across this country. Based upon your resume, the work you've done, that you certainly have been a person committed to, again, those hardworking men and women across the country, union or non-union workers. Those are people that President Trump supports, and we want them to be successful. We want you to be successful, and I think you're going to be a great representative at the table. Represent him as we're going forward. I want to talk about workplace development for a second. Though unemployment is relatively low, supposedly, our participation rate isn't as good. And I think there's an opportunity there to get people back in the workforce. And if they don't have the skills, the education to do that, then let's help them out. I see there's so many great opportunities, our community colleges, our technical colleges, the unions, apprenticeships, all those pieces are out there. What can we do? What can you do to help support them and help them be successful?
Thank you, Senator Marshall, and I'm sorry that the chairman is being so mean to you in the first few minutes of you being here. But again, it was great meeting with you because we had that conversation about workforce development and workforce investment in our communities and how it can differ oftentimes in a metro area versus a rural area and all of the above. And how you mentioned to me your family in the local community colleges. I took Clackamas Community College right outside in Clackamas County, right from Happy Valley, and how important that was for the community as a whole. people. And from the Department of Labor, I couldn't, again, be more prideful that I had served on education and workforce on the WIOA reauthorization. And while it didn't make it through, I hope Congress, if the president sees that this is important, that Congress will take this back up for the reinvestment into our young people so that they can be skilled and reskilled in our respective states. I can't wait to come out and visit, and I think I've mentioned this, a couple senators, coming out to all 50 states would be amazing to really learn how the labor laws are affecting your respective states and the investment in the workforce. So I commit to you that I will work hard for the Department of Labor and the agencies within the Department of Labor to make sure that our young people are ready to go in the workforce. And I also know we talked about the average age of a community college entrance is 27 years old. Sometimes people are looking to upskill or get another certificate so they can stay in their communities where they're raising their families, and that's their investment. So I look forward to making this wholeheartedly a pillar of the Department of Labor is workforce investment and development.
More flexibility in the Pell Grants would be a step forward.
And we worked on that also in Workforce and sponsored that bill. We did it for pilots, young pilots, but certainly that was important.
What about how can you better work with state agencies?
Well, oftentimes the Department of Labor and the federal-state partnership is key and sometimes forgotten. I think, well, one of the areas that we can look together is unemployment insurance, was talked about over the last several years, and how we can be a better federal partner, give them the tools that they need, the state partners, in order to develop their workforces and make sure that they have people who are in the workforce who want to stay in the workforce and not pick up and leave. And again, invite people back. So many people have left the workforce, even to the search of a job, and we want to make sure that those people are coming back from full force.
I want to take a moment and talk about the franchise model again. And I heard the chairman's opening remarks or questions kind of touched on this, but I want to go back there. In my mind, what the franchise model has done is helped many people achieve their American dream of owning their own business and being successful too.
That's right.
And I think it's been a great opportunity, especially for women, for minorities, for veterans as well. And we have to work on this balance. I want the unions to be successful. I want the franchises to be successful as well. How do we achieve that balance? Any thoughts on where's the win-win opportunity when it comes to that issue?
Well, a lot of times the reference is to the gig economy and understanding the franchise model as well. And I support that the efforts of, the franchise model as it does allow the flexibility for business owners to determine, do they want to be in business for themselves? Do they want to, work for somebody else? But I think the only change that can be talked about today that will work in all of these is everybody has to have that voice and understanding at the table. One of the reasons the president nominated me, and that it's kind of been mentioned, but it's not always that we're going to agree on both sides, but we're going to be understood, that they will have a voice. That's the difference this time, that I want everybody at that table to have that voice and what is valuable to them and their membership or them and their employees or a business owner when they're struggling. Compliance is important, education of compliance. And then also, that we can protect all American workers. There's a continuum from the first day that we have our first job all the way through retirement. Wherever a worker is or a retiree is on that continuum, they should be respected for the hard work that they've put in. I can tell you, bringing everybody at the table is going to do just that and reinforce the things that we care about in our respective states. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative Chavez-DeRemer. I enjoyed our conversation last week and appreciate your enthusiasm. I thought I'd start with just a quick question, that if you track the shrinking of the middle class, which we've seen in this country over about the last 60 years, I think it's safe to say, it almost exactly tracks the reductions in unionized labor in terms of as a percentage of the workforce. They track almost perfectly. Do you agree that we want to get more workers in unions as a method to expand the middle class? Is that a worthy goal?
Well, I think the goal is the option. If people choose to organize, they should have a free and fair right to organize. And if they choose not to, they should also have that right.
But don't we want to have more? Isn't the country better off with more working people getting paid better wages? And really, the only way that generally happens is through union representation.
Well, again, supportive of both sides of the table is going to be important. If an employee chooses that they want to be in a union, or they have the right to do so. And the same if they choose not to. It was just mentioned on the other side about, what does it look like for the franchise model or the independent contractor model. So I think the flexibility and the conversation is what's key here. And is there room for both? I believe there is. The president certainly believes there is, because this is is the new direction of where oftentimes we've had the extremes arguing. If we keep the American worker first and foremost, we're going to come to the center of that table and I think develop exactly what you're talking about, keeping more of their hard-earned dollars.
I appreciate that. And again, the ultimate goal, we want to expand the middle class. I appreciate your small business background as a small business person myself in a past life. I think that will be invaluable. We met last week with some of the leadership from the Cherry Creek School District in South Metro Denver, one of many that has innovative apprenticeship systems they put in place, and they're training teachers, HVAC technicians, engineers, aerospace manufacturers, go down the list, healthcare workers of various sorts. And this is just one of many programs we've got in Colorado. Now, the president's proposed funding freezes are going to prevent us from keeping many of these programs running in our state, and I think taking valuable opportunities away from the kids. How can you, as secretary, assuming you get approved, how can you protect these programs against attempts to unilaterally, and I think in some cases unlawfully, claw back the federal funding from these programs?
Well, I think the key here is going to be presenting to the president, again, I mentioned visiting and understanding exactly what's happening in Colorado and all the respective states, and presenting to the president as his advisor what's happening on the ground. That's what he wants to see, a candid, clear, concise picture so that as we move forward in the America First agenda, that we're going to be supporting the American worker. That is first and foremost in his agenda. We're aligned in that. That's the conversation that we had, is that he wants to support the American worker. And so I will present to him the clear facts from all of the respective states.
Okay. Back to youth apprenticeships, which, as you know, my last 6 years as governor, that's what I spent a lot of time on. And I look at it as one of the great gaps that 65 to 70% of our kids aren't going to get a four-year degree, and we have done a piss-poor job of giving them the tools to acquire the skills necessary to have, the American dream. Is there ways that we can look at to expand apprenticeship programs, youth apprenticeship programs? So I'm not just talking about 18 and over. I'm talking about 16-year-old, 17-year-old, 18-year-old kids who could want to work in an accounting firm or an advanced manufacturing or a hospital, whatever. How can you see us expanding that through your tenure at the Department of Education? Well,
I think we can certainly agree that, and you heard the conversation about speaking to even our youngest, our junior high, our middle school kids, all the way up into high school. But I would like to work with your office and, as if confirmed, get into the Department of Labor, really expand and explore what can be done. But if I could work with your office specifically on this and get to know it a little bit better, I would like to have that conversation with you.
No, I will take that and we'll follow up on that. We'll get you out to Colorado. A lot of the records, on February 5th, DOJ went to the Department of Labor and demanded that certain federal employees' information be released. And I think there's a lot of retirement account, private information. We haven't seen, I haven't seen any disclosure of how those records are going to be used. And I think, what are the reassurances that the American people have that those are still safely secure?
Well, I haven't seen them either because I have not been confirmed, as you all know. I have not been read in onto what is happening with DOJ in the Department of Labor. But if confirmed, that'll be the first thing I do, is make sure that I'm briefed on it and made aware of everything that's happening. So I don't have that answer for you because I don't know what's been happening either.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
We're listening here to the Senate hearing to confirm former Representative Lori Chavez DeRemer. She has been picked by President Donald Trump to lead the Department of Labor. Thank you all for joining us here at Live Now from Fox on this Wednesday, February 19th. My name is Karal Lahara, and I'll be with you throughout the next several hours, continuing to guide you through the day's top stories, also showcasing live events from around the world. We do want to step away for our first commercial break of this hour. When we come back, we're going to pivot from that Senate hearing, and we're going to touch on one of these other major headlines that we have been following, the breaking news that we brought to you just yesterday. Today, New York City Mayor Eric Adams is going to be appearing before a judge, and they will decide on whether they will dismiss corruption charges against him. We'll have the latest when we come back. Welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. So Live Now, look back out there and you can see downtown Manhattan over in New York City, because as I mentioned before the break, we want to tackle one of these big breaking news stories that we brought to you just yesterday. Later on today, New York City Mayor Eric Adams, he's going to be before a judge facing some corruption charges. Now, the judge was nominated by former President Joe Biden, scheduled today's hearing after 3 Trump administration lawyers from Washington made the dismissal request on Friday. Manhattan's top federal prosecutor resigned after she refused an order to do so. Now, Fox 5's Arthur Sheehan is outside the courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where it will all go down today. Arthur, what can you tell us?
Hey there. So all eyes are on this courtroom at 2 o'clock Eastern. Both parties are expected to appear before Judge Dale Ho. He wants them on the record making arguments about why they are asking for the prosecution of this corruption case to be dropped. Obviously, this request from the judge, or this order from the judge to come and make these arguments, was made after the acting U.S. Attorney Danielle Sassoon resigned in protest, but not before sending a letter to Washington saying that this was a quid pro quo, that Adams was getting the charges dropped in exchange for helping carrying out the agenda of the Trump administration. That is a charge that the mayor denies. He said there is no quid pro quo. He also denies any wrongdoing in relation to the corruption charges. Now, this has been a very complicated case, so we put together a timeline to catch everybody up on everything that led up to today.
Mayor Eric Adams' legal troubles began long before his first court appearance. According to the 5-count indictment against him, back in 2015, he established relationships with Turkish officials. Between October 2016 and 2017, he traveled to the country 3 times, allegedly accepting pricey tickets and luxury hotel stays in exchange for influence back in New York City. The swanky upgrades and expensive favors allegedly lasted through 2020. And in that year, Adams is accused of soliciting and receiving straw donations to circumvent the city's campaign finance rules. Fast forward to September of 2021, when the mayor allegedly put pressure on the FDNY to fast-track the opening of a new Turkish skyscraper on the east side, a building that was not up to code and failed inspection. It was in November of 2023 when the feds ramped up their investigation, raiding the home of Adams' aide, Brianna Suggs, and seizing the mayor's electronic devices. In 2024, the FBI raided the home of even more of his top advisors, including Winnie Greco. Fast forward to July of 2024, when the mayor is officially served grand jury subpoenas. And from that point forward, one aide after the next resigns, from the police commissioner to his chief counsel to the school's chancellor. And in September, the federal indictment against the mayor is unsealed.
I've done nothing wrong. Time will prove that.
While the mayor pled not guilty and denies any wrongdoing, the calls for him to resign start getting louder.
Look what happened. Is this crazy?
Then Trump wins the presidential election. It's November, which would set off a number of meetings, including Adams flying down to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Trump. And days later, Adams cancels appearances at Martin Luther King events in New York City to attend Trump's inauguration and ends up watching it from an overflow room. His absence on the profound holiday was noticed.
Some that should be here celebrating Dr. King with us in this room have chosen to go to Washington to celebrate Felon 47.
On February 10th, a major legal and political firestorm would be sparked as the Justice Department in Washington orders prosecutors in the Southern District of New York to dismiss Adams' corruption case without prejudice, meaning it could be brought up against Adams in the future. The letter said the case was hindering Adams' ability to do his job, including addressing the immigration crisis. But the acting U.S. Attorney in New York, Danielle Sassoon, a Trump appointee, refuses to sign off on dropping that case, claiming what was happening was a quid pro quo, where charges would be dropped in exchange for Adams' cooperation with the Trump administration. Sassoon would resign rather than sign off on the order. 6 other federal prosecutors joined her and quit. Protests begin around the city, and high-profile Democrats start saying it is time for Adams to step down. Meanwhile, the mayor continues to appear at churches where he has support, repeating his line that instead of stepping down, he intends to step up and weather the storm.
We're straight ahead. We're focused.
But the political turbulence would soon develop into a perfect storm, as half the deputy mayors would hand in their resignations on the same day, Monday, February 17th, citing they could no longer be true to their oaths to serve New Yorkers and their families. The 4 defections lead many to point out the mayor had, by then, lost the trust of his own staff. And by that night, Governor Kathy Hochul, who has the constitutional power to remove Adams from office, releases a statement calling on key leaders to meet with her, saying the alleged conduct in the 2 weeks leading up to this point is, quote, troubling and cannot be ignored. The next day, the meetings with various leaders takes place at the governor's office in Midtown Manhattan. And that brings us to today at 2 o'clock this afternoon Eastern Time. Both parties are expected to appear in court and to testify before Judge Ho, explaining why they want the case dropped. Legal experts say one thing that's missing in this is somebody who's going to be in there to testify on behalf of the people and what this means for New Yorkers, because they point out that right now both prosecutors and the defendant in the case are aligned in this case. As for what happens now after the testimony, some are wondering if the judge will render a decision right away. The people that we've talked to say that that is incredibly unlikely, that he'll probably take all this information, process it, and then render a decision. They say this is a process that could take days, if not weeks. Obviously, it is something that the governor in New York is also waiting on. So there's a lot of pressure in this case. That's the latest from here in Manhattan, in New York. We go back to you, Carell.
Arthur Tian down there again for Fox 5 in New York. Thank you so much for that comprehensive report, because it has been such a long time coming to this day for the New York City mayor. We'll check in soon.
You got it.
Let's continue on with more of these live pictures that we do have out here on this Wednesday. But again, that is one of the biggest stories that we are going to continue to follow up, because as you just saw from that report from Arthur Tian, it's been a long time coming, several months in the making. And now we'll have to wait and see what the judge decides today during that court appearance for Mayor Adams. We're going to step away for another brief commercial break here at Live Now from Fox, but we still have a lot more to get to. A couple of these live pictures that I want to filter through. This first one is a protest, people gathering at this rally to protest against DOGE, to protest against some of these federal budget cuts. That is happening outside in Washington, D.C., I do believe, outside the research and academics of the HHS. So that is one of the live pictures that we do have. And then also this in Washington, D.C. as well. We're waiting for the Senate. They are voting to confirm whether Kelly Loeffler will be the next SBA administrator. All this and more when we come back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we want to keep it moving with more of these live images that we are getting. So we're heading out to Washington, D.C. and taking you to this rally and a protest that are previewed just before that last commercial break. We are seeing several people here gathering, protesting against DOGE and Elon Musk for what they're saying are harmful federal budget cuts. Let's listen in.
Studying all populations equally for all problems, which is neither scientifically reasonable nor economically efficient. Not all populations are at the same risk for the same outcomes. Why would or should we allocate resources to studying or trying to prevent the spread of HIV amongst elderly white women when the risk of HIV transmission is virtually zero? Or why would we study pregnancy outcomes in straight men? Or what is the point of studying the efficacy of novel prostate cancer in females? Diversity of background, experiences, and thought only strengthens research because it improves the number of eyes, angles, and perspectives on a problem. It causes us to reconsider issues and pose new and better questions. It pushes the field forward and allows for new answers and solutions to be found. Cuts to scientific research present no real benefits and all but guarantee preventable costs to human life.
Fund, don't freeze! 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 Fund, don't freeze!
All right. Yeah! Next up, we have Kaylin Price. She is a neuroscience graduate worker at the newly formed George Washington University 2. George Washington University Grad Workers United. Yeah! Part of FII Local 500.
It is such an honor to be here. My name is Kaylin Price. I'm a neuroscience graduate student, graduate worker with GWU2. So where are my GWU2 folks? We just won our election, 99.4% yes. Graduate workers are ready to work not just for science, but for the betterment of all mankind by doing research. We are organized because you have to be organized. You have to out-organize fascism. We are here with the SEIU Local 500 with amazing support, solidarity with all of the other workers here. And it is important that we understand exactly what is at stake right now. I am a proud HBCU educated scientist from North Carolina A&T State University, where I got my undergraduate degree in biology, and I know exactly what it means to do work that is great work with less than what you should have. My brilliant current advisor put it like this: cutting indirect costs is like telling a football team to do their work with only the players and the coach. No lights for the field, no physical therapist for the players, no water for the showers. Just tell them, get out there and do it. What's the problem? You've got to think about what they're telling you and why they're misleading you. They want you to be angry and misinformed, incensed and ignorant. They want you, Trump and his unelected billionaire backers, want you to look at the people like us making $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 a year, working late nights through the weekends because we believe that much in the work that we do as the enemy. We need 2 and 3 roommates to keep doing the work that we do because we believe it's that important. We are not the enemy. Our colleagues that we are also organizing with, who keep the fume hoods running, who keep the electricity running, are not your enemy. They're your neighbors, they're your friends, and they are helping to make sure that the work that we do is possible. It isn't just enough to have a good idea. You need a building to do it in. You need lights. You need clean water. You need all of the materials that keep a facility running. So saying facility and administration have to be out here begging for money that is already guaranteed. What they are doing is theft. They are stealing from you, from me, and it's crazy that it's tax season. I'm not even making that much, and I'm watching it go away. They want to fund $18 billion in government contracts to Elon Musk. But they're telling us that the work that we do is bloat and excess. So I want to leave you with a chant. More funding, not less. End research funding theft. More funding, not less. End research funding theft. More funding, not less. End research funding theft. Keep coming out here. Keep telling people what you do and why it's important. Let people know that we cannot survive as a society without the work that scientists, clinicians, and educators do every single day.
All right, and now we have heard from some of our workers here at NIH, down the street at George Washington University, up in Baltimore at Johns Hopkins, and now we will hear from Senator of our great state of Maryland, a champion for higher education and for labor, Senator Chris Van Hollen.
Thank you, great patriots all. Are we going to shut down the illegal Elon Musk takeover of the government? You bet we are. We're going to fight this in the courts. We're going to fight this in the Congress, and there can be no business as usual in the Congress. And we're going to fight this in gatherings like this all over the country because we need to shut down this illegal operation. I want to thank all of you. All of you are dedicated to protecting the public health. All of you are dedicated to making sure that we do the medical research that saves lives. And there's no sugarcoating this. These cuts will kill more Americans. When you conduct research into cancer, into diabetes, into Alzheimer's, into heart disease, and into all the other diseases that plague American families, you are saving lives. And taking that away will result in more Americans dying early and more American suffering. Are we going to let that happen? No! Hell no! So what is this all about? What is this all about? It is about the great betrayal by Donald Trump. Look, on the campaign trail, what did he say he would do? He said he was going to cut prices. He said he was going to look out for working people. But as soon as he was sworn in, he began that great betrayal. He ended up slashing important services like medical research that help every American family to make way for and pay for what the next step they're going to take is, which is tax cuts for very wealthy Americans at the expense of everybody else. Are we going to let that happen? And who did he bring in to do his dirty work? Elon Musk. Elon Musk. So this is the most corrupt bargain in American history. Elon Musk spent $280 million to elect Donald Trump. And Donald Trump turned around and gave the keys to federal agencies to Elon Musk. And make no mistake, and you know this has nothing to do with greater government efficiency. Nothing. This has everything to do to taking over the reins of government to serve the already powerful and to slash public services that help every American, to make more room for tax cuts for Elon Musk. That is what this corrupt bargain is all about. Are we going to shut it down? Yeah! We're going to shut it down because we're going to get the story out there to every American. They, as you said, they want all of us to be quiet. They want us to just suck it up. Are we going to suck it up? No! Hell no! So what this is about is not lowering prices and not helping working people. This is about enacting Project 2025. Now, I don't know about all of you, but I dare say you do remember that when he was on the campaign trail and when he was asked about Project 2025, Donald Trump's like, I don't know what that is. Who are those? Who are those people? That was the big lie. That was the big lie. And why did he pretend to know nothing about it? Because he knew how unpopular it is to enact those provisions. But that is, in fact, what they're doing. They're not doing what he said he was going to do on the campaign trail. He's enacting Project 2025, which he said he knew nothing about. And in fact, Russ Vought is the guy who co-authored Project 2025, and he is now in the cockpit of the White House when it comes to federal agencies. So are we going to shut down Project 2025? Yeah! Because, you know, if you're about creating more efficiency, you don't fire all the IGs, first of all, do you? I mean, the IGs are there to look out for waste, fraud, and abuse. So firing the IGs actually clears the way for more corruption. So we can shut down everything we can in order to make sure that we shut down the Elon Musk operation. I want to thank all of you for doing that, because at the end of the day, you are here to save lives. We need to make sure we get it done. Thank you all very, very much for what you do.
We're taking a live look here at a rally being held. You're seeing federal workers, union leaders, and impacted community members rallying outside the headquarters of the Department of Health and Human Services to protest against DOGE and Elon Musk's take on the public service sector, and now within President Trump's administration. A couple of different live looks on your screen as well. Staying in Washington, D.C., you have this first one as the Senate continues to vote on whether to confirm Kelly Loeffler as the new administrator for the Small Business Administration. And then also we had this live look over downtown Manhattan in New York City. We are expecting New York City Mayor Eric Adams to appear before a judge today on corruption charges. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, where we do focus on live events as they are happening in real time. And we're heading back out to Washington, D.C. as we continue to see this rally being held outside of the headquarters of the Department of Health and Human Services, as several people turning out here to protest against DOGE and Elon Musk.
NIH Fellows United. And frankly, I don't want to be here. I want to be in my lab focusing on my research. This is because on January 21st, the current administration instituted a ban on DEIA positions and programs in the federal government. Overnight, my group's website was taken down and colleagues I'd worked beside for years were out of a job. 2 years of our blood, sweat, and tears, building networks, fostering community, and many more of history before us, reduced to broken links and uncertainty. In the wake of such a clear attack on my queer colleagues, how can any of us go about our day-to-day work? Through community, we have found a way. Despite bans on presenting our research, halts on funding, and direct attacks on our identities, we have passed candidacy exams, been accepted to graduate school, all while raising our voices to protect our fellow scientists. While some may think the administration's actions are a bold display of strength, I think they're a clear admission of fear. This administration knows the power we have when we stand together, and that's why they're trying to undermine us. You can eliminate DEIA. You can stall our research, but we are not going anywhere. We will work together to protect every single one of us. Fellow organizers, do not give them the satisfaction of succumbing to the overwhelm. Keep raising your voices. Keep excelling at what you do and remind them why they should fear our power.
Hello, my name is Connor Phillips, and I'm with NIH Fellows United. As you've heard from others today, the NIH is what makes the U.S. the world leader in biomedical research. The best scientists come here because we can solve the world's most challenging problems in health. You may not be able to tell by looking at me, but I have cerebral palsy. I am this healthy because of therapies developed in the U.S. that helped rewire my brain after a stroke, allowing me to live my fullest life. My experience inspired me to become a scientist at the NIH, where I have developed new therapies to improve the lives of other children with cerebral palsy and help develop a new understanding of how the brain functions. Now, as a result of these cuts from the Trump administration, I am prevented from continuing this research, even as an unpaid volunteer. When I hear people say these cuts are making our government more efficient, I am at a loss. How can that be true when I'm prevented from working for free? As someone who hopes to be a great scientist one day, I'm questioning whether that will be still possible in the United States. If this story speaks to you, call your senators and tell them to fund our science.
Fund, don't freeze! Fund, don't freeze! Fund, don't freeze! Fund, don't freeze! My name is Rakshita Balaji, and I'm a research fellow at the National Institutes of Health, and also a proud member of NIH Fellows United, UAW 2750. My work centers around understanding the science behind chronic pain, which afflicts about 1/4 of adults in America, with conditions ranging from migraine to arthritis to fibromyalgia. My colleagues and peers at the NIH are some of the most talented and passionate people I know and have had the absolute privilege of training alongside. And it has been absolutely shattering to watch my community, the people I care about, suffer from this undeserved stress, confusion, and frustration brought about by executive actions that have squandered our scientific progress and uprooted our livelihoods in just 1 month since the presidential inauguration. From gutting research funding, to tearing professionals from their posts, to policing speech around equity and inclusion. This administration has punished dedicated employees from our life-saving work, causing harm that will extend into the lives of every American who seeks a better quality of life from our medical breakthroughs. As scientists, researchers, and clinicians, it is imperative that we may be able to continue our work free of this pervasive threat posed by condemnable directives that are antithetical to the missions of public health, knowledge, and justice in the United States.
Hi all, I'm Dr. Amanda Shaver. I'm an NIH NRSA supported postdoctoral fellow at Johns Hopkins University. I've been working in the fields of biology and genetics since 2006, and it's been my long-term goal to become a professor, to inspire people to become scientists, and to conduct science that will actually improve the lives of others. I study genes responsible for drug resistance in parasitic worms that cause debilitating diseases to approximately 2 billion people worldwide. I've worked really hard for the last 19 years to build a career in science, and these NIH cuts and loss of funding opportunities have not only threatened my current research, but will jeopardize my future research and my ability to pursue science and stay employed in my own country. America has been at the forefront of science and a leader in the world, but implementing all the cuts and restructuring proposed by the Trump administration will devastate science and healthcare in America. These cuts in science will diminish our standing in the world. Thank you.
You're watching here this rally that continues there in Washington, D.C. as several people protesting against Doge and Elon Musk, and they are stationed there outside of the headquarters of the Department of Health and Human Services. Back out live to this picture that we have over on Capitol Hill. We do want to bring you some breaking news as we continue to track all of the latest regarding these several cabinet nominations and picked for President Trump's second time in office, as we have learned now that the Senate has confirmed Kelly Loeffler as SBA administrator. I'd also like to showcase this, a post on X from House GOP with a photo of Loeffler saying congratulations to our new administrator of the Small Business Administration, Kelly Loeffler. Now, Loeffler was a former Georgia senator and a top donor to President Donald Trump and was a chief executive of a cryptocurrency trading platform. She also co-chaired Trump's inaugural committee. More background on her, courtesy of our team at Fox News Digital, as I put up some more video here of Loeffler, that latest confirmation from the Senate. Fox News saying that her net worth being an estimated roughly $1 billion, and she previously donated her annual Senate salary of $174,000 between 2019 and 2021 to more than 40 Georgia charities and nonprofits. Those organizations included food banks, faith groups, and organizations opposed to abortion, of foster care, adoption groups, as well as organizations promoting healthcare, agriculture, education, law enforcement, and disaster relief. Loeffler previously worked at several top financial firms, including Intercontinental Exchange, and her husband, whom she met at ICE, is the current chairman of the New York Stock Exchange. Loeffler also previously bought a minority stake in the WNBA Atlanta Dream, but is reportedly no longer associated with the team. Kelly Loeffler also sparring with that senator from Massachusetts, Democratic Senator Edward Markey, during her confirmation hearing that was just last week over the president's administration's announcement that it would freeze federal funds and grants. Now, after the president fired SBA Inspector General back in January, he expressed anger and called for a pause on Loeffler's confirmation consideration. But we all know how that turned out, with that being cleared for that final confirmation vote that just went down today. Back out there to this post from House GOP on X. Congratulations to our new administrator of the Small Business Administration, Kelly Loeffler. We're stepping away for a quick commercial break at LiveNOW from Fox. We continue with more of these breaking news headlines and live events when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to cover all of your top stories and more breaking news headlines, this time coming out of New York, but with a tie to some of these initiatives within the Trump administration. The New York Post saying this: New York City congestion pricing axed as Trump pulls approval of halted toll. Let's take you out to this live image that we have over in New York City, a beautiful shot there, downtown Manhattan, as I read some of this reporting and the latest, courtesy of our partners at Fox 5 in New York. President Donald Trump's administration set to kill New York City's new congestion pricing toll. Now that's according to the U.S. Department of Transportation. This is what we know so far. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy set to send a letter to New York Governor Kathy Hochul informing her that DOT's Federal Highway Administration would terminate the approval of the controversial program. The department said it rescinded a November 21st agreement signed under the value pricing pilot program, effectively ending New York City's authority to impose the toll. Secretary Duffy calling the toll impacting drivers in Manhattan's business district a, quote, slap in the face to working class Americans and small business owners. Going on, detailing some of this in the press release from the Department of Transportation, in which it said, as detailed in the letter, the secretary is terminating the pilot for two reasons. First, the scope of the CBDTP is unprecedented and provides no toll-free option for many drivers who want or need to travel by vehicle in this major urbanized area. Second, the toll rate was set primarily to raise revenue for transit rather than an amount needed to reduce congestion. By doing so, the pilot runs contrary to the purpose of the VPPP, which is to impose tolls for congestion reduction, not transit revenue generation. A little bit more of the backstory when it comes to this entire issue when it comes to congestion pricing. Fox 5 saying that New York City's congestion pricing program launched in January and imposes a $9 toll on most drivers entering Manhattan below 60th Street. The landmark initiative was designed to reduce tariff congestion, improve air quality, and raise funds for much needed public transit upgrades. Although critics have said it's just one of a more unfair cost to commuters to fund the MTA. President Trump has repeatedly criticized the congestion pricing, claiming that it's hurting businesses, and he called these $9 tolls to get into the central business district, quote, destructive to New York. And really, people entering this exact live look that we're giving you here in downtown Manhattan, those are the ones that are going to be affected. And you have to think about the tens of thousands of people that have to travel in there for work every day. So this has been a story that we have been monitoring for quite some time here. We've even showcased some of these press conferences that New York Governor Kathy Hochul has had on this issue of congestion pricing. But we wanted to bring you that, just some more breaking news for this Wednesday. Back out to this post from the New York Post on X, in which they also say NYC congestion pricing axed as Trump pulls approval of hated toll. Let's continue on with some more of these other top headlines and more of these live events that we have been bringing you throughout the day. A Live Now look over at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C., because we're going to continue on with one of the events that is still continuing as we're seeing union workers, federal workers, and several other people who have been affected by some of these federal funding cuts. They are protesting outside of the Department of Health and Human Services. They are protesting against DOGE and Elon Musk. Let's watch.
Now, I'll just say, I think I see a sign back there saying, Congress, wake up. Yeah, I'll just say this about Congress. I've heard some people back here chanting about Congress. Congress is doing as bad as Trump and Musk are. They're despicable human beings, let's just say it. As bad as they are, and they're running a coup on this country right now, and the Congress isn't doing a damn thing about it. Doing nothing. The Republicans that run the Congress, they run the whole thing. They control the whole agenda. They have handed over their legislative branch responsibilities to a couple of billionaires who are now running a coup on the country right now. Shameful. Shameful. And we should hold these Republicans accountable. It's them. It's them right up there in this Congress. So I just want to say, brothers and sisters, it's us in the labor movement. We're the ones following the lawsuits. We're the ones right now out at this rally. We're holding rallies all over the country. Kudos to everyone to put this rally together and all the rallies around the country today. Hats off. And we're going to stand up for the workers, all of these workers here. We love you. We're fighting with you. We're fighting with you, and we're going to stand up and take this country back from the oligarchs. Thank you.
We win. Hello, everybody. I'm Randy Irwin. I'm the president of the National Federation of Federal Employees. How you doing? Great to be here today. Boy, this is happening all across the country. What an amazing thing. We need people in the streets. People are finally waking up, seeing what's happening in this country, seeing our, the critical services that we rely on just being torn down. It's unbelievable. But I want to thank all the federal workers that are here. Just tremendous work. I'm blown away every day at the work done by our folks in the federal government. I've heard so much about what we do for public health today. I mean, what an incredible thing. And to think that we could be losing that our public will be less healthy, unbelievable, unbelievable. But it's more than that. We're keeping our military ready, caring for veterans, maintaining our homeland security, clean air, clean water, safe borders, safe air travel, national parks and forests. What incredible work federal employees do every day. Okay, and we cannot let these things go away in this country. People do not even understand what this country would look like if those things actually happened. But thank you for your work, and thank you for being here and demonstrating against the tyranny that we are seeing in this country right now. So let me tell you a few things about Donald Trump and Elon Musk. They have no idea about the critical work that you do. No idea whatsoever, and they don't care. They don't care. They offered resignations to 90% of the federal government. Do you know how irresponsible that is? They are putting public safety at risk. They are inviting communities to burn. No exaggeration. They are inviting airplanes to fall out of the sky. No exaggeration. Is that acceptable? No! Is that acceptable? No! And here's another thing. And I got a message for Donald Trump. You swore an oath to the Constitution, and you are not upholding that oath. The things that he is doing are blatantly illegal. He knows it. He admits it. Under Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution, he must faithfully execute the laws of this. And I got a message for Congress, too. What are you doing about it? Look at what we've seen. Look at the violations of the law and the Constitution, and we don't have one hearing. How gutless is this Congress? This can't continue. This cannot continue. This madness absolutely has to stop. But let me tell you, it's the folks, it's getting in the streets and delivering the message, not letting up. You can't give them an inch. We got to keep on telling the stories of the great work that federal employees do. We got to be talking to the media, talking to friends, talking to family, talking to getting on social media, and never letting up. This country is too special. We got a special thing here, and we cannot let it get taken away from us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony Lee. I'm a federal worker and chapter president for NTEU, the National Treasury Employees Union, Chapter 282. We represent employees at the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA. And we're here to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters from UAW and from all the other unions that are here in NIH as part of our HHS family. I lost my notes, so I'm just going to do this from memory. The statements that I'm making today are my own and do not necessarily represent the FDA, the HHS, or my union. We do still have the First Amendment, so this is free speech. And I did want to say what happened to our employees at the FDA last Saturday night and to thousands across the country was a travesty. It was disrespectful even. It was devoid of any compassion. The letters the FDA employees received told lies, essentially, that there were performance issues when there weren't performance issues. Shame, that's right. They disparaged the work that our federal employees, that FDA employees do to help protect and promote the health and safety of the public. Our staff fellows, much like those at NIH, were hit particularly hard with these wrongful firings of employees. But it wasn't only staff fellows. We had medical officers, doctors that are doing research and that are approving new drugs who were fired, attorneys, scientists, data scientists, and many others who received these notices in the late of night. That's right. And you should care, and the American public should care everywhere across the country because of the work that we do at the FDA, protecting and making sure you have safe food to eat, food that's free from contaminants or harmful ingredients, making sure that our medical products, devices, drugs, vaccines, all are safe and effective for their uses. And when we find that products are on the market that shouldn't be, that we have the ability to take them off of the market. All of that has been put in jeopardy by HHS and their actions. We do need safe food. There were other employees across HHS and CMS and CDC. The CDC works with the FDA on traceback investigations, making sure that foodborne illness won't spread and bad foods can be taken off the market. These things do not help to improve the health of the public. They harm the public. And that's why we have to stand up against these draconian items and policies that the administration is bringing forth. The tobacco research that is done in our Center for Tobacco Products had a number of people who were fired. They're doing work to make sure that our children don't get addicted to or are harmed by nicotine and tobacco products. Again, not helping the health of the public when you fire hundreds of employees across the FDA that are doing this kind of work. So we have to stand up and fight back. Thank you.
You're watching here a rally being held in Washington, D.C. We're seeing federal workers, union workers protesting against Doge and Elon Musk over these federal funding cuts. Now, of course, we always air both sides of these stories. This is just one of those. But anytime we do have these anti-protests, quote unquote, in which there is support for President Trump's administration and some of those initiatives, we bring them to you as soon as they come into our newsroom. Speaking of the president, we just got confirmation that we brought to you moments ago that Kelly Loeffler, his pick to lead the Small Business Administration, has been voted in by the Senate and confirmed. This is a live picture there in Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. And we also continue to monitor this shot outside of a Manhattan courtroom as New York City Mayor Eric Adams facing a judge today over corruption charges. We're waiting to see what comes from this court appearance. You can see that there are several news outlets there outside of the court waiting for some remarks. We're going to step away for our first commercial break of this hour. We continue with more of your top stories next. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, where we are continuing to follow several of these live events from around the country. A live picture over in Washington, D.C., as we see that this rally held against Doge and Elon Musk has just ended. Over this other live look that we have in New York City, we can see that some protesters from a protest earlier on today against New York City Mayor Eric Adams, they've kind of convened outside of the courthouse there in Lower Manhattan. The New York City mayor set to stand before a judge today as he faces those corruption charges. We'll see what comes out of that a little later on. And I do want to head down south now to Florida, where we're also getting a live picture just into our newsroom. Taking a look here at Florida Governor Ron DeSantis discussing some of these immigration policies and what state officials will be doing going forward.
We have the ability to receive delegation for our state and local law enforcement officers to perform specified immigration officer functions under the agency's direction and oversight. It also allows ICE enforcement and removal operations to partner with state and local enforcement agencies to identify and remove already incarcerated criminal aliens who are eligible for removal before they are re-released into the community. And we had problems with that under the Biden administration, where people would just be simply released rather than have ICE pick them up. This agreement will give FDLE, FWC, Florida State Guard, and the Florida Department of Agriculture expanded power and authority to interrogate any suspected alien or person believed to be an alien as to their right to be in the United States. And of course, with the legislation we signed on Thursday, it is unlawful to enter the state of Florida as an illegal alien. And that is a law that we are going to enforce. And we believe ultimately, I know it'll get challenged, but we believe that the Supreme Court is going to reevaluate some of its prior precedents and uphold that statute. If they're found to be in violation of proper immigration status, we will make sure that they are held accountable. So this has very important authorities. It allows us to be able to work seamlessly across our state agencies with federal immigration authorities. You are going to see more effective interior enforcement when you have the state and local and the federal government on the same page. They don't have enough resources after 4 years of atrophy under the Biden administration to meet the numbers that were promised. And so in the intervening period in particular, if state and locals aren't part of the solution, then the problem is going to persist. So Florida's leading the way. We now have FHP with 287G agreements, and we also now have our State Guard, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and FWC. FWC reported, I think this morning, that, and they caught it on video. You have these illegal aliens. They're on top of a building, and they're dumping debris into this canal in Broward County. And I'm thinking to myself, what kind of behavior is that? You come in, you don't even have a right to be here, and then you're dumping all this stuff into our waterways. And so they were detained. They're now in custody of DHS, and they're going to be returned to their country of origin, which is appropriate. And other measures that need to be taken to respond to that, are being undertaken as well. So this is something that, to be just doing that in the open, it's like, I think it's just emboldened because you had 4 years where you could basically do whatever you wanted and the federal government wasn't going to hold you accountable. But those days are over. We're here in Florida. We want to be part of the solution. We're leading, and I really appreciate everybody that's been involved in doing this. We had the legislation signed Thursday. I talked to the 3 cabinet members. At that time, would-be member, I don't think James had even been sworn in yet as Attorney General. Talked to Commissioner Simpson, CFO Petronas, and I'm like, we got to move quick. And they were like, absolutely, let's do it. And so we did that on the holiday on Monday over in Niceville in the Panhandle, which was really, really good. We're going to finalize everything that needs to be done on the State Immigration Board at our next cabinet meeting. So we'll be soliciting input from the Law Enforcement Council. They're going to provide recommendations that we'll synthesize and utilize, to the extent it's appropriate and the extent that we agree with that.
and then we're going to be off to the races. So this is something that I don't think there's any state that's even in the ballpark of doing what Florida's done so far. So I appreciate the members of the Florida cabinet from leaning in, and I thank the head of the agencies, agriculture, law enforcement, FDLE, State Guard, Roger Young at Fish and Wildlife, and of course Dave Kerner. We've had this agreement executed now with FHP. We're leaning in. We're working really hard. We're not sitting on our hands. You know, there's things when you're in positions, there's things you have to do, and you got to do it. And if you don't do it, you can be judged harshly. But there's other things that you don't really need to do. I mean, we could just say this is the federal government's problem and let them do it. And if they don't do it, but that's not what we're doing. We realize this is a problem for everybody in terms of how this impacts. You know, we could have just turned a blind eye when we see illegals dumping stuff into the canal. That's not the appropriate thing to do. Without having the legislation, though, you could have potentially done that. But that's not how we roll here. We want to be part of the solution. We understand this may be our last chance to solve this problem once and for all. So all the state agencies are on board. We're ready to roll. We are rolling. We have been rolling with operations over these last few weeks, and we're going to continue to amp up those efforts. So thanks for everybody that's been involved. Thanks for Larry Keith for stepping up to the plate and being willing to help with this. We're going to hear from some of those folks, and then I'm going to sign the executed agreements that we have reached with federal immigration officials. So we'll start with Larry Keith, then we'll hear from Roger Young, then we'll hear from Mark Themey from the Florida State Guard. Larry, come on.
Sure. What I want to start out with is to give you a little context, to give you a little description of my perception of what we're doing in terms of the analytical framework that we're bringing to this project, because everything 287G agreements, you need to understand where that fits in for the public to understand what we're doing here. So our organization, the Board of State Immigration Enforcement, the first thing we need to do is we need to be able to identify who the illegal aliens are, particularly the worst of the worst, the criminal aliens. We need to identify them. We need to find them geographically within the state of Florida. And then this is where we need the 287G. We need the ability to go out there, not with or accompanied by always ICE or federal immigration officials, but actually on our own, in the course of our regular law enforcement duties, arrest and detain. So we need to identify them here in Florida, we need to find them geographically, and then we need to arrest them and detain them and then be involved in the deportation process. Those are the buckets, figuratively speaking, that we're operating in. Now, what's important, a lot of people don't know, is the federal government is primary on immigration. They do have the resources, they have the money, and most importantly, they have the legal authorities to operate in the immigration space. The state and local folks don't, as the governor pointed out. We are not primary. But what the federal government doesn't have in any of their law enforcement agencies, they are less than 15% of all the human beings with law enforcement authority in the United States of America. Less than 15%, and I know that. I was a U.S. attorney in the Department of Justice in the Trump administration, the first Trump administration, and that was a key component with the feds. You have authorities, you have resources, but you don't have the people. More than 85% of all law enforcement in this country is state and local law enforcement. And that is going to be key to this mission. As the governor pointed out, and as the cabinet knows, it's all a state and local game. And my commitment to the cabinet and the governor is that Florida is going to be number one. We're going to be the best. And in all of my interactions in the great 3 days that I've been on this job with the federal government contacts is Florida wants to be first. We want to know exactly what you need, where you need it, how much you need. Our legislature has given us resources. I've been given the authority from the governor and the cabinet to execute and move. Tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock, I'm leaving here and going to Washington. I'm not sure when I'm coming back. But that's my commitment. So this 287G stuff that you'll hear about from them, it's so important to understand it, is it gives the state and local folks in Florida, police chiefs, sheriffs, them and all their organizations the ability to go out there, put their hands on people, arrest them, detain them, and deport them so we get illegal aliens out of the state of Florida and out of this country on airplanes. So with that, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Larry. Roger Young.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Director. It's an honor to be here with this fantastic leadership team and just to be a part of this historic partnership that we're all working together to combat illegal immigration. And I'll say this, Florida does it right in so many realms when it comes to law enforcement working together, whether it's natural disasters or responding to combat illegal immigration or keeping our people safe on a daily basis through general law enforcement. We check our egos at the door, we work together, and it's all about getting the job done and keeping people safe. Governor, under your leadership, we have increased surveillance and interdiction and our capabilities to deter maritime illegal immigration. We've expanded collaboration with our federal agencies and intelligence sharing and joint operations, and we continued to rapid respond deployments to areas of increased migrant landings and border security threats, which keeps our state and our country safe. Continually, we stop, currently when we stop a migrant vessel at sea, we have to wait for federal authorities to arrive at the location on the water, which could take some time. This creates various obstacles and issues for officers on scene. Oftentimes, migrant vessels are overloaded, in danger of sinking. They also possess an officer safety risk, as we have experienced. A lot of these migrant vessels are occupied by 10, 20, sometimes up to 50 migrants, and with usually only 2, 3, maybe officers on board. This creates a safety risk at the point of interception. With the implementation of this new legislation and the 287G program, we will no longer have to wait for federal assets to arrive to help us with this situation and to transport individuals for processing. We, along with our state and local partners, will now be able to detect, detain, and then transport to be processed for deportation those that illegally enter through our waterways in the state and our country. Legislation in the 287G program. So with that, we stand committed to supporting Governor DeSantis' efforts to protect our borders and look forward to working with Director Keefe and all of our state partner agencies and locals on the mission of combating illegal immigration in Florida. Thank you.
All right, Director.
We're listening here to several officials down there in Florida discussing how they are going to work, all of these state officials, how they're going to work with federal law enforcement agencies as they continue to tackle immigration across the state. We're going to step away for another brief commercial break. We continue with more of your top stories when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're heading back down to Tallahassee, Florida, listening in to some state and local law enforcement officials discussing how they're going to be working with the federal government on their immigration crackdown.
this is FBLE, Highway Patrol, or no, FBLE, State Guard, and Fish and Wildlife. We've already got Highway Patrol done. And this pretty much ensures that we're in the game. Okay. Who wants one? Larry?
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Who else? Thank you, sir. All right. And then agriculture is also, they have an agreement. Have you guys signed it yet? Or?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so their agreement's signed. So Florida Department of Agriculture, 287G, state agencies that are under governor command are also locked and loaded and done. And, we're looking forward. So this is what it means to be in the game. This is what it means to lead and to be part of the solution, and not just sit on the sidelines and use this for campaigning, but to actually say, we're in office, let's do something about it for once. So thanks to everybody involved, and this is another good day, and we're going to continue to work really hard on this issue. Thanks, So we're excited about this. I'm going to be going up to Washington on Friday. We have opportunities for the governors to meet with cabinet secretaries about different issues affecting our states. Obviously, the immigration stuff we've been out ahead of. There may be some things we need to discuss, but I think by and large we're working very well, working in sync with the folks up there. One of the things that we're going to be looking for is support for the Department of Commerce to delegate us the ability to manage our red snapper in the Atlantic, just like we do in the Gulf. How is it that you have 105 days of Gulf red snapper and 2 days of Atlantic? Are you telling me that the populations are that? Of course they're not. It's bad data, bad science that the feds do. We've been delegated this, and it's been a big, big success in the Gulf. And I know people in the Atlantic, our anglers, will be really, really happy if we were able to get that done. So that'll be on the agenda. The other thing will be on the agenda, and I've mentioned this earlier, we have invested record amounts in conservation and environmental stewardship, but particularly with respect to restoring Florida's Everglades. If you look at what we've done on the reservoir south of Lake Okeechobee, we did the STE. We were ahead of schedule. We obviously have reservoirs on both sides of Lake Okeechobee. We've raised the Tamiami Trail. We're doing all this stuff. We're happy to do it. It's made a big difference already. It will continue to make a big difference. But you have the main reservoir is under the Army Corps of Engineers. It's behind schedule. So our request is going to be just block grant us the money, cut the Army Corps out, and let us build the damn thing. We'll get it done a lot quicker. We will do it a lot better. And I think the president is of this mindset. I think this is exactly consistent, with his view of cutting down bureaucracy and letting the states step up to the plate. So if we can get, just for the EAA reservoir, if we're able to get that, we'll put our folks to work, we'll get it done. Now, part of the component of that is with the EPA getting the restoration of our what they call 404B permitting authority. What that does is it just allows our state officials to follow federal law, but issue the permits if people are in compliance with federal law. If it stays with the Army Corps, it takes forever, and that has implications for commerce and the economy. But on all these environmental projects, since the 404 got stopped, we've had much longer waits. So we want to do these reservoirs. We want to do the different projects we have in the hopper. Let us handle the 404. We'll go in, we'll get it done. The other thing is on the issue of education. We have worked really hard on reforming higher education. I know voters across the country, not just in Florida, have been horrified at some of the things that have come out of some of these universities, particularly over the last year and a half. And we want to focus on the classical mission of a university. But part of the reason we've gotten in the mess that we're in is because of these accreditation bodies. And these are basically self-selected entities. Nobody elects these people, but the Department of Education approves the accreditors. We want to see a reevaluation of how the accreditation is done. We have legislation that's been enacted in Florida for alternative accreditors. There's a process that you got to go through for that, but we want to jumpstart that process, because if you're accrediting properly, then I think a lot of the problems that you see potentially could fall by the wayside, and I think that that's really, really significant. You know, the other thing is you know, we do have some concerns of some of the other things that the Department of Education has done under the Biden administration, particularly with how they've treated states that have embraced school choice, and we think that needs to be corrected. And so we're going to pursue that. We are also going to work with HHS, and would love to be able to speak with the Secretary about, you know, how many years ago did we do the Canadian importation program? It was President Trump was in office the first time. He approved us doing this. It was stonewalled under Biden. We've been in the courts. We've got issues with Canada on it. And the reality is you have the same drugs that are much cheaper there, and we could save the state a lot of money just if we did it through our programs. Now, I think individuals should be able to purchase too, but if they just allowed us to fill our needs, we've got a warehouse. I mean, I did events. We've done events at this warehouse. I think it's in Polk County. Like, it's ready. It will relabel. We're like ready to go. We've been ready for so long on this, and we basically had 4 years of being stonewalled on it. Now we have a new regime, and so we'd like to see, and that's a continuation of what the president wanted to do in his first term in office. So I don't think that that's going to be such a heavy lift. So there's a number of different things as well that we're going to look to do. But we have an opportunity, and I've said publicly on the whole FEMA thing. You know, the president was getting flack saying that he wants to eliminate the FEMA bureaucracy. But the reality is if you did block grant the states the money, you could block grant less money than what they ultimately spend on each disaster, bypass the bureaucracy, let us handle it, and the money will go farther. That's just the truth. You hear all these stories. I mean, for every event we have, you know, we work very hard at prep, response, and all this, stabilization. But these FEMA programs, it's just a Byzantine maze of regulations. And these are people that are hurting, and they're constantly having to battle bureaucrats. And that's not ultimately been something that's been successful. So we would welcome that opportunity to manage those funds ourselves. As I said, figure out how much typical disaster costs, depending on the severity of the event. You can discount that some, give it to us, and I guarantee you we'll be able to make better use of that funding. So all the things you're seeing with like DOGE and really taking a hard look at the scope of the bureaucracy. I know they're trying to reduce positions across the bureaucracy. They're finding a lot of these contracts and grant programs. I think it's been very, very positive. I think this is a very healthy exercise. But ultimately, we've got to put this into practice. Whatever they can do unilaterally to empower the states, we're going to ask for. But some of this may require Congress to get on board and to actually be part of the solution. You know, you can identify all this questionable spending, and they've done billions of dollars they found. And you know, some people go, oh, well, that's not that much compared to what's spending. Like, I'm sorry, it's tax dollars. Anything that's improper should be. It doesn't matter how small. I think you would want to do that. But ultimately, Congress is going to have to be the one that's going to codify this stuff. And if they're not willing to do it, then the Leviathan's just going to continue to live on. You may need Congress to act on some of the delegations to the states. I mean, I hope they can do it by executive action from the White House. But the reality is, I mean, I don't know. The reservoir, does that need to be put in the WRDA bill? Does it not? You know, who knows? But it may need to be. And if it does, you know, we hope Congress will want to act to be good partners with the Trump administration on empowering states. Okay, any questions?
How much do you want local law enforcement to prioritize detaining unauthorized aliens who are not actively committing a crime?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they have a response. They are committing a crime in Florida if they're here illegally. So we made that clear with the legislation that was passed. Entering Florida illegally as an illegal alien is a criminal offense, and so you will be held accountable for that. You know, how ICE is going to handle some of these detentions, what our role is going to be, I think we're going to work all those out. There's going to be training that's going to take place for all of our state agencies. I know the sheriff's departments are going to have to undergo, the police chiefs. You know, we're appointing these police chiefs. We're going to appoint ours today. If it hasn't gone out yet, you'll see that very soon. And so we're going to be working through all these things. Now, one of the things that some of the money can be used for is for some of the detention operations. Now, as I've said on the beginning, we are not going to just displace what the federal government's responsibilities are. We are assisting and amplifying the federal government's responsibilities. And so, you know, we expect them to be shouldering most of the responsibility on the detention of illegal aliens. I think what we want to do is, you know, we have the provision where you can have the bail denied. You have the ability now to conduct operations once they are deputized and have training. But I think our hope would be that we can swiftly turn them over to ICE custody rather than us having to be, you know, kind of the clearinghouse, a boarding house for this indefinitely. We understand in certain situations, you know, we're going to need to be there. We're not going to release anybody that is a problem if ICE is not available at the time. But I think the default is ICE has this role, DHS has this role. We'll help, we'll supplement, but not displace.
President Newsom is getting confirmed tomorrow by the Board of Governors. Why do you think more schools are choosing former lawmakers to lead in Florida?
I don't know. I mean, I think when I mentioned there's been problems with ideological indoctrination in higher education. We've seen things that I had never thought were possible, like at Columbia University, just really, really detestable ideology and conduct, but particularly the conduct. And so I think people want to know that if you come into one of these positions, that you stand against the indoctrination bent that some of these universities have been, a lot of the universities have done over many decades. And so if you have a record of having done that in public sphere, then that probably gives confidence that you're going to be able to do that when you're the president of a university. If you don't have a record as having done that, then the question is, do you get there and then you get captured by the forces that are there that have kind of done? I mean, you know, you have some of these people that are protesting the former lieutenant governor, and I'm just thinking to myself, like, wait a minute, you know, you don't get to run the show here. That's not the way it works. And I think there's this idea that somehow, you know, that the faculty, segments of the faculty, factions of the faculty, that they should just be able to dictate how this goes. These are institutions funded by tax dollars. Very handsomely funded by tax dollars, mind you. Look at what universities were getting when I became governor versus now. It's been a lot of money that we've provided. We believe in the mission, but we also have a responsibility to make sure that they're operating in ways that are consistent with the state's best principles and best ideals. So when you have somebody that has already proven that they have a dedication to classical mission of the universities, that they have opposed efforts to use universities for ideological indoctrination, I just think it gives people a little more confidence that they're going to do that as they go in. The worst thing to do is you appoint someone, there's a mission, and they basically just get captured by folks that don't want to see the mission complete, and then we kind of keep trudging on. You know, and look, FIU's done a lot of good things. I've gone and spoke at the Adam Smith Center. I mean, they've done a lot of positive stuff, but I think everyone wants to continue to see progress on this front. And so I just think people have a sense of, okay, we kind of know the direction you're going to go. It's the direction, quite frankly, that Florida voters have been very favorable towards in the last many elections. And so we want to keep moving in that direction.
One of your appointees at UWF has faced some pushback in the Senate, with one senator calling him yesterday, Scott Yenner, one senator calling him a misogynist and a bigot.
Who said that?
I believe it was Senator Fine.
So I stand behind the appointment of Scott Yenner. He has been a champion for the types of reforms at universities that we need, trying to drudge up statements and, quite frankly, distorting things. I mean, he's been attacked for being a Zionist and being too pro-Israel. I think all these things are very flimsy. And let's just consider the source. I mean, that same senator called me anti-Semitic, okay? The guy that went and did a cabinet meeting in Jerusalem, the guy that has signed anti-Semitism legislation, the guy that has led the fight against BDS, not only with Airbnb, but Morningstar and Ben & Jerry's and all these things. The guy that's helped with all the money for security at Jewish day schools, the guy that's done universal school choice. So I think that's just, it's misplaced criticism. I think it's part of a separate political agenda. But if you want to see the University of West Florida thrive, and I mean, look, if you look under the hood of that university, they're doing things like gender ideology. They're doing the type of stuff that should not be done at any universities in Florida, but particularly in the most conservative part of the state. So I think Scott will be somebody that'll be a champion for the classical mission of a university. He will fight the indoctrination and will really be part of the solution going forward. I'm not somebody that's just going to let someone be out there and be unfairly maligned by distorting all this stuff. People have worked with this guy for years. He's worked with people in Florida for years and have had great experiences and great things to say. So I don't think he's anti-Semitic at all. And I think that we got to get beyond trying to drudge up and trying to smear people based on mischaracterizing or bad faith interpretations of what they've done. And, I'm not leaving anyone on the battlefield undefended. If you're willing to step up and serve and you're somebody that's a reformer, we want to see you do good. But I've told some senators, just talk to them, bring them in, interview them. Like, you have an important role. If you honestly see something, then that's one thing. But to go off innuendo and some of this stuff, I don't think is good. So, we stand behind the appointment 100% and look forward to him being able to talk to the members of the Florida Senate.
We're listening here to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. He started off his remarks discussing how state law enforcement agents is going to work with federal partners when it comes to this immigration crackdown across the state of Florida. Right now, he is taking questions from reporters in the room. We do want to step away for a quick commercial break at LiveNOW from Fox. A couple of live images that we have on your screen. We are waiting for Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans to make some remarks here on Capitol Hill. That's set to get started in about 15 minutes or so, if it does get going on time. And then also coming up at the 2 p.m. Eastern hour, we are expecting to see New York City Mayor Eric Adams. He is going to be stepping in front of a judge as he continues to face these corruption charges. When you're taking a look at this picture from right outside of that courtroom, you can see that several protesters are still there waiting for the mayor to make his appearance. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. As we round down the back half of this hour, let's head back out to Tallahassee, Florida. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis there continuing to answer questions from the press after discussing how state officials are going to be working with federal officials on immigration crackdowns across the state.
One of these buildings is truly unsafe and is not going to be able to stand. Well, obviously, we don't want to ever see Surfside, but I think that there's probably a gap between, you know, what you would need to do for the transparency and things for a Surfside situation and then some of the costs that are being imposed. So I just have a concern about that because I think people want to stay in their condos. I know there have been issues with it's really caused the market to change. And some people say, well, this should have been done a long time ago, that some of the HOAs have dragged. And I think that's true. But I also think like someone bought into one of these. They've been there for 20, 30 years. Maybe they're on fixed income. Can they afford a crippling assessment right now? And I think for some people, the answer is probably no. And oh, by the way, I mean, we are living through the last 4+ years has been the most inflationary period in decades in this country. And it's affected almost everything people have to buy. I mean, we know the grocery costs have escalated dramatically over the last 4.5 years. We now have this issue with the eggs, with how they're handling the chickens. And these eggs are going through the roof. That's not easy for people. You've had so many other things that have gone up that, that having assessments on fixed income is really, really difficult. So I want to be positive. I want to work with them on this. I don't have you got to do this. I think there's different ways that you can approach this, but I do want to be there for folks if they're in a tough spot.
Governor, DOGE is pushing for cuts on NASA's workforce. How do you think that's going to impact operations in the Space Coast?
Actually, I think it potentially very much benefit us because what they should do is they should stop the project that is scheduled to start to spend $500 million on a new NASA building in D.C. when nobody shows up to work there anyways, or very few. It's like this big vacant building. Scrap that, pocket the $500 million, $500 million, and it probably will end up costing $1 billion knowing how these things work. Move the headquarters to Cape Canaveral. There's already renovations going on. They're already expanding. You can fit people right in there. I know the people at Kennedy, they want to have this, right? They want to have it there. You can have everybody there, and that could be the headquarters of NASA. I think you could do it because some of the D.C. people may not want to move there, and they give them that option. If they don't, then fine. But I think you could absolutely reduce the number of bureaucrats, particularly in D.C. A lot of them are working from home now anyways. Relocate the headquarters to Brevard County, and you could probably do it for not only probably, you absolutely would save a lot of money. I think you'd probably save about $1 billion, quite frankly. So we should do it. I think it'd be good for Florida if that happened. So that is one. I don't know if we're going to be able to, I know we're meeting with cabinet secretaries on Friday. I don't know if we're going to meet with any representatives from DOGE, but if they ask me, you know, what do you think? That would be the first thing I would say. Don't build that new NASA building in D.C. You don't have people showing up anyways. Move the headquarters to Florida. We already have stuff going on at Kennedy Space Center. Things are already being expanded. And I talked to the folks down there. It could be pretty seamless to be able to get that done. So that would be good for Florida, and I think it would save the American taxpayer a lot of money.
As we're listening here to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis answer some questions from the press there during a news conference in which he detailed some of these efforts against immigration across the state. I do want to bring us out to some breaking news that we are following from over in Arizona. Take a look at this here. As I'm bringing up some of this chopper aerial footage from in the region. Reports here from our partners at Fox 10 in Phoenix saying that at least one person is dead following a mid-air plane collision at an airport northwest of Tucson. And that's according to reports from police earlier today. Now, this is a live feed from the chopper. It's going to glitch a little bit. That looks like the aftermath from that small plane crash. But let me continue to bring you what we know for now. The Marana Police Department says the crash happened earlier today at the Marana Regional Airport, located near Avra Valley and Senderio Roads. And there we are losing that shot. Of course, it happens, but we do have some more posts here. Taking a look here at a post on X from our partners at Fox 10 in Phoenix. Breaking, at least one person is dead following a plane crash at Marana Regional Airport, the Marana Police Department said. Back out live to this image, and again, it could go in and out. This is live chopper footage from over there in this regional airport. The police writing on Facebook, quote, "There has been at least one confirmed deceased individual. Details are limited at this time." The Federal Aviation Administration says a Lancair collided midair with a Cessna 172 just before 8:30 a.m. local time. 2 people were on board each of those planes. The National Transportation Safety Board will lead the investigation into this crash. Now, this is still what we're waiting to find out. None of the victims have been identified. According to the FAA, the Marana Regional Airport is an uncontrolled field, meaning the airport does not have an operating control tower. The FAA goes on to say, quote, "Pilots utilize a common traffic advisory frequency to regularly announce their position to other pilots who are in the airport vicinity. The pilot in command is responsible for maintaining safe separation from other aircraft. Pilots operating into uncontrolled fields are still required to comply with all federal aviation guidelines." As we continue to lose that shot, back out to this, a post on X from the Marana Police Department in which they say this: "The Marana Police Department is currently on scene at the Marana Regional Airport located there in Avra Valley Road. In reference to an aircraft collision, there has been at least one confirmed deceased individual. Details are limited at this time. Media staging will be in the large dirt parking lot." So we are expecting to get some of those comments from all of those investigators on the ground. Back out to the live image there. And unfortunately, it does continue to go out, but we do want to bring you those compelling images as soon as we get them into our newsroom. You did see a little bit of that aftermath of that plane crash as investigators work to determine what was the cause and really the next steps. All of that is information that we are expecting to learn from that media briefing, and we will get some of those comments. We'll bring them to you as soon as we have them here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for our final commercial break of this hour, but we'll continue with more of your top stories, all of these breaking news headlines, when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox as we continue to follow some breaking news out of Arizona. You are taking a look at some live aerial footage. We are following the latest regarding a deadly plane crash at Marana Regional Airport. Here's what we know so far, courtesy of our partners at Fox 10 in Phoenix. You can see that several investigators, law enforcement officials, first responders are there on the ground, as you can also see the aftermath of that crash. Fox 10 saying this: at least 2 people are dead following a mid-air plane collision at an airport northwest of Tucson. That's according to what we heard from police earlier today. The Marana Police Department saying the crash happened February 19th, today on Wednesday, at the Marana Regional Airport, located near Avra Valley and Senderio Roads. The police writing on Facebook, quote, 2 confirmed dead, and both planes were smaller fixed-wing single-engine planes. The Federal Aviation Administration says a Lancer collided midair with a Cessna 172 just before 8:30 a.m. local time. 2 people were on board each plane. The National Transportation Safety Board will lead the investigation into this crash. We're still waiting to hear who the victims are. Their identities have not been confirmed. According to the FAA, the Marana Regional Airport is an uncontrolled field, meaning the airport does not have an operating control tower. FAA goes on to say that pilots utilize a common traffic advisory frequency to regularly announce their position to other pilots who are in the airport's vicinity. The pilot in command is responsible for maintaining safe separation from other aircraft, and pilots operated into uncontrolled fields are still required to comply with all federal aviation regulations, including minimum visibilities, minimum safety altitudes, and right-of-way rules. You can see here that they have taped off what looks to be another one of these small planes, and you can see several other small planes there in this regional airport, as the FAA has said that it is an uncontrolled airport there. But there on the screen, you can see the aftermath as well, perhaps some of the debris from that airplane that was involved in this crash. I do want to head out to some posts on X regarding the latest in this investigation. This first one from the National Transportation Safety Board newsroom saying that NTSB is investigating a mid-air collision between a Cessna 172S and Lancer 360 Mk2. And we're seeing here that our team down at Fox 10 in Phoenix, they are currently speaking with some of the police and investigators on the ground. Let's take this live.
Prior to 8:30 a.m., officers from the Marana Police Department and members from the Northwest Fire District responded here to the Marana Regional Airport in reference to a report of an aircraft down. Officers arrived on scene, and it was learned that 2 aircraft were involved in the collision. Unfortunately, 2 individuals were confirmed deceased. The investigation is in the early stages and is ongoing, and the NTSB is en route to further the investigation.
And according to the FAA, we found out that the 2 aircraft involved, it's a Lancer aircraft and a Cessna 172, and the FAA also saying that there were 2 people on board each of the aircraft. 2 people passed. Now, the other 2 people, do we know anything about their conditions at this time?
From what I understand at this time is the other 2 involved are unharmed, and they're doing okay.
Yeah, and again, all of this preliminary information, obviously this is happening as we speak. The FAA also describing this as an uncontrolled airspace, meaning there's no ATC control tower, meaning pilots have to communicate to each other about their positions via another type of frequency. We will continue to be here on scene and gather information at this time, but stay right here with Fox 10, both live on air and online for the latest details. Reporting live here in Marana, Lauren Clark, Fox 10 News.
And thank you there to reporter Lauren Clark down at Fox 10 in Phoenix as she continues to detail the latest regarding this deadly plane crash. Also speaking with someone from the police department there, as the Marana Police Department is investigating this entire situation. Now, we do want to keep it here focused on this breaking news story. Again, 2 people confirmed dead in this small plane crash that happened at Marana Regional Airport. That's just northwest of Tucson. if you're not familiar with the area there. And it does seem that our Fox 10 reporter may be asking some more questions from the police, a spokesperson that is on the ground there with her. We're going to hang on this shot in just a second and continue to gather more information. All right, let's head back out to reporter Lauren Clark with Fox 10 in Phoenix, continuing to cover this deadly plane crash.
Happening here at the airport. Tell us what we know so far with the preliminary details.
Yeah, so what I can tell you at this time is this morning at approximately 8:29, so just prior to 8:30, officers from the Marana Police Department and members from the Northwest Fire District were dispatched here to the Marana Regional Airport on Avra Valley Road in reference to an aircraft down. It was learned that 2 aircraft were involved in a collision, and unfortunately 2 individuals were confirmed deceased. This is very early stages in the investigation, and the NTSB is en route to further the investigation.
Wow. And from the FAA, we learned that there was 2 people aboard each aircraft. 2 people unfortunately passed. What's the conditions of the other 2?
I learned that the other 2 were unharmed and were able to walk away unharmed.
And the preliminary details is this idea of the 2 that were unharmed were on one plane and the other 2 on the other?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I understand.
And that's, again, preliminary, and things are still just trying to unfold at this time as investigators are on scene here.
Exactly, yes.
Do we know anything about ages or genders of those who passed?
I do not have that at this time, no.
As someone who's from this community and seeing something like this happen at the airport, I bet this is tragic.
Yeah, this is an extremely tragic situation, and the Marana Police Department offers our deepest condolences to those affected in this incident.
Anything else you can add or say?
Yeah, I can say that I don't have a time frame, but the airport will be shut down for an extended period of time while this is being investigated. But yeah, that's basically all I have at this time.
Wonderful. Do you have any questions, Mark?
Do we know which aircraft the deceased were on?
I don't know which exactly. I don't have that right now.
Gotcha. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you. And off the record, is this like...
So we were just listening there to Fox 10 reporter Lauren Clark speaking with one of the police officers with the Marana Police Department as they continue to investigate this deadly plane crash down there at Marana Regional Airport, just northwest of Tucson. And you're seeing there some of the debris, some of the aftermath of that deadly mid-air collision. Not a lot of information right now, even given from investigators on the scene, because it is a developing story. It is very fluid. We're still working to learn more. But preliminary results have showed that 2 people were killed. Now, 2 people were in each of the aircraft, so 4 people in total. Now, no ages or genders either have been revealed of any of these victims. I want to head back out to this post on X from the Marana Police Department, who right now is on the scene, kind of getting started with this entire investigation, where they say update 2 confirmed dead, and both planes were smaller fixed wing single engine planes. The Marana Police Department is currently on scene at the Marana Regional Airport located at Avra Valley Road in reference to an aircraft collision. There has been at least 1 confirmed deceased, but that was earlier because, as you see there, the update was 2 confirmed dead. Both planes were smaller fixed wing single engine planes. Back out live to this image that we have there, courtesy of the chopper up in the sky just northwest of Tucson, as we're following the latest with this deadly plane crash that happened at an airport in Arizona. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We do want to keep monitoring this situation, this live helicopter footage that we're getting from Marana Regional Airport over in Arizona. That's located just northwest of Tucson. As we're following the latest with the deadly plane crash, 2 people have been killed in this mid-air collision. Very few details at the moment. We don't know anything about the victims. Marana Police Department officers are there on the ground. We do know that the NTSB will be leading in this investigation. We're hoping to get some more of those updates throughout the remainder of this afternoon and evening. But this is just a live picture of that scene at the moment. You can see that this airport, very small, a regional airport, and according to the FAA, it's what they call an uncontrolled field, which means that the airport does not have an operating control tower. And of course, because this is live chopper footage, it's going to glitch here and there, but we want to make sure that we're showing all of you these images that we continue to monitor here. Just before the break, we did hear some of those updates from investigators down there on the ground. We just lost that shot there with the helicopter. But back out this to the Marana Police Department. They have actively been posting on their account on X, in which they provided this latest update where 2 people have been confirmed dead. Both planes were smaller fixed wing engine planes. And the Associated Press also on this story. I'm waiting for us to get some more of this chopper footage, but the Associated Press saying this: at least 2 people are dead after a mid-air collision involving 2 small planes in southern Arizona. It's according to authorities and what they said earlier today. The National Transportation Safety Board said it is investigating the collision near an airport on the outskirts of Tucson. The Marana Police Department confirmed 2 deaths after responding to that crash. Back out live to those images that we continue to get. They continue to glitch here and there. So unfortunately, it's going to be tough to get all of that to you in real time. As you can see, I'm watching this with you all. And this is on the outskirts of Tucson. So the cell service, the reception there, it can be spotty during several of those moments. But the Associated Press saying and also detailing in their latest report some other of these collisions and these concerns that we have seen, these crashes with several planes throughout the last several weeks. The AP saying last week 1 of 2 pilots died on a private jet owned by Motley Crue singer Vince Neil after that aircraft veered off a runway in Arizona and hit a business jet. There have been 4 major aviation disasters in North America in just the last month, with the most recent involving a Delta jet flipped on its roof while landing in Toronto in the deadly crash of a commuter plane in Alaska. In late January, 67 people were aboard an American Airlines passenger flight were killed when an Army helicopter collided with it in Washington, D.C., marking the country's deadliest aviation disaster since 2001. And just a day later, a medical transport jet with a child patient, her mother, and 4 others aboard crashed into a Philadelphia neighborhood on January 31st, exploding into a fireball that engulfed several homes. That crash killed 7 people, including all those aboard, and injured 19 others. Now, I'm watching this aerial footage from behind the scenes. It's still very spotty. It's still glitching a lot, but I just want to let you all know that we are keeping an eye out for any of these updates, and we'll bring them to you as soon as we get them. We do know that police down there in Marana, they're holding a media staging area. Most likely they're going to be answering questions from a lot of reporters that are there on the ground. But as you heard from our reporter at Fox 10, Lauren Clark, when she was speaking to the police officer on the ground, there's not much information to report just yet. Really, the big thing is that 2 people have died and the investigation is ongoing. Let's continue on with some more of these top stories and live looks that we have from across the country. One of these events that we're expecting to get started very shortly here is coming out of Washington, D.C. over in Capitol Hill, as we are expecting, and there it goes here. We have Senate leadership holding a press conference answering questions from reporters. Let's watch.
Cabinet or cabinet level nominations for the Trump administration. And that will put us at the fastest rate in getting nominees through the Senate confirmation process since 2001. So we're encouraged with how that has been going. We owe that to our colleagues who've been willing to step up and are very committed to getting them across the finish line, despite, I might add, a lot of Democrat resistance. They've tried to make it hard But as we just continue to grind through the process, we've been successful in getting 18 done, and tomorrow we'll do Cash Patel. We have a couple more that we'll tee up for next week. With regard to legislation, I think as you all know, Senator Graham and the Budget Committee last week reported out a budget resolution, and thank them for doing that. That tees up an opportunity for us to move that across the floor. And as you all know, that unlocks budget reconciliation, which will follow from it. And this particular budget resolution, I think, as you know, addresses the President's priority, top priority, which is securing the border and implementing and putting in place his immigration policies, rebuilding our military, and creating energy dominance for this country. So it's focused on those three things. It's focused on the border, it's focused on national security, it's focused on energy. The House, as you know, is working on a different budget resolution, and we certainly wish them all the success in moving it. We will work closely with them. More power to them. What they're trying to do is get the tax piece of this done, and done quickly. And obviously, we all want to see the President's tax priorities addressed, which is making not only the 2017 taxes, extending them, but making them permanent. And that's certainly the priority for most, if not all, of the Republican senators here in our conference as well. So we will continue to work together in a way that ultimately gets us across the finish line and helps put the President's agenda in place. And as I said before, I think those priorities are very, very clear as outlined in our budget resolution. And coupled with what the House is doing, I think we're on a good track to achieve success. And if we achieve success, that's going to be a good thing, not only for the President, but for this country. Questions?
Leader, good afternoon. Are you defying the President by going ahead with your own budget plan when he pretty strongly endorsed what the House was working on?
Well, I think he's made it clear for a long time that he would prefer one big, beautiful bill. And we're fine with that, too. If the House can produce one big, beautiful bill, we're prepared to work with them to get that across the finish line. But we believe that the President also likes optionality. And the legislation that we'll be working and voting on tomorrow addresses, as I said, those three critical priorities. And hopefully, in the end, we'll be able, whether it's one bill or two bills, to get all the things that the President has outlined as objectives across the finish line in a reconciliation bill. The question right now, again, is a tactical one. The strategic objective is still the same, and that is to extend the tax policy, strengthen the economy, rebuild the military, create energy dominance for this country, and secure our border.
But was there anything with Senator Vance where you had to get on the same page?
You have long supported Ukraine, aid to Ukraine. Are you at all concerned about the President's rhetoric blaming Ukraine for starting the war and calling for elections in Ukraine, which is what Vladimir Putin is calling for?
I think what I'm in support of is a peaceful outcome and result in Ukraine. And I think right now the administration, the President, and his team are working to achieve that. And I think right now you got to give them some space. Honestly, this is something this war's ground on now for 3 years. There's been a lot of cost, a lot of death, a lot of injury associated with it. And I think it's in everybody's best interest. Ukraine, Russia, Europe, the United States, if they can bring about a peaceful conclusion to the war. And so that's what this is about right now. And I think most of us want to support their efforts as they move in that direction and hopefully to a successful outcome.
Call him a dictator.
Would you call Ukrainian President Zelensky a dictator as President Trump has?
Well, I like I said, the President speaks for himself. What I want to see is a peaceful result, a peaceful outcome. And I think right now there's a negotiation going on, and let's see where that ultimately leads. Hopefully it'll get to the outcome we all want to see. One more.
You're fond of saying that agriculture is the lifeblood of South Dakota.
Right.
Yet your farmers, already struggling, are now facing additional headwinds, including contract freezes, staff firings, including inadvertent ones or accident ones affecting bird flu responders, and also the interruption of overseas food aid that they depend on. So how does all this make sense when food prices are already through the roof, and when support for downsizing the government could be on the chopping block as the damage from this purge builds up.
Well, look, I think we all know that the administration, the new administration, is giving a very careful scrub to the government, to all the agencies of the government, to figure out how we can do things more efficiently and save money for the American taxpayer. It's important in doing that you don't undermine important services. In many cases, as you point out, there are some that affect my state. There are some that affect all of my colleagues' states around the country. We will work with the administration as they move forward to ensure that important services that have to do with health and safety, for example, are protected and preserved. But I think we all understand that this government, federal government, is long in need of the kind of scrub that is being done to figure out how we can do things better. And I think most of us support that effort. And we will, with our individual states, respond to the administration if there are things that we think that need to be addressed that perhaps they're not considering as they make some of these decisions. But at the end of the day, the American people, I think, demanded in the election that we have a smaller, more limited, more efficient federal government that costs less and delivers the important services that they expect their government to deliver. Thank you.
The Vice President Center.
Right, so you're just listening there to Senator John Thune out of South Dakota, joined by some other of his Senate GOP leadership colleagues, is speaking on the federal budget and the plan going forward. That has been one of the biggest stories that we have been covering a lot. And even earlier today, we saw several of these federal and union workers out at a protest just outside the headquarters of the Department of Health and Human Services, as we do know that several cuts have been made. Thousands of federal government employees have been really ousted within the first month of President Trump's second administration, as the White House and its Department of Government Efficiency, they have fired workers across the board trying to tighten up that budget. And so we're just listening there to senators, their remarks. They were Senate Republicans. We are also expecting remarks from Senate Democrats momentarily. As you can see, they're kind of setting the stage for that second round of senators that could be coming up shortly here, but there you see a sign kind of posted up saying families lose, billionaires win. While we wait for Senate Democrats to step up to this microphone, answer some questions from the press, we're going to step away for a brief commercial break, the second one of this hour. We'll continue with more of these live pictures. A reminder that we are following a situation out of Arizona. I want to bring up this footage. This is not live at the moment, but we got it in moments ago. I was showing it to you all live when we had it. Police investigating what was a deadly plane crash at Marana Regional Airport. Let's head back out to Capitol Hill as we're seeing Senator Chuck Schumer now taking to the floor.
Northwest dynamic duo. All right, well, this week will mark 1 month since Donald Trump was sworn in as president. In the first month, Donald Trump has waged a scorched earth campaign against the rule of law. And for one simple reason: to give his billionaire buddies a tax break and have the American people pay the cost. House Republicans say 1 bill. Senate Republicans say 2 bills. Donald Trump, meanwhile, is changing his mind every hour. Yesterday, Senate Republicans voted to proceed on their budget resolution. But this morning, you saw that President Trump flipped the script again, further sowing chaos. Republicans have talked a big game about flooding the zone, but instead they're drowning in their own chaos and confusion. If this mess Republicans have created for themselves is a preview of how they'll govern, it bodes very poorly for them, but more importantly for the country. Of course, Republicans could do 2 bills, they could do 10 bills, they could do 50 bills, 100 bills. It doesn't make a difference, because the one thing they're united on, the one thing they're trying to get done, House and Senate Republicans, Donald Trump and Elon Musk, is to give their billionaire buddies a tax break and have the American people pay the cost, no matter what it is. Senate Democrats will expose Republicans' reconciliation budget bill exactly for what it is, a sinister front for clearing the way to cut taxes for Donald Trump's billionaire buddies. Now, this is going to be a long, drawn-out fight. The reconciliation budget bill is only the first step, albeit an important one. Democrats are glad to have this debate with the Republicans. We'll show the hollowness of the Republican arguments on cutting waste. We'll expose Republican attempts to cut health care so they can help their billionaire budgies. We'll expose their attempts to cut Medicaid, cut housing, cut NIH, empower DOGE, all for one purpose: helping their billionaire buddies with another tax break. Now they're going to try to change the subject. Sure, Donald Trump's trying to divert. Gulf of America, build hotels in Gaza, annexing Canada. These are distractions that they do to hide the truth, because they know how unpopular their tax policy is. It was unpopular in 2017, but because such a small group of very wealthy people who don't want to pay taxes have such ironclad control over the Republican Party, they're going at it again. Senate Democrats won't relent. We're going to continue to expose the Republicans for what they are in giving tax breaks for billionaires. We're going to do it in reconciliation. We're going to do it in the budget and throughout the months and years ahead, because the bottom line is very simple. The last thing Americans want to see is a tax break for billionaires. Patty.
Well, thank you. Well, Trump is tossing our bipartisan funding law into the shredder, and Elon is decimating agencies with really zero concept of what our federal workers actually do, whether it's managing the nuclear weapon stockpile or responding to bird flu. Senate Republicans are positively sprinting to make trillions in cuts that will hurt red and blue states so they can shower more tax cuts onto the richest people in the world. It is no mystery why billionaires like Donald Trump and Elon Musk love this plan. They are getting all the benefits, but they aren't the ones footing the bill. Middle-class Americans will pay for Republicans' billionaire tax cuts, and the cost will be measured in shuttered family farms, families and kids kicked off Medicaid, losing their health care, and veterans losing out on hard-earned benefits. That is so backwards. We should not be taking food off of the family table to put more fuel into private jets. I grew up in a family that knew what it was like to fall on hard times. My dad was a World War II veteran. He got too sick to work. He had MS. My mom had to work really hard to keep us afloat with my dad's VA benefits and food stamps and the new job that she got thanks to a federal workforce program. It was not easy, but our government was there for them when the hard times came. I know families are struggling now, just like my family struggled then. I hear from them every day. They are working so hard, they play by the rules, and they deserve, at the very least, the same opportunity my parents had when I was growing up. And I am not going to stand by silently while Republicans try to sell that opportunity away to pay for more tax breaks for billionaires. Senate Democrats are going to make sure the American people know this is the most flat-out pro-billionaire, anti-middle-class budget we have ever seen. There is zero chance we're going to let Republicans pass this pro-billionaire budget the easy way without a fight. We're going to put them on the record for everything Trump and Elon are doing to create real fraud, waste, and abuse. We are going to make sure the people back home know that Elon Musk is firing VA doctors and food safety inspectors for no cause whatsoever and illegally defunding the programs that Americans care about. Republicans will have to answer, are they for protecting Medicaid or for letting kids and seniors lose their health care? Are they for supporting our veterans or for cutting their benefits? because these are the kinds of real choices they will have to make with the budget that they are laying out. They better get ready for a late night and a long morning.
Senator Merkley, the ranking member of our Budget Committee.
Families lose and billionaires win. That's the heart and soul of the Republican budget resolution. Now, there's nothing beautiful about families losing and billionaires winning. There's nothing beautiful about programs that are designed, or plans designed to cut the programs that families depend on to thrive and move into the middle class. There's nothing beautiful about giving away the national treasury and funding additional tax cuts for the richest Americans by cutting programs for families. But Trump said again in his tweet this morning, it's a big, beautiful bill. Well, we're here to say there is nothing beautiful about this bill. There is nothing beautiful about cutting Medicaid for millions of American families struggling to be on their feet and have the health care they need so that they can indeed get back into the middle class. There's nothing beautiful about cutting the tax credits for middle class families to buy insurance, health insurance on the exchange. Health insurance should be a right, not a privilege of being rich. There's nothing beautiful about cutting school lunches or Head Start or making college more expensive. As the first member of my family to be able to go to college, it means a lot to have opportunity for every child in America. Making it harder to go down that path, that's a terrible direction. In the Budget Committee, we put forward provision after provision and said, if you don't want to hurt families by cutting Medicaid, then vote for our amendment that says Medicaid will be protected. Democrats said yes. Republicans said no. We said, if you don't want to hurt Head Start, vote with us. We said protect Head Start. Republicans said no. And so on and so forth. So we know where this is headed, and we are adamantly opposed to this attack on families across America. So America, Democrats are going to stand strong for the families and against gutting those programs for families to stand on their feet so that they can fund tax giveaways to the richest Americans.
Thank you.
Mr.
Yes.
Leader, is it the belief of the caucus that there is wasteful spending in government that needs to be cut? Do you agree with those in that sense?
Of course there's some wasteful spending, but you don't use a meat axe and cut everything. We need to look at each program. We need to go through Congress and see what's wasteful and move to eliminate it, and what's very not wasteful but very much needed. I'll give you one example. They went after community health centers in Medicaid. They're among the most efficient producers of health care we have, yet they tried to eliminate them. It makes no sense. They're just using a meat axe and cutting everything, including many things that American families need, want, and approve of. Yes.
You've already introduced one bill, I believe, dealing with access to Treasury Department data. What else do you intend to do to interrupt this purge? And is there a sense that this body, this constitutional body, has handed off its Article I powers, not just to the executive, but to the judiciary, to the courts?
Well, the bottom line is we Democrats, the Republicans seem to be going along in the Senate and elsewhere with things that they know are wrong. And hopefully at some point they may join us, but they sure haven't yet. So we're going on our own, and we're pursuing this in 4 ways. 1, communicating to the American people how bad this is so that they can communicate that to the Republican senators who thus far seem to be going along with it. 2, legal. We've had a lot of success on the legal front. We're working with the AGs. We're working with other groups. And in fact, 3/4 of the cases that have gone before the courts, we have gotten TROs. Now, they still have to litigate the whole issue, but we've gotten TROs. 3rd is oversight. We have our portal for those whistleblowers, a whistleblower portal who wants to report things in. We've gotten thousands of examples, and we have strike forces that are going to hold hearings, spotlight hearings, to point this up. And the 4th is legislation, where we'll try to do whatever we can legislatively. Yes.
And this is something Senator Murray alluded to. You said it's going to be a long night and early morning here. what do we expect legislatively in terms of these amendments during the vote? Will you focus on DOGE? Will you focus on the budget itself, the tax cuts?
Stay tuned, but yes, the answer to all three is yes. Yes.
What's your response to President Trump tweeting congestion pricing is dead in Manhattan and all of New York is saved, long live the king?
Yeah, I haven't seen the letter yet. I have to look at it. It's a 5-page letter. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so those are the remarks from Senate Democrats speaking on the federal budget. A live now look over at Capitol Hill in Washington, D.C. We do want to step away for that brief commercial break, but we continue with more updates on some of your big breaking news stories from the day when we come back. Welcome back, and thank you all for sticking with us here at Live Now from Fox throughout this Wednesday. Let's head back out to New York City. Well, this beautiful live picture that we have. I want to bring you an update to a story that we brought a little earlier on today in regards to the fact that President Trump's administration is attempting to kill New York City's new congestion pricing toll. And that's according to the U.S. Department of Transportation. Well, we do have a statement from the president into our newsroom at this moment. I'm going to bring it up here. On your screen, you can see he said this via his social media platform, Truth Social. Quote, congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. That was President Donald Trump via Truth Social. Now, the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, also issuing her response to what the president has said about this entire situation. You can see it here via a post on X, in which she says, we are a nation of laws, not ruled by a king. She accompanies that with this post saying public transit is the lifeblood of New York City and is critical to our economic future. As a New Yorker, like President Trump, knows very well. Since the First in the Nation program took effect last month, congestion has dropped dramatically and commuters are getting to work faster than ever. Broadway shows are selling out and foot traffic to local businesses is spiking. School buses are getting kids to class on time and yellow cab trips increased by 10%. Transit ridership is up. Drivers are having a better experience and support for this program is growing every day. We are a nation of laws, not ruled by a king. The MTA has initiated legal proceedings in the Southern District of New York to preserve this critical program. We'll see you in court. Back out live to that picture that we have over downtown Manhattan in New York City. I'm going to read you some background on this congestion pricing. So this is what we know based on the new information regarding the Trump administration and the fact that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy set to send a letter to New York Governor Kathy Hochul, in which you just saw her response, informing her that the Department of Transportation's Federal Highway Administration would terminate the approval of this controversial program. But what is congestion pricing? Well, the program launched back in January. It imposes a $9 toll on most drivers entering Manhattan Lower 60th Street. The landmark initiative was designed to reduce traffic congestion, improve air quality, and raise funds for much needed public transit upgrades. Although critics have said it's just one more unfair cost to commuters to fund the MTA. This is according to the reporting from our partners at Fox 5 in New York. Let's also take a look at this post on X via the White House regarding this entire situation, in which you can see here it looks like kind of a parody of a Time magazine, a Trump, Long Live the King, with a painting of the president. And it says, again, the statement that the president posted via his Truth Social account: congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. So we'll keep you up to date with any more news that we get regarding this entire situation. We do know that it's going to be a long process to see what's going to happen going forward. And also, staying in New York, a reminder that we are following the fact that New York City Mayor Eric Adams, he is in court in front of a federal judge as we speak at this moment, facing those corruption charges. This is a live now look outside of that courthouse in Manhattan. So we're waiting to see. There's a lot of microphones there in place. Not too sure if any remarks are going to be made, but if they are made, we'll bring them to you as always here at Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for another quick commercial break. We'll continue with more of these live events and top stories next. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Carl Lahada. I want to take you over to Washington, D.C., as we are seeing senators debate some of these Trump administration policies down there on Capitol Hill. One of the speakers just yielded their time. So let me see. Let's listen in. It's possible that someone may be making some remarks very, very soon. Let's just watch this for a sec. still waiting here to see what's the next senator that's going to be debating some of these policies, raising their concerns there on Capitol Hill. So while we do that, let's head to some more of these headlines from out of Washington, D.C. earlier today. Taking a look here at a post on your screen from the White House as it is congratulating Kelly Loeffler's confirmation as Small Business Administrator. It says here, her confirmation as SBA Administrator underscores President Trump's dedication to empowering entrepreneurs, cutting red tape, and fueling the engine of American prosperity. Make America prosperous again. We brought to you that breaking news earlier today, just the latest confirmation in a slew of these confirmations that we have been bringing ever since the president stepped back into office for his second term on January 20th. I want to read some background on Kelly Loeffler, courtesy of Fox News Digital, in which they had reported previously that Loeffler, whose net worth is estimated at roughly $1 billion, previously donated her annual Senate salary of $174K between 2019 and 2021 to more than 40 Georgia charities and nonprofits. Those organizations included food banks, faith groups, and organizations opposed to abortion, foster care adoption groups, as well as organizations promoting healthcare, agriculture, education, law enforcement, and disaster relief. Loeffler previously worked at several top financial firms, including Intercontinental Exchange. Her husband, Jeffrey, whom she met at ICE, is the current chairman of the New York Stock Exchange. Kelly Loeffler also previously bought a minority stake in the WNBA Atlanta Dream, but is reportedly no longer associated with the team. And that is just some background there on Kelly Loeffler, as she was just confirmed earlier today to be the leader of the Small Business Administration. We did also showcase a Senate hearing regarding Lori Chavez DeRemer, and she is President Trump's pick for Labor Secretary. So we're still waiting to see what's going to come of that. We showcase that for you in full, and we'll continue to track all of the latest as the president's cabinet continues to fill up. Let's head out to another live event. It doesn't seem that a lot of senators are really taking on to Capitol Hill at this moment. So let's head over to this. We get a lot of these different live pictures, everything happening here on this Wednesday. Taking a look here on your screen to this that we're just getting into our newsroom. This is being held in North Dakota. And this is the Turtle Mountain community celebrating the return of Leonard Peltier, whose life sentence was commuted last month by then-President Joe Biden. Peltier was convicted for the killings of 2 FBI agents back in 1975 on the Pine Ridge Reservation in South Dakota. Let's listen in to this live event.
Still here today, I see, and she's been doing pretty good. Doing pretty well. When I left, we didn't have a pot to piss in on. We didn't have nothing, man. So this is really, this is amazing how much, what's happened in 50 years. It's over 50 years because I got about 15 years good time. Good time counts. So, I'm happy to, I'm so proud of the showing and support you've given me. I got a hard time keeping myself from crying. I'm also a strong believer that the strong warriors can't be up here crying in front of the people. So I'm not going to cry. I want to say thank you. Thank you very, very much for showing me this. For showing me the support. It was surprising. I was totally shocked and surprising to see all of you lined up there and welcoming me home. You know, I was June 10th. Went before the parole board, and they gave me a death sentence. 15-year hit. I'm 80 years old. How am I going to do 15 more years without the medical treatments I need? And Nick was there trying to help me, and Holly and all of them. And so we went a different route. I told Holly, go to them and tell them, give me the clemency and give me home confinement. And That's what they did. I got some restrictions that I got to do, but it's a lot better in a cell. You know, when I first went into prison, they treated me like shit, man. They sentenced me to sensory deprivation cell. I don't know if you guys know what that is. This total darkness. Nothing in there but a blanket, and indefinitely. I was supposed to die in that cell. But the Supreme Court saved me and said, you can't do that. He's already been sentenced by the courts. And by the way, that sensory deprivation cell is illegal. It's inhuman, so they closed them down. So, very bad progress for us in the prison system anyway. But, and they tried all kinds of different things, but I beat them. I beat the bastards. They killed me in Springfield, Illinois, Medical Center. They had me in multiple blood transfusions, and they had me in a coma for 14 hours. And then they told me later, they said, well, we might have made a mistake there, and that was just, you know, but I got another idea, let us try this. And I said, F you, you're not going to kill me like I'm going to just lay back and let you kill me. Hell with you. And I stood up to it. And I'm still alive, so I would not let him operate on me anymore. I went through. It was not easy. Another thing I did was I made sure all Indian issues was the top subject in all my protests and all my activism to bring these issues to light to around the world. And I was pretty lucky from that. I want to also mention that from the day one, from the first hour I was arrested, Indian people came to my rescue from all over the country, especially the United States, and they've been behind me ever since. I mean, I got something like 800 tribes, I believe, 800 tribes. So that's a big, it'll make me feel good, man. It just makes me feel good. It was worth it for me to be able to sacrifice for it. I don't want to stand up here to talk too much. I might start crying. But thank you. Thank you very much. I love you all.
You're watching here a celebration that's happening over in North Dakota, and who you just heard speaking not that well, but very important here to showcase this. That was Native American activist Leonard Peltier, who was released from a Florida prison weeks after former President Joe Biden angered law enforcement officials by commuting his life sentence to home confinement in the 1975 killings of 2 FBI agents. This, according to reporting from the Associated Press. Peltier, 80 years old, left that penitentiary. Now, he didn't stop to speak with reporters then, but he is speaking now at this celebration of his return back into his reservation in North Dakota. He is a member of the Turtle Mountain Band of Indians in North Dakota, and he was headed back to his reservation, where family and friends are here celebrating his release with him, and where the tribe arranged a house for him to live in while serving in his home confinement. Throughout his nearly half a century in prison, Peltier was maintained that he did not murder FBI agents Jack Collier and Ronald Williams during a confrontation that day on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation in South Dakota. Native Americans widely believe he was a political prisoner who was wrongly convicted because he fought for tribal rights as a member of the American Indian movement. There you see him there. Peltier, 80 years old, returning back to his reservation after his sentence was commuted by former President Joe Biden. Thank you all for being with us here on this Wednesday, February 19th at Live Now from Fox. My name is Carol Lahada. It's been great to be with you all throughout the last several hours. But my time at the desk has just about come to an end. Our live coverage continues of many more of these top stories, and we're also going to keep you up to date with all of the breaking news headlines that we have been following. One of those, and I'm going to take us back out here to New York, where we still have this shot outside of a courtroom in Manhattan, where New York City Mayor Eric Adams right now standing before a judge, awaiting his fate and see what's going to happen going forward, as he has been facing corruption charges. On the other side of this break, my colleague Andy Mack will be guiding you through this and many more of your top stories.
All right, welcome back in here to Live and Out from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, a live picture there in New York City. Plenty of big news coming out of there as Mayor Eric Adams inside of a courtroom there as he is the judge talking about, discussing with them the DOJ's request to drop those corruption charges against him. All right, I'm Andy Mack, now in the anchor chair. Thank you so much for joining us here as we will guide you through the next several hours here on Live Now from Fox, and plenty of top stories to get to. I do want to take you out to earlier, as this was the scene in New York upon the arrival of Mayor Eric Adams, and there's been a lot of talk, a meeting by New York Governor Kathy Hochul yesterday after 4 deputy mayors resigned earlier this week following that announcement by the DOJ and the corruption case, the insistence that it be dropped, and the fallout continues. Let's just listen in because there are some activists, some protesters on the ground.
Mr. Mayor, how much control do you have in your future?
You're just hearing some of that crowd earlier on as he walked into the courthouse House earlier on today. We'll continue to follow it. We'll take you out to any comments made by lawyers, prosecutors, or the defense immediately after this hearing. It looks like it is still very much underway. So we'll take you out to that here on Live Now from Fox. Also, in about 2 hours, we'll take you down to Florida as President Trump expected to make some remarks. Of course, he is down there in Miami. He is not at the White House, although this is a live picture there in our nation's capital of that as President Donald Trump arrived in South Florida on Wednesday morning and will attend the Future Investment Initiative Priority Summit in Miami Beach. The summit will gather some of the top global financial experts, top tech executives, addressing issues and potential solutions for climate change, artificial intelligence, and global investment landscape. So that's coming up here at about 5 o'clock Eastern. So we'll take you out to that as soon as it happens. All right, let's shift gears a little bit. I want to take you right now out to Houston, Texas, as we're following the indictment Rico charges against 14 members and associates of a motorcycle gang. I do want to put up just this, a post from the FBI in Houston saying FBI in Houston work closely with law enforcement partners, prosecutors to secure those Rico indictments against 14 banditos. Of course, that the name of that outlaw gang. These Rico indictments are the first to be presented in the Southern District in Texas in 12 years. And they go on to say for the past 6 years, a vicious turf war between the banditos and that other outlaw motorcycle gang has threatened Houstonians. Banditos' national leadership allegedly put a smash on sight order against members, essentially a green light to kill beast members. So these Rico indictments talking about racketeering, murder, and violent crimes. Let's take you out to what they had to say earlier on today here on Live Now.
Everyone, thank you all for coming. My name is Nicholas Ganji, and I'm the United States Attorney for the Southern District of Texas. February 11th of this year, federal grand jury sitting here in Houston returned a 22-count superseding indictment against 14 members and associates of the Banditos outlaw motorcycle gang. The majority of those defendants are members of the Welcome to Hell chapter located here in Katy, Texas. This superseding indictment alleges that the charged defendants engaged in a course of criminal conduct in connection with and for the benefit of the Banditos organization. These crimes include racketeering, assault, robbery, arson, and murder. If convicted, these defendants face a penalty of up to life imprisonment, and some up to 20 years. Now, the Banditos are a particularly violent organization, even by outlaw motorcycle gang standards, and they're also especially large. Although the Banditos began in Texas, they've spread worldwide, with chapters not only throughout Texas, but around the world, in Europe, in Asia, and starting now in Mexico. So what this indictment alleges is the Banditos engage in a series of violent attacks against other bikers in the Houston area, ranging from barroom assaults to outright murder, all with the purpose of driving out any rival biker gangs out of the Houston area, which the Banditos saw as their turf. In other words, the Banditos sought to exert a monopoly on motorcycle clubs and gangs in the Houston area, which could only operate with their blessing and with their permission. This superseding indictment alleges that this monopoly was enforced with violence on the part of the Banditos organization. This alleged conduct stretched all over the Houston area, from the Woodlands all the way down to Pasadena and out to Katy. But perhaps the most striking aspect of the criminal conduct alleged in this case was how open and brazen it was. The alleged assaults and shootings took place in public spaces, in bars, in restaurants, motorcycle dealership, and on our public roads. In other words, innocent people, innocent motorists could have been injured or killed by the actions alleged in this indictment. So what we have done today is targeted some of the most dangerous people in that organization through RICO charges. RICO, a Racketeering, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act, provides a powerful criminal penalty for people that engaged in a pattern of racketeering activity who are members and associates of an enterprise that affects interstate commerce. And that is what is precisely alleged in the indictment. Public safety is and will always be job one for the Southern District of Texas. You can be rest assured that we will do whatever it takes to ensure that violent criminal organizations, either here in the Houston area or in South Texas, are swiftly brought to justice. Today's superseding indictment is the product of tremendous prosecutorial collaboration between our office and the Violent Crime and Racketeering section of the Department of Justice in Washington, D.C. It is also the product of the incredible teamwork of our federal, state, and local law enforcement partners. With that, I will turn it over to Special Agent in Charge Douglas Williams of Houston FBI.
Good afternoon. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Before I'd like to start my comments, I'd like to thank all of my partners who stand with me here today, shoulder to shoulder, in this truly team effort to combat the banditos. And again, my name is Doug Williams. I'm Special Agent in Charge of FBI Houston. This morning's arrest of 10 members from the Banditos Outlaw Motorcycle Gang has been more than 6 years in the making. Yep, you heard that right. This morning's takedown is the result of more than 6 years of steadfast work, dedication, and collaboration between law.
All right, just listening in there to this Houston update on this Rico indictment. 6 years in the making, 14 members and associates indicted in Houston. All right, I'm Andy Mack. Of course, we're following the latest here on Live Now from Fox, and we just saw a feed pop up out of Aurora, Colorado, as the city of Aurora pushing back on claims Tuesday morning by dozens of advocates of tenants who were forced to move out of the apartments in Aurora quarterly. Of course, that notably the apartments fueled by claims of the Venezuelan gang takeover in the complex and several others in the city of Aurora. We heard from President Trump on the campaign trail time again about this. He actually visited Aurora. Let's listen in to what they have to say here on Live Now from Fox.
Talk solely about the past, but I did want to bring reality and clarity to the past because we are now talking about the future. And the future is we have turned the corner on that crime. We have turned that corner on that mismanagement, and we have definitely turned the corner on the victimization of the people who came here for a better life and ended up living in a place like this. And when I state that again, if I'm repetitive, I apologize, but I want you to put in context again, this was not just for a family of 3. Most of these apartments held up to 15 to 16 to 17 people that were inside these apartments. When we came back for that kidnapping investigation in December, we went apartment to apartment on the ones that were identified by our victims. And many of those had up to those numbers residing in those apartments, in these apartments. So again, what did we use? What did Aurora Police Department use to change that? And again, I want to say this was a all hands approach. This was an all governments approach. We used the resources available to us, and I would like to thank the officers, the men and women of the Aurora Police Department who walked through these corridors when it wasn't safe, who walked through these corridors when people were being victimized and mistreated, and took care and concern about who resided in here. I'd also like to thank the investigators who did the follow-up on all these incidents that occurred, made sure that we had the specific information, the probable cause to do the arrest that we did do. I also want to thank the crime scene investigators, our victim services who treated those people and gave the foundation for us to move forward in this event and make things happen. We focused on 3 different aspects when we looked at this venue, at this location. We looked at near term, midterm, and longer term. The near term was we focused on hotspot policing. We identified the actual locations, we identified the actual individuals that were involved in the criminal activity, and we focused specifically on them. The one thing I want to make sure that you walk away with or we think about, this was not over enforcement. This was not just coming in based upon an individual's race, based upon an individual's ethnicity. This was based solely on a person's criminal behavior and the way that they victimize someone else. And that's what we focused on. When we looked specifically at the individuals involved, and we focused on those individuals, and we did everything possibly and legal and ethical to hold them accountable. We also looked at it from a place base. Again, the place and the location, what could we do to change that dynamic? And a lot of the things you saw over a very long period of time, over the past 6 months, we have done multiple cleanups here. We have done multiple garbage removals out there. Again, this was done by the city. It wasn't done by the property management. It was done by the city to change the environment for those people that did have to reside here. Our officers did countless knock and talks where we walked around each one of these complexes and we knocked on the door and we made sure that the individuals that were here knew that the Aurora Police Department was here to serve them. We wanted to make sure that anybody that had been victimized or is being presently victimized felt confident to come forward and report those crimes. Again, when I go back to talking about the victimization that occurred here, I think it's really important to understand that if people did not report the crimes that occurred, if they did not report that kidnapping, we never would have known. It would have been behind closed doors, and it's something we wouldn't have had an idea about. But because individuals who reside here, who lived here, came here for a better life, they made that conscious decision that they were going to trust the police, that they were going to reach out to the Aurora Police Department, and they did, and it had a huge impact on their trajectory as well as the trajectory of everybody else who lived in and around this complex. And so again, that was a huge part of what we wanted to do. I wanted to give you some numbers about where we are now, what we spent in that area. Again, in 2024, we had calls for service. At this particular locations, at these venues, we had 382 calls for service. We had 83 initiated officer responses. We arrested 27 people. In 2025, again, our calls for service have dropped drastically since our intervention and since our prevention and since our presence. Year to date, we are down to 22 calls for service in and around this location. We have done 10 officer initiated calls for service. And again, the crime has dropped drastically. All of the things that we do is managed and looked at and analyzed by data. So in the month period, again, I know some of this is not going to make it, but I think it's really important you understand how much time and effort the Aurora Police Department put into this location, and the city supported this effort. These are the exact hours that we put into it. So we had our DART team, which is our assault team, or our community outreach team. They spent 2.3 hours. We had our gang spend 11.7 hours. We had our PAR team, which is our community team, spend 30.5 hours. Our patrol spent 6.5. Our Special Operations Bureau spent 2 hours. Again, if you go down the month, it just keeps going. Gangs, 0.9. PAR, 21 hours. Patrol, 21 hours. SOB, 11.2 hours. DART, 7.9 hours. Patrol, 15 hours. SOB, 10 hours. DART, 8.6 hours. Gangs, 0.3 hours. PAR, 13.3 hours. Patrol, 26.2 hours. DART, 9 hours. PAR, 1 hour. Patrol, 3.5. SOB, 19.5. DART, 4.0 hours, PAR, 9.3 hours, and Patrol, 1.5 hours. Again, those are the time and the effort that was put in by the Aurora Police Department to change this behavior pattern of what was going on here. It didn't something that happened overnight. It wasn't quick. But again, it resulted in the apprehension of individuals that were violent, that were predatory, that were picking on and abusing their own people, their own race, their own ethnicity. And again, it stopped that problem, and I hope it stops it in the long term. Another aspect that we looked for, again, when we approached this was specifically the community policing aspect. And I talked about that a little bit, but we wanted to make sure that people in this community, again, even though they were going through the trauma, they were going through the issues, they knew that the police department was here. And so we spent an exorbitant amount of time making sure that those people who located here, who have subsequently been relocated, know that they did it in the best faith. Again, what we didn't want to do is repeat the cycle where they got from one location, they all dropped into another location where they were going to get victimized again. And so the city had taken great lengths to make sure that the individuals who resided here were giving money to relocate to a location, or if they wanted to, out of state. The city spent over approximately $94,000 for that relocation process. And so again, when you hear the voice of people saying, oh, it was a hurry up offense thing, there was no planning to it, there was no preparation to it, that is a complete falsehood. The city did extensive work to make sure that the individuals who resided here had the opportunity to locate to a location where the same victimization would not occur somewhere in and around the city of Aurora. They had the opportunity to leave, and all of that was funded by money from the city of Aurora. While this complex was going through the transition, there was approximately about $360,000 that was spent to make this an habitable location, because it was not habitable when the city of Aurora took this over. There was no water, there was no sewage, there was no electricity. And so again, those modifications, that amount of money, approximately $400,000 that could have been used for many other things in the city of Aurora, could have been used for improved law enforcement, parks, recreation, a myriad of different things, had to go into this complex based upon the mismanagement of this complex and what we had to contend and deal with. Another aspect, again, that finally brought closure to this, which I hope will have long sustaining effect, was the criminal nuisance order. Again, due to the ongoing severity of criminal activity and the absolute failure of the property management. In order to remedy the situation, a few weeks ago, I issued a criminal nuisance closure order on this complex. That means that this property is shut down. When you leave, when the cameras are packed up and you guys step out this door, our property management team is going to put the final nail, the final board on this apartment, and it will be shut. And it's going to be shut until either the property management is changed or the properties take accountability for what they are doing and how they are doing it, and this place becomes a habitable dwelling, not to continue the repetitive cycle of mismanagement, of almost a slumlord situation where people come here looking for a home and end up getting victimized. So again, that's what that criminal nuisance was about and what it held so importantly for. The last thing I want to talk about again, when I talk about a turning point for Aurora, again, this is about holding criminals accountable, regardless of your immigration status. And I want to be really, really clear on this. Aurora will not allow criminal organizations, regardless of origin, to terrorize this city. Again, we are looking for what's known as the displacement theory. If somebody had moved out of here and gone someplace else, we are making sure that the TDA does not grab a stronghold anywhere else. We are making sure that if we do start to see those same patterns of conduct, that we aggressively and proactively address those individuals, specifically based upon the victimization that they are causing and the criminal activity that they are generating. Again, crime happens in any big city, and that's something that Aurora is going to continue to deal with. This is a big city. We have gangs, we have crime, we have those issues. But the one thing that we are going to make sure is we don't have a situation similar to this ever again. And we are going to do everything in our power, the Aurora Police Department, the city of Aurora, to make sure that this is a learning point for many, and hopefully not just in the city of Aurora, but across many municipalities across the nation that are facing similar situations to what we've had to go through based upon the circumstances that I detailed earlier. The influx of migrants, the uncontrolled approach to how they were handled and what they were not handled by, the fact that these individuals were put in incredibly complex situations that allowed for them to be victimized when it was completely unnecessary and unwarranted. I also want to say to make sure, again, that we have a commitment to public safety, and again, the city of Aurora will keep this from occurring again without question. We have stronger oversight. We have stricter enforcement that you can see when it's active today in this venue as we speak. And again, we will do whatever it takes. We will work with any federal agency, any state agency, to ensure that individuals, regardless of their status, documented, undocumented, legal, illegal, makes no difference. If they are victimizing somebody, we will hold them accountable, and we will use any force or any type of tool available to make sure that they are not hurting other individuals, state, local, or federal. Again, a closing message to the victims that were here. We heard you. We understood what you were going through. And we put every effort that we could to address your situation once we became aware of it. The fact that we are now in this vacant complex, and again, there's many that go down this road, and I'm sure as you walk out, you might get pictures of them. It's those ones that I detailed, all of them. Again, in each one, they could probably tell a story of someone who was mistreated or victimized or bullied or not cared for. And again, we heard that, and we stopped that. And we're never gonna let that happen again. The one thing also I want to say to the population that resided in and around this community here, in and around this exact apartment complex, in this very apartment itself, is that no matter your immigration status, the Aurora Police Department is here to serve you. So again, if you are a victim of a crime anywhere, please let us know so that we can serve you, so that we can protect you, and that we can provide the resources that you need to live a life that you are searching for. To the suspects, again, I want to say again, the victimization that you did, it was appalling. To the gang members that were here, that resided here, that mistreated the people that actually fled to this country along with you, it is disgraceful and disgusting. The Aurora Police Department will not let you take root in the city of Aurora. We will not tolerate your behavior, and we will do everything in our power to make sure that you are held accountable. You will not have free reign in the city of Aurora. We will arrest you, we will detain you as quickly and as effectively and as morally and ethically and constitutionally as possible, as quickly as possible. To the people in and around the city of Aurora, again, we heard what was going on here. We heard your cries, we heard your calls for service, and we responded. This location is now closed, and like I said, it will remain closed until it's in a better place, until it's in a better situation, but until then, we will continue to monitor this location. Again, I think what's important too to realize is that it's not just about the crime that occurred in these complex, but it's the crime that occurred around this entire neighborhood. And with that, I think that's an important aspect too, because I wanted to bring up this real quickly because I think it speaks volumes also. Since we started our response in and around this area, we've had a 21% decrease in calls for service from September to August. We've had a 16% decrease from October to December, a 35% decrease from January to July. That was on our general offenses calls. On our calls for service, again, I mentioned that decrease that we went from 382 in 2024 to 22 in 25. Again, I think that speaks volumes about us hitting the right places at the right time. Our crime rate in Aurora is something I think is also important to think about because it's not just the location, but it's what crime was generated out of this location. Right now, we are at approximately a 20% decrease in crime in the city of Aurora overall. Aurora has truly turned the corner in this venue, and we are doing an incredible job as far as fighting crime in the entire city. And so I want people to know that they're safe. I want people to know that we understood what was occurring here, and we effectively and quickly addressed it as fast as possible, and we will continue to do so in the future. So with that, I appreciate you being here. I appreciate the time that you've given. I appreciate the fact that you've jammed yourself into this small complex. And any questions, I'd be happy to answer. Yes?
Yes, sir. Megan from the Voice of the Post. Do you have any updates on where the residents ended up?
Yeah, that was handled through the city. And again, they were located at various different locations throughout the city. Where specifically, that's with the property management company. Again, they had to go through a vetting process of being able to give their name and identification, not for any type of intervention process, but just so that they could get located to someplace and we could keep track and make sure what happened originally here, which was not under the control of Aurora, didn't happen again. Yes, sir.
What kind of rent was charged for a room like this? Do we have any idea?
You know what, I don't have specifics on that, but what I do know is that many of the people that we talked to, many of the people that I talked to, the first day I got here, I was in this apartment complex downstairs, and we started talking about the rent, and what we also found is that not only were they paying a rent, which was pretty high as I recall, and I don't want to give specifics, I don't want to give bad information, but it was somewhere in the area of 15, somewhere around there, I believe, but then they were also, every other second week, they were getting extorted for rent again on top of it. So it wasn't just a one-time thing. And that's something I want to bring up too. Again, since this has started, since, you know, this has become a vocal point for a lot of activists and a lot of activity in and around this area. And we've had marches that have started up at Colfax, and they marched down to here talking about the protest of immigration and deportation. Again, I think the clarity and the reality compared to what they are protesting, I think it speaks volumes about their silence when there was actually victims here, when there was crime here, when there was activity here, where I never saw one protest, where I never saw one gathering demanding the justice for the people that lived here. The only thing I see is the misinformation to the people that resided here by those same activist groups. Wherever they get that title from, I have no idea. But those same activist groups who came here and tried to dissuade people from leaving this location and saying that it was all a ploy for deportation or it was all a ploy for something else, again, that caused the moral panic that unfortunately many of these people who were already confused got even more confused by this so-called interventionist or these activists who came on the betterment of the people who lived here, which was a complete fallacy and a complete falsehood. The people that were here were treated fairly. They were given a new opportunity to move out of this plight-ridden location into another venue somewhere in Aurora. Again, we have hundreds of complexes, apartment complexes in Aurora. This is the only one that has caused the major commotion and the major problems and the major crime that we are dealing with. Yeah, others have problems, others have issues, but nothing has been concentrated as this. And so when I see those activists out here rallying in the front of the streets or going around door to door or even having the conversations with you and giving misinformation about what they perceive or what they think, they don't ever have to show data. They don't have to give details. They don't have to give factual information. It just comes out of their mouth and all of a sudden it's real. Well, I'm giving you factual, detailed, specific information. And each of it can be validated. Each of it can be looked at by bills. It can be looked at by CMS systems, RMS systems, CAD analysis, a myriad of different things that is 100% valid. It's not misinformation. It's not panic. It's not a knee-jerk. It is the validity to what evidence-based policing is about and what actually occurred in this venue. So again, that to me is something really important to think about as well.
All right, just listening in there to Aurora, Colorado Police Chief Todd Chamberlain providing an update as the apartment complex that was notably claimed to be taken over by Venezuelan migrants, a Tren de Aragua gang. Of course, that apartment now shut down. They were talking about this, answering questions from the media. Of course, we're also watching and waiting several live events coming up in just a little bit. President Trump expected to make remarks at 5 o'clock Eastern there in Miami, Florida. We're also looking live there at a courthouse in New York City, where New York City Mayor Eric Adams is inside of there after the DOJ telling prosecutors to drop those corruption case against him. And also, one more live look there in New York City, as we will soon hear from New York Governor Kathy Hochul talking about President Trump saying congestion pricing is dead, as the administration set to kill that new congestion pricing toll. All right, we'll take you out to this as soon as it starts. But first, let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. A trio of live pictures right there as we're waiting different remarks from President Trump, from the governor of New York, Kathy Hochul, on congestion pricing, and also New York City Mayor Eric Adams appearing in court today. So we'll continue to monitor all of these here on Live Now from Fox. And the most pressing one, the most imminent one coming up is New York Governor Kathy Hochul talking about that congestion pricing, as the Department of Transportation expected to block that, to make sure it doesn't go into place, setting to kill this new congestion pricing toll. Of course, this a statement from Kathy Hochul talking about this, saying, quote, "We are a nation of laws, not ruled by a king." She says in the statement, public transit is the lifeblood of New York City and critical to our economy. So we're following that very closely. As a New Yorker, like President Trump, he knows this very well. Since the First in the Nation program took effect last month, congestion has dropped dramatically. Commuters are getting back to work faster than ever. Broadway shows are selling out, and foot traffic to local businesses are spiking. School buses are getting kids to class on time. Yellow cab trips increased by 10%. Transit ridership is up. Drivers are having a better experience, and support for this program growing every day. We are a nation of laws, not ruled by a king. The MTA has initiated legal proceedings in the Southern District of New York to preserve this critical program. We'll see you in court, and we'll also see her at this podium in just a matter of minutes. It was set to begin at 3:30 Eastern. So you can see Grand Central Terminal, the site of this press conference. They're getting some signage up there just to the side to flank Hochul as she will make these remarks. So this could be happening at any moment. The microphones are set, people milling about. Don't know if these are all reporters or just people coming and going on a busy work day there in the Big Apple. All right, so we're following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. We'll take you out to it as soon as it starts. You see them talking about this, saying it's working, quote, 48% decrease in trip times from New Jersey through the tunnel. Transit ridership up 10% on Long Island Rail and 7% on Metro North. Manhattan office leasing is up 24% compared to December of 2024, a 61% year-on-year increase. Also talking about 50% fewer traffic injuries. So just a couple of the signs there we're reading out to you in full as Governor Kathy Hochul will make remarks about this here in just a matter of moments. President Trump also posted on social media saying, quote, congestion pricing is dead. Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. So he posted that on his Truth Social platform. And what we know right now is that Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy is set to send a letter to New York Governor Kathy Hochul informing her that the Federal Highway Administration will terminate the approval of this controversial program. The department said it rescinded a November 21st agreement signed under the value pricing pilot program, effectively ending New York City's authority to impose the toll. Of course, Duffy called the toll impacting drivers in Manhattan's business district a, quote, slap in the face to working class Americans and small business owners. So they said, as, quote, as detailed in the letter, the secretary is terminating the pilot for two reasons. First, the scope of it is unprecedented and provides no toll-free options to many drivers who want or need to travel by vehicle in this major area. All right, and as we see this, we're just going to keep bouncing around because we do see New York City Mayor Eric Adams walking out of the courthouse there as he was before a federal judge, as the DOJ will initiate the process to stop the corruption case again and again. That was just a silent walk out, a thumbs up to the media getting in this vehicle and leaving. And as all these different players, these characters, somewhat involved in one another, as we heard yesterday, it was New York Governor Kathy Hochul holding a meeting with different leaders, including faith leaders like Al Sharpton, about the fate of New York City Governor, or New York City Mayor, excuse me, Eric Adams, as 4 deputy mayors resigned earlier this week. So plenty to talk about in terms of all of that. And that's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We are bouncing around to all the different pictures. And these ones, although very different stories, all somewhat interconnected in different ways, with New York City Mayor Eric Adams we just saw walking out of the courthouse, New York Governor Kathy Hochul talking about this congestion pricing, and President Trump, who will speak in Florida at 5 o'clock Eastern, a part of that saying congestion pricing is dead. So following all of it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. It's been a busy few minutes, but again, a live picture, Grand Central Terminal, where Governor Kathy Hochul will set to meet with the media at any moment. All right, let's go right back out to the only other live event that we see right now happening in Aurora, Colorado. The police chief, Todd Chamberlain, talking about the apartment that was shut down after claims of a Venezuelan gang takeover. Let's listen into what he had to say here on Live Now from Fox as we await the other press conferences.
Was anyone living here denied relocation assistance? If so, how many people and why?
Yeah, and from what I understand, there was absolutely no one that wanted assistance that did not get it. And again, when you look at that $94,000, approximately $94,000, and I have the exact number, and if you'd be patient with me, I can read it off to you. Yep, the city cost it was through Property Solutions, which is the property administrators. They paid $94,375 for relocation costs to anybody who wanted it. The city also put in $360,100 for repairs and living conditions to allow the individuals, once this location was shut down and it fell under the control of property management in the city, to make it so that it was habitable. Had that not happened, people would have been living here in far worse conditions than what they ended up leaving here, going to someplace else, all of it supported by the city of Aurora and the city of Aurora budget. Any other questions?
How many gang members were living here?
I don't have a number on that. Anything else? Again, thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. I hope it wasn't, too negative for you, but I really hope that it also kind of tells the story and the narrative.
All right, just listening in there, Tom Chamberlain making these remarks here on Live Now from Fox. We're waiting President Trump in Miami, but also New York Governor Kathy Hochul. Right now, though, we do see people speaking at a podium outside of that New York City courthouse following the departure of Mayor Eric Adams. Let's listen in to what they have to say here on Live Now from Fox.
Se dejen engañar.
Do not be fooled.
Mayor Adams está haciendo un buen trabajo.
Mayor Adams is doing a great job.
Está unido con el presidente de esta nación
He is together with the president of this nation
para limpiar esta ciudad.
to clean the city.
Yo como un ex senador del estado de Nueva York
As a former senator of New York State
y como un ex concejal de la ciudad,
and as a former councilman from the city,
le estoy pidiendo a mi gente
I'm asking all my people
que confíen en nosotros,
to trust us,
que respaldemos al alcalde
to support the mayor,
y que aprendamos a limpiar la ciudad,
and we should learn how to
sacar
clean the
todos
city.
los miembros del tren de Aragua,
We had to take off all the members from the train of Jaragua.
sacar todos los miembros de la pandilla de la M13
We had to clean off all the members of the
y
MS-13
todo indocumentado que cometa crimen,
and anyone who's committing crime
indocumentado
that is not documented,
y documentado como
or
quiera,
if it's documented as well.
que sean deportados inmediatamente,
People who committing crime, they should
como
be deported.
pastores,
As a pastor,
como ministros,
as a minister,
respaldamos
we support
que toda persona ilegal que cometa crimen
that any person that is undocumented that is committing crime
be deported immediately.
should be deported immediately.
Thank you very much. My name is Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr., not Junior. Not Junior. Junior is my son. He used to be the Bronx Borough President, but I am Senior. I am ex-former Senator Ruben Diaz Sr. Thank you very much. Oh, look who's here, modern.
All right, you're just listening in there, Reverend Ruben Diaz Sr. talking about this. Let's continue to listen in.
As mothers of the community of Harlem, and to be here every time before this case and before these charges, as a woman from the United Nations, which I've been there for 57 years, and on a cold day like today, I am here to support Mayor Adams. And being here as a woman who is 83 years old in the liberation struggle of a people, we are still in that struggle as people here in the United States of America. But being in the world community, we ask for fairness and justice for Mayor Adams. And this is, every time he's been here, I've been here. As a mother.
All right, just listening in there to different comments outside of the courtroom following this appearance in the federal courthouse there in New York after the DOJ moves to drop those indictments, the corruption case against him, the embattled New York City Mayor Eric Adams, and of course, New York Governor Kathy Hochul held a meeting yesterday about his potential fate. I do want to put up just this, what came of that appearance in the courtroom. Linda Schmidt, the Fox 5 intrepid reporter, saying a federal judge does not immediately issue ruling in court about this, the Justice Department's decision to drop those corruption case against the New York City mayor. This was expected. At some point, though, the judge will issue a ruling. We did not hear from Mayor Adams himself. He gave a thumbs up as he walked into the courthouse earlier on today. So no real news coming of this after a very busy week. Several top aides stepping down, resigning, say they could not continue in their role following this DOJ decision to drop this indictment. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. Back with more top headlines and live events after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, just past the 3:30 on the East Coast, as we're expected to hear from New York Governor Kathy Hochul talking about congestion pricing. Of course, that new initiative put on hold as the Department of Transportation set to kill that initiative. We'll hear some remarks here from her coming up in just a little bit of time here on Live Now from Fox. And just under 90 minutes away from President Trump making remarks there in Miami, Florida, talking there about a variety of topics as well, along with different leaders, global financial experts, and tech executives at this Future Investment Initiative Priority Summit there in Miami Beach. And of course, we will potentially hear comments from President Trump about the tensions between him and Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky. For more on this, let's go out to Rebecca Castor that provides this update.
After nearly 3 years of war with Ukraine, Russia is at the table, ready to strike a deal to end the fighting.
I came away today convinced that they are willing to begin to engage in a serious process.
U.S. officials held talks with Russian diplomats yesterday, but Ukrainian officials were not invited, and President Zelensky is adamant his country be involved in negotiations. President Trump says they will be, but also threw some blame on Zelensky.
I heard, oh, well, we weren't invited. Well, you've been there for 3 years. You should have ended it 3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal.
Part of Trump's peace plan includes holding elections in Ukraine, which is likely a non-starter for Zelensky since millions of Ukrainians have fled the country and hundreds of thousands are currently fighting. But Trump claims Zelensky is just unpopular.
And I hate to say it, but he's down at 4% approval rating. And where a country has been blown to smithereens.
Unfortunately, President Trump, with great respect for him as a leader of the people, which we respect very much, the American people who constantly support us, unfortunately lives in this disinformation space.
Today, Zelensky meets with U.S. Special Envoy Keith Kellogg, hoping to get on the same page.
Part of my mission is to sit and listen and say, okay, what are your concerns? Where are we at? So we can go back to the United States, talk to President Trump.
President Trump also indicated he could meet with Vladimir Putin by the end of the month. In Washington, Rebecca Castor, Fox News.
All right, thank you so much. And we could hear from President Trump talking about some of those discussions, those negotiations, and some strong comments from both sides about this. All right, and you can see there in Miami, Florida, President Trump expected to make remarks coming up in just a little bit, but also New York Governor Kathy Hochul, her press conference pushed to 4 o'clock Eastern, so that will be happening in about 15 minutes. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack, approaching 4 o'clock on the East Coast, and you can see a live picture there in Miami Beach, Florida, where President Trump will make some remarks. You can see there, I believe that's Elon Musk meeting with different leaders as well. He was on Fox News last night in a interview alongside the president with Sean Hannity, and we were talking about that in full yesterday in a big way. But this taking place there in Miami Beach as they attend this Future Investment Initiative Priority Summit, as it will gather some of the top global financial experts and tech executives to address issues and potential solutions for climate change, artificial intelligence, and the global investment landscape. So you can see through the crowd there, Elon Musk meeting with different world leaders about this. So we'll continue to follow it. 5 o'clock Eastern is the timeline we've been given for President Trump to make remarks there. So we'll take you out to those in full, live, raw, and unfiltered. Until then, let's get you out to the only other live event we have right now taking place as different lawmakers, senators on the Democratic side are talking about some of these federal buyouts and different news about this. The President Trump and the administration's mass terminations of federal employees. Let's listen in right now as they're talking. This appears over Zoom, but let's listen into it on Live Now.
On the line, and when this nation promised that it would put them first, Secretary Collins is betraying that promise. And he should stand up to Elon Musk and Donald Trump and hold them accountable by acting as he should. Now, the real life impacts are indisputable. Services have been eliminated, cardiology and mental health care. Mammograms for women are delayed or denied. The Veterans Crisis Line, suicide prevention, has been handicapped and crippled. We were notified about the suicide of a veterans employee, indicating the kind of stress that they are under as they are. Transportation options for disabled veterans have been reduced. Support lines for caregivers and staff have been canceled or postponed. You know, these real life impacts on everyday veterans are not only unfortunate as a matter of principle, they are impactful on healthcare and benefits. Elon Musk says there is a fork in the road here. Every option that he provides is one that leads to catastrophe for everyday veterans. And they are firing some of the younger probationary employees who represent the future of the VA. They need these younger employees for their future. And many of them, in fact, 30% of them are veterans, as are the VA workforce as a whole. So these cuts are a double whammy for veterans. As employees of the VA, they're being fired. As recipients of benefits and care, they're being denied. And it is unfair and unconscionable. And we are pledged to fight it, to reverse these cuts, to provide an appeals process, which right now, as you know, goes to the Secretary of the VA because he has been installed after the Office of Special Counsel and the Office of Government Ethics leaders were fired. He was put in place of them, which is a clear conflict of interest and denies VA employees any effective right of appeal. So we're going to stand up for them. We're going to speak out, and we're going to demand action and accountability. And again, thank you all for joining us today.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Now we're going to open this up for questions. Please use the Zoom function to raise your hands, and my staff will call on you.
Okay, Marissa, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for doing this. I am with the Washington Post. I'm wondering, in terms of the 30% of federal government employees who are veterans, what levers you both can pull as members of Congress and of the Veterans Affairs Administration to either protect them from these layoffs or support them if it's already happened?
Well, there's not a lot that we can do because President Trump has given Elon Musk carte blanche to do this. But I will tell you that at least for 2 of the veterans who worked on the crisis hotline in Illinois, we were able to get them reinstated after I submitted a congressional inquiry and noted the fact that these folks, because they had a very vital job function, the crisis hotline should never have been laid off. Now, as of this morning, they received word that they were going to be reinstated, but they were still locked out of their portal. So as far as I know, they may not have been rehired, but that was just 2 out of the 1,000 across the nation that were fired. The person that is responsible for protecting them is going to be the president of the United States, who is the guy who enabled Elon Musk to fire them in the first place.
We would welcome anyone who has been unjustly fired to contact my office. We can't promise that they'll be reinstated. We're very clear-eyed about the fact we're in the minority in both the House and the Senate. And of course, we don't have the power of the White House, but we will do everything that we can to persuade Secretary Collins and others that they should be reinstated. And as I mentioned before, the Office of Special Counsel and the Office of Government Ethics normally would be available to consider appeals. Now, the leaders of those offices have been fired. Secretary Collins has been designated to act as the leader of both of those offices. So it is truly, in a sense, a denial of effective appeal procedurally, but we will do whatever we can for them individually. And I'm hopeful that we can work for them
All right,
one by
you're just
one.
listening in there to Senator Blumenthal and other lawmakers discuss the terminations of federal employees, as we do see right now at this complex there. President Trump expected to depart, going to this facility for this summit taking place in Miami Beach, Florida. So we just wanted to give you a look at what was going on here. Plenty of law enforcement on hand for this. As President Trump arrived in South Florida Wednesday morning and to attend this Future Investment Initiative Priority Summit. Of course, you can see plenty of different motorcycles and police on hand for this, the motorcade moving through. And this is some of the usual protocols in place as they shut off the roads, shut off the roadways, different areas where the president is moving through. So President Trump in South Florida, he was at Mar-a-lago yesterday, signing some of those executive orders. We were watching that in full. So I just wanted to give you a glimpse of this live event taking place there in Florida. We did see Elon Musk in charge of Doge talking about some of those cuts. So it all somewhat interconnects, all of the live events that we're talking about earlier on today. So Elon Musk there for that interview that took place on Friday and aired on Fox News last night with Sean Hannity. So just another look at this, as this is what we do, diving into all the latest top headlines from around the country and around the world as top global financial experts, tech executives addressing the issues and potential solutions to different worldwide problems. All right, I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. As you can see, the police now moving through, blocking off some of these roads. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be back with more top headlines after this. right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Vox. I'm Andy Mack, approaching the top of the hour, and it's just about over an hour until we're expected to see President Trump there in Miami Beach, Florida, making some remarks ahead of these different global financial experts, tech executives, including Elon Musk. So you can see this, the motorcade is slowly making its way as we will follow this in full here on Live Now from Fox. This is the start of the journey, and this will be the end of the journey as he will step to this podium a little bit later on tonight to make remarks. This expected to begin at 5 o'clock Eastern. So you know how some of these things go a little bit later, a little bit fashionably late, just due to security protocols in place and just the fact that he is very busy, less than a month into his second term as president for President Trump. And of course, it is hard to believe that we are still here on February the 19th, a month after that happening there in Capitol Rotunda due to the cold weather. All right, let's continue on here on Live Now from Fox. Coming up also in a matter of moments, we're going to soon hear from New York Governor Kathy Hochul talking about congestion pricing. I do want to put up a post from the White House talking about this, what President Trump said about it, saying congestion pricing is dead, Manhattan and all of New York is saved. Long live the king. So you expect some strong comments from New York Governor Kathy Hochul. This just coming out from the White House, not an actual Time magazine cover. As you can see at the top, it also says Trump with that crown. All right, we'll take you out to this as soon as it happens here on Live Now from Fox there at Grand Central Terminal. The podium is set up, some of the different signage flanking the governor. So we'll see what she says there in just a matter of moments. Until then, let's take you out to different Senate Democrats as they're holding a Zoom press conference about terminations of federal employees, the buyouts in process. Let's listen into what they have to say, question and answer from different media there here on Live Now.
Newer numbers or statistics, and you're right to ask the question because there certainly is a lack of clarity about what's actually happening in terms of where and how these firings are occurring. And I mentioned before the confusion between probationary and promoted employees. The firings have occurred and affected them in different ways. But let me just say, overall, Musk regards this workforce as a dispensable and disposable item. They're roadkill for him on the way to saving money indiscriminately and reprehensibly so as to fund tax cuts for the billionaires and the ultra wealthy. That's the basic mantra here. And that's what's happening on the ground. And we can talk about the numbers, but in some sense, the precise numbers are a distraction. We know it's in the range of tens of thousands overall in the federal workforce. We know it's at least 1,000 with direct and tangible impacts on the healthcare, the services that are provided to veterans when they are in danger of suicide, when they need mammograms, when they require mental health care, when they deserve cardiology, and they're forced to wait, sometimes in life-threatening ways.
And just one quick follow-up. You happened to mention, I believe it was you or Senator Duckworth, about an employee, a VA employee that may have died by suicide. Can you just give us a state, like where that occurred?
It occurred last Thursday. I believe it was Thursday in his home. It's a VA employee. There may have been another earlier suicide on Tuesday by a veteran. We're seeking to confirm whether that's so. His home was in Kentucky.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Patricia. Next, we'll go to Dana Murno with the Washington Post. Go ahead, Dana.
Hi, Senator. I wondered if, since Senator Duckworth was talking about being able to get some of these fired veterans reinstated, if there is a larger effort or if there seems to be a willingness from the Trump administration to rehire the veterans that have been caught in the crosshairs of these firings?
Well, two-part question. I'll give you a two-part answer. No sign of willingness or alacrity on the part of the Trump administration to rehire anyone, including veterans who are VA employees. And as to redress, I will strongly support legal efforts to seek effective appeal, and I will do whatever we can by way of amicus curiae briefs or other supportive letters. One of the reasons we're writing today to Collins is to get him on record as to how he can justify these kinds of firings. If he says, quote, at the VA, we are focused on saving money, end quote, that is a direct contradiction of what he told us in his confirmation hearing. When I asked him specifically, would he stand up to Donald Trump on behalf of veterans? And what we're seeing here is a complete and reprehensible disregard of that kind of promise. And I will support, in terms of the Office of Government Ethics and the Office of Special Counsel, as well as the VA Inspector General. Now, as I said earlier, all three have been fired, but we will go to those offices and demand action on behalf of these veterans.
Quick follow-up on that. Has there been any legal action taken yet that you've been involved in or aware of?
Much to my chagrin, as a former litigator and attorney general of the state of Connecticut, I can't get involved in suing the federal government, but we'll support those efforts in whatever way possible. My understanding is that some of those veteran employees are covered in ongoing litigation challenging the hiring cuts and the fund freezes, and we can confirm that to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dana. And then our last question will go to Chris. Chris, go ahead.
Hi, Senator. This is Chris Polanski with Connecticut Public Radio. Knowing what you know now, do you regret voting to confirm Doug Collins as VA Secretary?
I do regret it. Voting for Secretary Collins was a mistake, and I apologize to the veterans of the country. He has betrayed the promises that he made to me during his confirmation hearing, and maybe my vote was understandable in light of those promises. I took him at his word, but I regret it now because he has not only broken those promises, he's failed to respond to my 20+ inquiries, completely failed to respond to my and my colleagues' inquiries, because they've joined me, as to the specific reasons, the effects, and the relief that he is going to afford veterans.
Thank you so much.
All right, you're just listening in there to Senator Blumenthal talking about how he regrets his decision to move forward with one of those positions. Doug Collins, the former representative out of Georgia, talking about Veterans Affairs and some of the federal terminations. All right, we're following all of this here very closely here on Live Now from Fox, and it appears the press conference taking place in Grand Central Terminal expected to begin at any moment. A live picture right now, as you can see. Governor Kathy Hochul will be arriving for this to talk about it after the Trump administration, President Trump, the Department of Transportation, talking about it, set to kill the congestion pricing tool. So you can see people walking in here, making their ways to the podium. The binder is on the desk, so that's a good sign that this is going to happen. As Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy set to send a letter to New York Governor Kathy Hochul informing her that the DOT's Federal Highway Administration would terminate the approval of this controversial program. The department said it rescinded a November 21st agreement signed under the value pricing pilot program, effectively ending New York City's authorities to impose the toll. So just waiting on this, as Duffy called the toll impacting drivers in Manhattan's business district a, quote, slap in the face to working class Americans and small business owners. You can see the crowd, the entourage around New York City. New York Governor Kathy Hochul there walking through these turnstiles up to the podium. Let's listen in to what she has to say on Live Now.
Good afternoon. I'm joined here today by Dana Lieber, the chairman and CEO of the MTA, and my counsel, Brian Mahana. At 1:01 p.m. today, the U.S. Department of Transportation emailed us a letter from Secretary Duffy announcing their attempt to end the congestion pricing program in the state of New York. At 1:58 p.m., President Donald Trump tweeted, "Long live the king." I'm here to say New York hasn't labored under a king in over 250 years. And we sure as hell are not going to start now. The streets of this city where battles were fought, we stood up to a king, and we won then. And we will. In case you don't know, New Yorkers, we're in a fight. We do not back down, not now, not ever. Because who are we fighting for here? We're fighting for our residents, our commuters, our riders, our drivers, our emergency personnel. Life has gotten better. Even those who have asthma, people with illness. That's who we're fighting for. And the 6 million people who use the MTA to get to their jobs and their lives and their doctor appointment, nurses, doctors, EMTs, all the people who need to get to their jobs in a reliable way, they're now going to be affected. So I also have to raise a question. If they look at the pretense for this rejection, and we have a lot of legal reasons why we know we're going to be victorious, but they actually cited the will of New Jersey. New Jersey didn't want this. Ignoring the will, the people who live here, they're elected leaders in Albany, and all of a sudden, the Trump administration is citing, well, New Jersey wasn't happy, okay? I will talk about that later. But here's what I want to also say. I don't care if you love congestion pricing or hate it. This is an attack on our sovereign identity, our independence from Washington. And this is, we are a nation of states. This is what we fought for. This is what people like Alexander Hamilton and others fought for, to set up a system where we are not subservient to a king or anyone else out of Washington. So this is the fight we're in. It's all about our sovereignty. And I spoke to the president many times in a reasonable way, calm way. You're a New Yorker. You know how essential it is to have safe, reliable public transit, or else this system shuts down. Our economy shuts down. The nation's economy could shut down. That's how essential we are. And one would think he would know that. And then you have others involved. It feels like the commuters of our city and our region are now the roadkill on Donald Trump's revenge tour against New York. And I have to say this to Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy. It's not the real world, Sean. It's real life for New Yorkers, and don't you forget that. So, we're in fight mode. Within seconds of us getting this notification, our MTA was prepared. We knew this could come. Filed a lawsuit within minutes. I'm very confident we'll be successful. And I also want to say, the cameras are staying on. We are keeping the cameras on. Lights, cameras, action. They're staying on. Last thing I'll say, if in some world that they are successful, the next time you're stuck in traffic, the next time your train is delayed, The next time you're in a flooded station because infrastructure repairs were not made, I want you to think of this. Think about this. Next time you're stuck in traffic. Okay? We know where the blame goes. Okay? We have my top 10 reasons why congestion pricing is working. But as someone who's worked so hard, I want to let Jana Lieber tell you why we believe this program is working and why it's essential. Then we haven't taken any questions, and my counsel can explain our legal strategy as well. Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you, Governor Hochul. Thank you for your leadership on this issue. Simple situation. New York ain't going back. We tried gridlock for 60 years. It didn't work. It cost our economy billions. But you know what's helping our economy? What's making New York a better place? Congestion pricing. So as the governor said, let me just take you through what's happened in the month and a half since tolling began. Traffic was down 9% in January. 1.2 million fewer vehicles entered the central business district, and that meant bus speeds and all speeds went way up, particularly express buses, people coming from areas where a lot of people drive. The cross streets, which are the death zone for drivers in Manhattan, anybody knows that. Canal Street, 34th Street, 57th Street, speeds are up. The streets are safer, half as many crashes, and that means pedestrians are not getting injured and killed. But this is a governor who talks to me about the economy. There are fewer cars, but there are more people coming to the central business district. That's what you want. That's what you want. And the central business district areas have had a surge in pedestrian traffic, office workers, tourists, shoppers, that far outpaces the rest of the city and the rest of Manhattan. And small thing, we heard a lot of people, oh, no one's going to come here for dinner. Restaurant reservations up 7% since congestion pricing, far outpacing the other cities on the East Coast. Broadway is humming. Gross is up 25%. Audience attendance up 20%. Yellow cabs were concerned. They've had a hard time before COVID and during COVID. Their trips and their tips are up 10%. Their yellow cab drivers are seeing a lot more money. And a small fact that might, I don't know, interest President Trump, commercial office leasing in the month of January of 2025 compared to 2024, up 61%. Is that a vote of confidence? People want to be in New York. People want to come to New York, and they're signing leases. New Yorkers are seeing the difference. As the governor alluded to, there was one poll, major poll done, and it found that 6 out of 10 voters say President Trump should allow us to keep congestion pricing. And interestingly, 7 out of 10 drivers, the people who regularly drive to Manhattan, are saying this is good, this is a good deal, and they are saying keep congestion pricing. So it's mystifying that after 4 years of environmental study, a 4,000-page environmental review, that the U.S. DOT would seek to reverse course. So we're doing, I just want to reinforce what the governor said. We're doing exactly what the federal government asked of New York and everybody. We are doing a thoughtful local solution. I thought the Republican Party was in favor of local control. I thought the Republican Party was in favor of local control. And so, as you said, Real World New York, a new episode, tells you at our density, 9 times Phoenix or Houston, one of those Sunbelt cities, we don't have enough room to have everybody come to our streets in a car. We just don't have enough room. So, as the governor said, within moments of receiving that letter, we responded with a lawsuit which says, number one, we're seeking a declaratory judgment that this is not proper, and number 2, we're not turning off the tolls until there's a court order.
I see I've been joined by a number of elected officials who've been real champions on this. Senator Brad Hoylman. We have our council member who's here. Gail Brewer is here. Keith Powers is here. Anybody else? Thank you. Thank you for standing with us. I have my counsel here, Brian Mahana. If anybody has any questions about our legal strategy, would you like to address that or just wait this? Okay. All right, we're fired up, ready to go. What do you got?
We'll take a couple of questions. Allie Bauman back there in the blue, CBS 2. Allie.
Governor Hochul, I wonder if you think that it's a coincidence this letter came on the same day that Mayor Adams was in court over the DOJ trying to remove the case against him, or if you think the Trump administration is trying to send a message in sending this letter today.
I have no clue.
All right, there's Bernadette Hogan right down in front row, New York 1. See if we can get a mic. Where's Ray? Got a microphone for you.
Okay. Governor, you canceled a meeting with Donald Trump last week. Do you regret doing that, where you could have maybe struck a deal with him? And would you still be willing to strike a deal with him now if he agrees to give the $13 billion or whatever it would be if congestion pricing is turned off?
Bernadette, there is no connection between me saying to him last week, the day he invited me to come down to have this conversation, which I have been pursuing, and then 3 hours later, I see on national television that his Attorney General, Pam Bondi, is now saying she's filing charges against me as governor of New York. I called up the president and said, I'm not coming down tomorrow. I don't know what your plan is. You're going to slap handcuffs on my goddamn hands? So I'm not coming down, but I will be back later in the week, which would be this week, when our national governors gather. And he said, that's fine. We'll get together and we'll talk. That's why I know it has no bearing, despite the premise behind the question.
All right. Hey, no. We got to move on. We got to move on, Bernadette. Mara Gay here from the New York Times.
I'm not
Mara.
going to stand here and make deals. There's one person who wants to talk to me. I'll see him in Washington.
Governor, have you spoken to the president today since that letter came? Do you believe he's trying to, do you believe he's trying to hurt New York City? And who is really in charge of New York City's government right now?
Mayor Adams is the elected mayor of New York City. I'm the governor of New York. New York City is a subdivision of the state of New York. I also have responsibilities to make sure the services are provided to 8.3 million people that I also represent. I'm not concerned about that. There is a path forward to make sure we stabilize this city and its government. That is unrelated to this. I'm happy to talk to the president at any time, and that's all I'll leave it at. What was it?
Sorry, do you believe that the president of the United States is trying to hurt New York City and its economy?
I said that I think our commuters are the roadkill on his revenge tour. Yes, I do.
All right, Ramsey Khalifa back there. Ramsey from Gothamist WNYC. Ramsey.
Governor, are you concerned that this is just the start of more punitive cuts down the road from the president? I mean, what have those conversations been like? As you mentioned, for example, Penn Station and the future of that facility and that infrastructure.
I'm the one who raised those issues to him. I spoke to him as a fellow New Yorker, as someone who knows this city better than any president since FDR. I talked to him about my vision, which could be a shared vision, to make major infrastructure investments here in this great city, looking at a place like Penn Station to make it be a gorgeous, spectacular place. Expanding the 2nd Avenue subway up to Harlem so people can get good-paying jobs without spending half the day commuting down to Wall Street. I talked about the Interborough Express. Why people from Queens and Brooklyn have to come into the city to go to their jobs or their homes. I've shared with him a vision. I actually put together a beautiful PowerPoint. It's got a lot of nice pictures. I plan on handing that to him when I see him this week. So I still believe there's an opportunity, because I never say never. I'm not going to presume that he's going to try to continue to undermine our integrity as a New York State, especially when they see we're not going to bow to the king. Never have, never will. So that's the message I want to deliver.
All right, Jenny Kane back there from the Associated Press. Jenny, AP.
Oh, thank you. Well, since we have been talking about Mayor Adams, can you share with us your
Next
latest
question?
No, we're gonna move on to Evan Simko-Bednarski from the New York Daily News.
Governor, the president has characterized the conversations that you had leading up to this as discussions, negotiations. Given what happened today, was he negotiating? Was he discussing in good faith? Can you talk about what, if anything, he offered?
No, I cannot. I'm not going to divulge private conversations other than I know my objective. My objective is to secure the most federal dollars I can because I have to make people in Washington understand if this city is crippled because we do not make the investments, make sure the Long Island Railroad is functioning at a high level, Metro North is functioning, our entire subway system, they all have to be running in a reliable, safe way, or we shut down. And the ripple effect, not just across New York, but across the nation is powerful. At a time when our economy is under siege from Washington, we live in a state where people are terrified of tariffs. Terrified of tariffs, whether you're a farmer in upstate New York or someone who's trying to buy steel to build one of the largest manufacturing facilities in American history. I've got a lot of challenges, but I am always one who's willing to sit at the table, say, what do you need? What do I need? And how do we get it done? I'm not ever closing the door on that.
Rebecca Lewis right there, City and State in front.
Hi, Governor. You use some pretty fiery language, perhaps the strongest that I've heard you use since Trump became president. You called this an attack on New York's sovereignty. Is this marking a new era of your approach to the Trump administration? Or should we expect to see more resistance from you to things that he's doing? Or are you still going to continue your strategy of trying to find middle ground and, you know, maybe not poking the bear?
I think the bear's been poked. But I'm saying this. I want you to know this. I have said on national shows, I've been asked countless, are you leading the resistance? No, I'm governing the great state of New York. I will continue taking on the issues when they have an effect on New Yorkers. I don't need to be playing whack-a-mole every time something crazy comes out of Washington. You need to see me doing a press conference or tweeting about it. That's not how I have effective leadership. I need to pick my fights. And as someone who's watched, I watched a lot of First Blood, okay? You probably don't know what it is. Everybody watch First Blood? Someone draws First Blood, you respond. I didn't draw First Blood, okay? There's a response that's required when someone comes after you. Someone just came after my state, and now I have to step up on this issue. If there's another area we can have collaboration, cooperation, serve our mutual constituents because he does represent New York at the federal level, I'm up for that. I'm willing to sit down and work hard to do that. So I'm not trying to put myself in cast a different lens about me. I'm just saying you went too far because you came after New Yorkers. You came after New Yorkers.
All right, time for a couple more. Back in the mezzanine, Ida Siegel from NBC 4.
Hi, Governor. You said that the cameras are staying on. Does that mean until a federal judge tells you to turn them off? And what happens in court? How long are we going to have this battle in court? Do you predict, realistically, what are the next steps for New Yorkers who drive in, who take the subway, all of those things?
I'm going to let my counsel give you some insight into the legal process. Brian Mahana.
So the MTA has filed its action, as the governor said, right after we received a letter from federal DOT, and we're seeking a declaratory judgment, making clear that the congestion pricing program is fully authorized. Obviously, that will take some time, but until a judge rules, these cameras are staying on, and we expect the judge to rule in our favor.
All right, we got time for one more. Gwen Hogan right down here from the city. Gwen, we're getting you a microphone right behind you.
Thank you. Does the MTA have a contingency plan if the president is able to turn off congestion pricing? And what would it take for you to determine that Mayor Eric Adams was no longer able to govern New York City?
I'm ignoring the second part of the question because I said that's another day. But
No, we have no contingency plan. And as Brian Mahana just said, we're highly confident that this program is going to stand up in court. Remember, we've been sued in every court east of the Mississippi, and we won every time. This is going to be another one.
All right, thanks, everybody. Thank you so much.
I just want to say one more thing. You talk about other states. Again, in case you didn't pick this up, the weak legal theory that they have come back with us, and we know we can defeat, also is predicated on what New Jersey wants. Think about that. I'm so happy people from New Jersey come here. About 80% come by public transit, right, Jano? About 80%, they already take public. I want to make sure that this is a world-class program for our New Jersey guests and commuters. But in what world should we be standing down the will of another state, right? I mean, it just doesn't happen. I mean, I personally would like to have all the New York teams playing in New York, okay? Okay? I'm not proposing that the federal government go annex the Meadowlands, but so there's a certain respect you have that you need to have for the boundaries of our states. So New Jersey residents, come, you're welcome, but you're not forced to come here. This is the flaw in their argument. They have choices. Keep coming, we love you. That's great. But the people who live here, who are real New Yorkers, they're the ones who I have to listen to and I will always fight for. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, you're just listening in there to Kathy Hochul discuss this, the latest on the Trump administration's move to block congestion pricing. Of course, President Trump is saying earlier on today on social media that, quote, congestion pricing is dead. So we're following it, some strong words from her, and she would not comment. You heard a couple reporters trying to press her on New York City Mayor Eric Adams, his appearance in court today. She did not say anything about that. So we just want to bring that to your knowledge. We also want to show you this, a live picture outside of the hotel where President Trump will make some remarks a little bit later on tonight. So we'll take you out there as soon as it happens. But back to the congestion pricing, because President Trump at the center of this, New York Governor Kathy Hochul also discussing this, saying they will keep the cameras on as this will go now into the legal system. They post on social media, ever since congestion pricing started, traffic has decreased. Commuters are getting to work faster, foot traffic to local businesses is spiking. I'm not going to let some wannabe king undermine our public transit system. Join me live in New York City as we just watched this press conference. You also heard her talk about New Jersey right there across the river, saying they would not necessarily annex the Meadowlands MetLife Stadium, where all those the New York Jets, New York Giants play. Governor Phil Murphy of New Jersey saying, I want to thank President Trump and Secretary Duffy for their work. He says, talking about this, in their efforts to halt the current congestion pricing program in Manhattan Central Business District. He said, while I have consistently expressed openness to a form of congestion pricing that meaningfully protects the environment and does not unfairly burden hardworking New Jersey commuters, the current program lines the MTA's pockets at the expense of people of New Jersey. Although we have had a difference of opinion with our colleagues in New York on congestion pricing, we have always had a productive relationship with our neighbors across the Hudson. I look forward to continuing the spirit of partnership for the benefit of the entire tri-state area. So two very different viewpoints from New York Governor Kathy Hochul and New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy there. So we're following it very closely, and now it will go to the legal system. And obviously we'll follow it in full here. A lot to be made of that. They were reciting some statistics within Manhattan on what they determined as some of the successes of that. All right, we're coming up here just about half an hour away from President Trump taking the stand there, talking with different global financial experts, tech executives at this event in Florida as he arrived in South Beach, South Florida earlier on today. We did see the motorcade depart from his Trump Doral location there just a little bit ago. Of course, this happened just about half an hour or so ago, or 15 minutes ago, I should say, as the motorcade departing his Trump Doral. We did see different Republican leaders at this location early on during his presidency after being sworn in. You can see the beast there moving through the press pool, all the different protocols in place when the president moves along this route. All right, I'm Andy Mack. You're on Live Now from Fox. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live and Now from Fox. Just past 4:30 on the East Coast, half an hour away from President Trump making remarks there at this event in Miami, Florida. Of course, you can see inside of the venue, the podium there set up for this as the summit called the Future Investment Initiative Priority Summit. We'll gather some of the top global financial experts, tech executive. We did see Elon Musk on hand for this. Outside, you can see security very much heightened as the motorcade moving from his Trump Doral location to the hotel there, as this conference will be held there at this hotel and forum for 3 consecutive days. So following it very closely here on Live Now from Fox. So we'll await his arrival, keep an eye on that, and then take you out to President Trump's remarks in full about a variety of international subjects. Until then, though, let's take you out to some more comments. There, a Zoom meeting, a Zoom press conference being taken place as different lawmakers, Senate Democrats, talking about terminations within the federal workforce. Let's listen in to what they have to say here on Live Now from Fox.
People who make sure that workers' rights are protected have been laid off. We're hearing well over a dozen, but at this point, we're not being given all the information. And again, these are the people who do the oversight of the private contractors to make sure they are spending our tax dollars wisely and doing it in a safe way.
Perfect. And then people who are concerned about stuff like this, obviously, there's a lot of us here in the Tri-Cities right outside the site who are fairly concerned about this. The site, they're not forthcoming with information due to the security risks with that. So being a senator...
That right there should tell you, Aiden, that if they're worried about the security risks that have been now compromised because of the layoffs of these workers, that is outright wrong.
Perfect. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Martha with AP, if you've still got a question, you're up next.
It was answered. Thank you.
Great. We will then turn to Brandon Thompson.
Hi there, Brandon with Cairo 7 News. Thank you for the time today. Raphael, I wanted to start with you. You said you were doing work addressing the backlog for benefits and care for veterans. Do you worry that, or I mean, that's something that I've been covering for years. Did you feel like you were starting to get momentum on addressing that backlog? And what do you worry happens with that now that position like yours has been cut?
Yeah, so we were transitioning to a time frame because eventually we want to gradually incorporate more automation into our claims processing. But around my time from when I'd served, so about 7.5 months, we processed 15,000 claims. And we were looking at a staff of just over 170. And you have to note that some of that staff, a bunch of those people are going through training, and that training requires 6 months for them to be able to properly rate a claim, let alone manage workloads that are coming in. So the inventory from the Army, because we don't just manage Washington State, we manage every single Army base in the nation, countrywide. So the inventory keeps increasing, and our average days to complete's actually been increasing as well. So like our goal is to, by the time that service member that's separated for that medical condition gets out, their benefits are lined up as they get out. But we're trickling into like 16 average days complete. So it's going even higher and higher gradually with these cuts too.
And if I could follow up really quick, both for you and Dan, as veterans who have served this country, how does it feel to be treated like this by the federal government?
Go for it, Raphael. I have an idea what you're going to say.
It's disheartening, especially like knowing, because like I was drawn to the mission. Like I even took pay cuts. Like I work outside of hours without pay, just because I know how much I care about my community, the fellow veterans. So being taken away from this position, it was a stab to the heart, because like I was like, this is the dream place I want to be working. I'm working on my MBA right now at UW, and I want to take everything I'm learning to incorporate that to make strategic improvements within the VA's structure and system. And now that I'm out, it's like, well, I can't do that anymore.
Yeah, kick in the gut, stabbed in the back. You know, it's clearly obvious that
veterans are very low on the totem pole when it comes to this administration. You know, it makes me feel, it makes me ask, why did I do it? You know, I wrote a blank check to the American people. It said payable up to the value of my life. And this is the return on that investment that I've gotten. It's really, really hard to take, really hard to take.
Thank you both.
Next, we'll turn to Nathan with Reuters.
Hello. Have a big picture question for Senator Murray. You know, what we're talking about right now is kind of the first phase of this, right? You've got the deferred resignation program and then probationary employees. I think that's the bulk of what we're sort of looking at right now. How would you characterize where we are in this process? How concerned are you about kind of what might be called the next phase, which would be, you know, reductions in force, going after career employees sort of more concerted manner, as well as maybe Schedule F related concerns. Can you just talk a little bit about where you think we are, and also what role Congress will play in perhaps acting as a check on what comes next?
Nathan, I am really frightened about what next steps are, because this is really written in Project 2025. I know that Trump said he never read it, but this is being implemented right now. And the goal is to really decimate our entire federal workforce, like it's some line item in the sky. These are real jobs with real functions, with real people that protect us and work for us every day on really important missions. This is going on without any look at what functions they want to retain, or what their vision of our country will look like in the future if they keep going down this path. So yeah, I am really frightened about the direction they're going. That is exactly why I am trying to do this as much as I can, to highlight for the public who these people are, what they do, and why it's so important that we stand up and our Republican counterparts stand up with us and say no more. And the only way we do that is with the public outcry.
All right.
I will also tell you that it's really hard to get folks to tell their stories right now, because there is a real fear of retribution in those agencies where people still have their jobs, even for some of the people that are left, that are hoping somehow a miracle will happen and they come back. And that to me is a tragedy. We've got to stand up and speak out. And I really do want to thank especially Greg and Raphael for saying something, and for all the folks that are calling us and telling us what's going on.
Got time for just a couple more here. We'll turn to Noah Core in a KHQ next.
Awesome. Thank you. This is for Senator Murray, and I appreciate all of you, sharing your stories here. We heard a lot about potential, negative impacts, some potentially catastrophic impacts of what you've called, Senator Murray, these ham-fisted layoffs. Democrats are kind of sidelined right now, but you're going to have opportunities to change that. It's the beauty of being in a democracy. How do you keep these things in the electoral conversation looking to 2026 and 2028?
To me right now, it's not about politics. It's about making sure that the United States of America is there with the specific important role that we have of making sure that the families who live here have the supports that they need to be able to have opportunities and prosper, just like all of us have had growing up. And I'm focused on that. And I would say that if this continues, the public is going to see it more and more. These are people who live in communities. They shop at the grocery stores. They're without a job. That impacts the grocery store that they went to. As we see these functions that we all just assume just kind of happen, like there's somebody there to fight a forest fire for us, or to make sure the lights are turned on, or that somebody's doing critical research on opioids, it is going to be successful. When that all goes away, it's going to have a huge impact. So my goal is to stop it, work as hard as we can to stop this from continuing. But I will say, I can't imagine this country is just going to sit back and say, oh, well, to this kind of decimation that we're seeing.
Thank you.
We'll turn to Anna King with Northwest Public Broadcasting.
Senator Murray, we spoke a few days ago, and I just wondered if there's any more light on the subject of Hanford and the cuts there. How many of these folks have you heard from? As you mentioned, there's a lot of fear and quiet around the site right now, and I just wonder how hard it is for your office to get good information out.
And I wish we could have the numbers and people would be honest with us from the agency, but they are not giving us clear numbers. What I do know is that the workforce on site is extremely reluctant to talk, and I don't blame them for fear of retribution or being the next person in line to be laid off. But they are expressing to us their real fear and concern about the safety at the site and the ability for us to accomplish the mission there.
And Senator, you know, what does that say to you about the safety at Hanford, which is, you know, come into question over the decades that I've reported on this site, as well as your tenure? You know, even in good times, even in normal times, the safety at the site.
All right, just listening in there to Senator Patty Murray and other Democrats alongside a couple of people that were terminated from the federal workforce, calling it disheartening what was happening to some of them there in different agencies, as we followed this very closely here on Live Now from Fox. In Miami, Florida, where President Trump will make remarks coming up here at the top of the hour. We'll take you out to those in full. No seal on the podium just yet. So we're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. In 15 minutes, we will hear from President Trump down in Miami, Florida, as he's set to make some remarks there at the summit. A live picture as the motorcade set to arrive at this hotel. We'll take you out to it, and it looks like the seal is now on the podium, so it should be going in about 15 minutes or right on schedule. We're going to shift locations from East Coast to more mountain time zone, as it's a different climate as well, talking about the Arctic cold snap that's coming through the Rocky Mountains as this blast is freezing parts of the United States. Forecasters say more than 225 million people are experiencing below average temperatures. A live picture right now there in Breckenridge, Colorado, as they also got some snow, so skiers and snowboarders delight at this. But the cold front is also bringing low temperatures to Colorado. We're going to be joined right now by Fox News multimedia reporter Kennedy Hayes. Kennedy, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Can you describe the conditions? How cold is it there in the Mile High City?
Hi, Andy. Well, the sun is out, but looks can be deceiving. You definitely feel that wind, and that's what's stinging right now with the cold. Forecasters say the wind chill has been hovering around 0 degrees all day, and as soon as you step outside, you could really feel that bone-chilling cold.
I'm just coming from the gym, and I'm feeling like I made a bad decision not wearing my winter coat. I thought I could just run out in the car and be warm, and now I'm talking to you, and like I can't feel my ears.
I like having a hot coffee in the morning. That's been really nice. And then starting my car from my phone before I go outside and get in has been really nice. It's definitely been really hard to get out of bed.
Parts of Denver dipped to -7 degrees this morning. That's a record low for this specific day, according to the Fox Forecast Center. And the Arctic air is descending and spreading across the plains and as far south as the Gulf Coast. About 150 miles northeast of Denver, parts of Nebraska are under extreme cold weather advisories. Those warnings expire midday tomorrow, and some schools there were closed or had late starts today. Going slow on the roads and dressing in extra layers and limiting your time outdoors will be key for the rest of the week, because forecasters say even colder temperatures are on their way tomorrow, and parts of Colorado could see an additional 6 inches of snow. Andy?
All right, thank you so much, Kennedy. It's so very interesting, people that decide to go out, and these type of temperatures in other portions of the United States would certainly keep people at home. In Denver, not the case. And of course, as a Denver native, I do want to ask you about this, because last night it was the MLS, the Colorado Rapids, taking down LAFC in a frigid below 10-degree kickoff, a 2-1 win. Is this stopping people from getting out and enjoying different facts of life? Because there were 1,000 people at that game last night.
Well, the people I talked to today, actually, they were originally from different places. That gentleman was from Chicago, and the woman was from Los Angeles originally. So it's interesting to see kind of the polar opposites. But overall, the sentiment was they can't let the cold stop them from continuing their day and doing what they need to do.
Yeah, pun very much intended. Polar opposites for this polar Arctic blast descending there on the Mile High City. Kennedy Hayes, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. All right, thank you so much. Great conversation there, as always, as so many millions of Americans dealing with this cold snap there. Freezing temperatures in Denver, going to get below 0 in parts of that, but they're also dealing with winter storms in the Midwest, in Kentucky, in Tennessee, dealing with those deadly floodings as well, all on top of each other. So obviously we're following it very closely. Our Fox weather team also doing a great job as well with that. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. Welcome back in here to Live and Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. In less than 10 minutes, we're expected to hear from President Trump down there in Miami, Florida. And of course, I will soon hand the baton off to my colleague Austin Westfall here as he will guide you the next several hours, likely diving into exactly what President Trump says about this, as he will be alongside global financial experts, different tech executives talking about potential solutions, issues for climate change, artificial intelligence, and also the global investment landscape here at this Future Investment Initiative Priority Summit. You can see the seal on the podium, Elon Musk in attendance for this. So we'll take you out to it as soon as he steps to the podium. I don't believe he's actually in the building as of yet, as the motorcade still very much en route to this. We have this live picture outside of this venue here on Live Now from Fox. So we're still following it very closely. We'll take you out to it live, raw, and unfiltered to hear the entirety of his comments. Until then, though, let's take you out to Illinois. We see the governor there, J.B. Pritzker, making some remarks. Let's listen in to what he has to say.
You know, the small, medium-sized employers out there who end up really paying the price to cover their employees on these bloated drug prices. We're going to shine a light on this opaque business practice that PBMs have, and we're going to give full statutory authority to the Illinois Department of Insurance to examine the books and records of PBMs and require them to submit to annual reporting and to auditing. So this is about reducing drug prices for people across Illinois. It will save people on average hundreds of dollars a year, and for some people, literally thousands. And so I look forward to putting my own shoulder to the wheel, working with the General Assembly leaders on the other side of this table, not to mention all across the General Assembly, to make sure that we get it done. And so with that, happy to take any questions. I'm not
Governor, when signing the fiscal year 2024 budget, when you signed the FY24...
Jeremy, you've gotten louder over the years. I appreciate that, yeah.
I'll be quick.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm not criticizing.
When signing the fiscal year 2024 budget that placed restrictions on the integrated healthcare program, you defended the overall program by saying that it, you provide coverage to keep people out of emergency rooms and hospitals, and that actually saves taxpayers money.
Yep.
So is eliminating funding to plug a budget hole going to end up costing the state more money?
So I appreciate you asking that question, and remember that let's start with the fact that I'm in favor of universal health care coverage. So I really do believe that we should be covering everybody. We, unfortunately, as you may know, we expect that the federal government is going to stop reimbursing for any of that cost, and they were reimbursing for some of that cost. And at the same time, we understand that there are many people in this category, the HBIA program, which is different than the HBIS for seniors, program. But the HBIA program, these are people who are of working age, they're 42 to 63, and have the ability in many cases, and we've seen it, to get a job that has health care associated with it already. And so we have people that were on the program that went off the program as a result of getting a better job. That's not the case for older people that are on the HBIS program. So these are the most vulnerable people. Yes, we're making sacrifices across the budget. I'm making sacrifices on things that matter to me, but specifically, there are young people, children indeed, that we are trying to make sure we're expanding all the time to focus on childcare and preschool. And I would like to get that done as fast as humanly possible. Indeed, there are lots of priorities I'd like to do immediately if we had the resources to do it. We cannot do it this year, and so that's why we had to make some changes. Dave.
A few months ago, thanks for the opportunity. A few months ago, Gandhi came out with a certain estimate or projection of $3.2 billion deficit, and that's inaccurate. Now, the one you just got is being a little deficit. And that's good news. How do you reconcile?
I would not call it a little deficit, but okay.
Right. How do you reconcile those two where they were wrong a few months ago and they're okay now?
Well, you're saying to whatever happened back in November, but remember that's very early in a process that takes us all the way until the end of the fiscal year, or at least until May 31. And so it's very hard to get estimates that really mean something when you're that far away from the end of the year. And you've seen that, it's very important to us to get correct information when you get it in November. By the way, the General Assembly has required us to print that report every year at that particular time. And so we do it because we're required to do it, but it's very early to be projecting the next year, fiscal year that starts the next July and goes to the July after that, not to mention all the other years that you're projecting. And the requirement in that legislation is that we have to project it based on no changes in the way we would spend money or the revenue that might come in. And so we use the estimates that come to us of economic activity in the country, economic growth that comes from the econometric company that we hire, which is S&P, an independent firm. And based upon that, literally put that into a REMI analysis, it's called, that determines, without our input really, what the sales tax would be during that year, the next year, right? And what the income tax from personal income would be, what the income tax from corporations would be. So yeah, I mean, you're saying we dismissed that back in November, but it's not that we dismiss it. We pay very close attention to it. The issue is it's just very early in a year. And so look, we may get an updated version of this throughout the course of this spring, and we'll have to update the estimates of revenue that will come into the state. That only covered, as you know, $800 to $900 million of the $3.2 billion deficit. It made it a little bit easier, but $2+ billion, 2.3 or 4 billion dollars of what we needed to the gap we needed to cover. Was a lot of work that we did. Peter.
To what extent are the pharmacy benefit managers driving the cost of Medicaid? It used to be that states were constantly suing drug manufacturers over unfair or illegal pricing practices. Has the field now shifted to the PBMs? Are they the ones driving the cost?
Drug price costs, certainly PBMs are one of the major factors, right? And we always talk about pharmaceutical manufacturers too, the originators. And what they charge. But PBMs are literally not adding any value. At least pharmaceutical companies are doing research and they're coming up with new opportunities for us to cure or treat drugs. PBMs are not. They're just adding cost. Originally, they were intended to lower costs, but they've evolved their own industry, and without any regulatory oversight, frankly, patients are getting taken advantage of.
Governor
Olivia.
Sorry. Budget that was proposed today did not address the transit cliff. What does the future of those agencies look like next year if there isn't additional help coming from the state?
Well, I don't think you should assume that there's not any additional help. Here's the challenge. There are a bunch of different levels of government that are involved in making the decisions about what the way is in which we will address that problem. The Cook County, the city of Chicago, the collar counties, all of whom benefit from a better, stronger transit system. The state of Illinois, we want to make sure that we're not just helping the transit system in the Chicago metropolitan area, but also across the state. And then there will be adjustments to the fare box probably to help fill that gap too. So when you think about all of those pieces, you've got to negotiate in the end. You guys talk about that total transit cliff amount, which could be $750 million or $1 billion, right? That range. Who's covering how much of that is a negotiation that will take place. So it's near impossible for us to put a number in to a budget to make a determination of what the state should be putting forward when we don't yet know. Remember, the General Assembly has said specifically, reform should come first, and they're right. So we got to get that piece done, and there's got to be a negotiation that takes place about who's covering how much of that transit cliff.
If the federal government cuts off the spending as we've seen them threaten, how much would that change your budget? What's the backup plan if there's major changes from Washington?
Are you talking about specifically on one program or just generally what would? Yeah, we can't, listen, I think you've heard everybody talk about chaos and confusion. It's real. Republican governors in red states are experiencing just like Democratic governors in blue states. That we don't know what they're going to do, right? And you've seen that, Elon Musk comes out with tweets about Social Security that turn out to be completely false, right? That as if they've uncovered something, when in reality, they've uncovered that, guess what, the federal government has some old systems written in COBOL, and they've figured out workarounds to deal with the COBOL programming. So and just dead wrong what he came out with. So we don't know what they're going to do. We don't know whether they're going to cut off the Medicaid expansion across the country. They've been hearing from Republican governors, just like they have from Democratic governors, about the negative impact on the people of their states. So I think it's very hard to build something into our budget to try to determine what the real impacts are. And in the meantime, people should be speaking to their federal representatives in order to make sure that we're not getting this, really terrible, draconian impact on working class people, middle class people, the most vulnerable people in our states.
Governor. You talked a lot about the tyranny of Washington, and Republicans are criticizing you that is you just trying to elevate your political ambitions. What do you say to that?
So they don't. Are you saying?
An apology.
Are you saying that my complaints aren't warranted?
It appears we did have a feed switch up on us there, so we just lost, unfortunately, Governor Pritzker out of Illinois, and instead that feed looks like it had just been swapped out with a look at the upcoming President Trump event that's going to be taking place in South Florida. So, as you've been watching us, you know we've been previewing the fact that we expect President Trump to step up to this podium any moment now. The speech is slated for 5 p.m. Eastern Time. It's at the Fana Forum on Miami Beach. It's going to kick off the Future Investment Initiative Institute Priority Summit taking place in Miami. This is a event that's held by the Saudis. This is Saudi Arabia's annual investment conference in South Florida. President, whose Doral Resort is scheduled to host a Saudi-backed golf tournament in April, has called on the oil-rich nation to invest $1 trillion in the U.S., something we've been discussing quite often here on LiveNOW. The president's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, whose private equity firm does business with the Public Investment Fund, is scheduled to speak Thursday at the event with Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff about the possibility of, quote, a new era of investment between the Middle East and the United States. We've got a couple different vantage points. We saw Elon Musk in attendance at this very same event, by the way. I believe he's in the crowd. So we will hear from the president any moment now. Again, this event was slated to start at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We don't know exactly how long the remarks will last, but we do know that this week's conference is the Saudis' third in Miami Beach since 2023. But it's the first time Trump is attending. His presence suggests that the Saudis have at least partly succeeded in diverting human rights as a concern, which has in the past kept guests from attending or participating, according to the Miami Herald. We are learning, of course, today about the developing ceasefire negotiations and path towards some sort of truce in the Russia-Ukraine war. That's something that's been top of mind as of late. President Trump earlier today denouncing Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, calling him, quote, a dictator without elections, and saying he had better move fast to secure peace or he would have no country left. Reuters says that Trump spoke hours after Zelensky hit back at his suggestion that Ukraine was responsible for Russia's full-scale invasion in 2022, saying the U.S. president was trapped in a Russian disinformation bubble. We'll be curious to see if Trump makes any remarks related to Russia and Ukraine at this forum in Miami. Before he steps up to the podium, let's slide in a quick commercial break. We're going to give you his remarks as soon as he steps out in a moment.
Welcome back to Live Now. I'm Austin Westfall. Andy Mack got you covered the past couple hours. I'll be on the desk with you for the next few hours as we continue to watch for President Trump to step up to the podium in Florida, bring you his remarks live as soon as they begin. They were expected to start about 8 minutes ago. Might be running a tad bit late, but we'll be sure to bring this to you as soon as it starts. In the meantime, the only other live event I see in my vision here is out there on the Senate floor. We're hearing from Senator Chris Murphy. He's the Democrat out of Connecticut. Let's listen into a bit of this while we await Trump's remarks.
In order to operationalize government to make money for the very, very wealthy, and for the rest of us to pay the price. Cost of gas is going up, the cost of groceries continues to go up. And meanwhile, Donald Trump and his billionaire crowd are doing better than ever. Just a couple examples. Since Elon Musk, the richest man in the universe, has taken control of the government with Donald Trump, the value of his business has gone up by 30%. Tesla stock has gone up by 30%. Of course it has. Of course it has. Because Elon Musk is now able to get inside the government to arrange things to benefit his companies. For instance, the NLRB is gone. They fired the Democrat on the board. It is unable to muster a quorum. It's not coincidental that the NLRB had several open investigations of Tesla. Our foreign policy has been monetized to support people like Elon Musk. News just broke yesterday that Vietnam is really worried about Trump's tariff policy. And so the way that they're going to try to get some help from the Trump administration is to give some help to Elon Musk's businesses, that they're going to get Elon Musk a Starlink contract. And they believe that by doing that, they'll be able to get some help from the Trump administration on tariffs. So Elon Musk and the billionaires are able to operationalize and monetize our foreign policy. And of course, Elon Musk has access to the data, especially the data inside Treasury, that's going to help him gain an advantage on his competitors, whether he's trying to set up a new tax payment system or he's trying to set up a new universal payment capacity on Twitter. So it's not shocking that the value of Musk's business has gone way up because he now controls the federal government in a way that can benefit his business. But Trump is doing very well, too. He made $100 million off of a meme coin where we have no idea as Americans who's buying it. It is very likely foreign actors trying to influence the administration who can secretly buy the meme coin and then whisper to Donald Trump that we got your back when you needed it. $40 million from Amazon for a new documentary of the First Lady. Legal settlements from ABC News, Meta, and X, all shockingly settled with cash payments to the Trump family after the election. And the monetization of foreign policy for Donald Trump, just like the monetization of foreign policy for Elon Musk. News this week that the PGA and the Saudis were meeting with the president to try to settle their disputes. Not coincidental to the fact that Donald Trump is in business with one of those golf leagues. So it just appears to many Americans like this administration puts the billionaires, the corporations, those that are loyal and friendly to Donald Trump first, and all the rest of us second. The apex of this effort to turn our government and government policy over to the billionaires is this tax cut. Again, this tax and spending package has a lot of elements to it, but the centerpiece is a tax cut that is 852 times bigger for the top 1% of earners in this country than for low-income families. That's a number that's a little hard to get your head wrapped around, so I just wanted to put it on this chart. That's what 852 times looks like. The rates go down for folks that make more than $600,000 a year, but they don't move for folks that make under $600,000 a year. I mean, they're not trying to hide what's going on here. Rates are coming down. If you make a whole ton of money, rates are staying the same if you're middle income or lower income. Another way to tell this story is that if you're in the top 1%, your average tax cut is about $70,000. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But if you're making $30,000 a year, and there's a whole bunch of people in this country that are making $30,000 a year, especially when Republicans refuse to support the minimum wage going above $7.25 an hour. If you make $30,000 a year, you're going to get about $130. $70,000 if you're doing really, really well, $130 for everybody else. That doesn't make any sense. Why do people making $600,000 a year need $70,000? Well, only $100 goes to everybody else. The corporations are in the mix here too. They came to Congress in 2007 and said we'd need a lower tax rate. And then Trump and his Republican allies gave them a tax rate even lower than they asked. And they made this claim that all this extra money going to the corporations was going to be passed down to workers. They had a specific claim that it was going to result in $4,000 more in income to every American. Because that's how trickle-down economics works in the brains of Republicans. You give a whole bunch of money to corporations and they're going to be generous and they're going to give that money to workers in extra income. Well, we now have 8 years of experience since that first tax cut that they're looking to reauthorize. We know what happened. The studies show that it wasn't $4,000 of extra income. It wasn't $3,000. It wasn't $2,000. It wasn't $1,000. It wasn't $500. It wasn't $400. It wasn't even $200. It was zero. The tax cut resulted in an increase in salary to those people that worked for those corporations that got the big tax cut. A salary increase is zero.
Senator Chris Murphy speaking on the floor of the Senate, bringing outside a live look at the Capitol on this Wednesday afternoon, 5:15 on the East Coast. We're still awaiting remarks from President Trump. He should be stepping up to this mic any moment now. We'll bring you his remarks in full. Our coverage continuing in a moment. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. Live look at the U.S. Capitol. 5:17 in the nation's capital. We've been awaiting President Trump to step up and begin his remarks in Florida. As I've been mentioning, we will bring those to you as soon as they begin. In the meantime, let's get back out to the Senate floor. We're continuing to listen in to whoever is speaking out there. Happens to be Senator Chris Murphy right now, the Democrat out of Connecticut.
The centerpiece is still the centerpiece. The transfer of resources and wealth from regular people, from the middle class, from poor people, to the very, very wealthy, the millionaire and billionaire class, the corporations. And so we're going to tell this story here on the Senate floor, all over the country, while this bill moves its way through the process, either as one bill or two bills. Because regardless of the process, the story is still the same, a scam. To take money from regular people to make the lives of the rich and powerful even more lavish. I yield the floor.
I recognize the senator from Virginia.
Mr. President, I rise to follow my colleague from Connecticut to talk about the pending business before the Senate, the 2025 budget resolution. My colleague talked about this discussion and the Republican proposal as a sham. I'm going to use a slightly different term that I bet we all know, Trojan horse. Trojan horse. We all know the story about the Battle of Troy, when invaders created this beautiful gift of a horse that they then gave to those in the besieged city. But it turned out it wasn't a gift, it was an agent of destruction. And that's what this budget deal is. You know, if the Republican majorities here and in the House cared about the budget, we'd have an appropriations deal. There was an appropriations deal on the table to be taken at the end of last calendar year. But after the election result, the Republican majorities decided we don't want to negotiate with the Democrats in the Senate. We'll kick it into next year and we'll come up with a budget deal that we write. We would have had an appropriations deal before the end of last year. We would have an appropriations deal by March 14. Instead, what Democrats are hearing is that the Republicans don't want to do the traditional appropriations budget. They want to do a continuing resolution, which would be very harmful. If my Republican colleagues cared about the budget, they would complain at Elon Musk and Donald Trump unilaterally violating past appropriations deals that we all voted for and that the president signed. If they cared about the budget, that would matter to them, because a deal is a deal, especially a deal that we voted on. Instead, my Republican colleagues are quietly acquiescing to Head Start programs closing, to community health clinics closing or reducing services, to veterans hospitals and clinics grappling with serious staff shortages. Why would my colleagues quietly acquiesce to those kinds of violations of appropriations bills you voted for if you cared about the budget? This discussion is a Trojan horse. The advertised purposes of the bill that is pending before the Senate now are twofold: border security and defense. Let me take defense first as a member of the Armed Services Committee. Do you need to use reconciliation to do defense spending? We not only do hundreds of billions of dollars a year in defense spending in a bipartisan way, but twice in the last calendar year, we did supplemental appropriations to defense, once in April as part of a supplemental security deal, and once at the end of calendar year 2024 as part of a continuing resolution. We spent $850 billion, and we added to it twice with a bipartisan vote. You don't need reconciliation for that. You don't need reconciliation to find spending on border security. I've been here since 2013. We did a border security bill that was bipartisan that spent money in this chamber. The House Republican majority killed it. In 2018, we did a bipartisan border deal in this body, but that spent tens of billions of dollars on border security. President Trump urged everyone to vote against it. My colleague from Connecticut played a key role in a tough bipartisan border security deal just last year. President Trump said, vote against it. All of those bills had significant budgetary resources to invest in border security. Donald Trump and House Republicans opposed them. So if there's a track record of being able to do defense spending in a bipartisan way, border security spending in a bipartisan way, then why are my Republican colleagues claiming that this reconciliation bill is about those two items. It's not. What's it about? My colleagues have done a good job of explaining it. This is about an effort to dramatically cut spending programs that support everyday Virginians and everyday Americans, and then to take those dollars and use them to fund tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans and the biggest corporations. Taking from people who rely upon community health clinics, rely upon Medicaid, rely upon student loans, taking those dollars and then using them to fund tax cuts for the wealthy. My colleague from Connecticut talked in particular about the fixation that Republicans have had in slashing Medicaid. We saw it in 2017. The Republican priority during Donald Trump's first year was to kill the Affordable Care Act. But it went much farther than just killing the Affordable Care Act. The Republicans made attack on the core of the Medicaid program a key element, and that's why they ended up losing on the floor of the Senate in one of the most dramatic votes I've ever participated in.
Senator Tim Kaine speaking on the floor of the Senate, lawmakers speaking there. As we still await President Trump's remarks in South Florida, you see Elon Musk in attendance. We will bring you Trump's remarks as soon as they begin. Here's the podium. Let's slide away for a quick moment. Our coverage continuing in 2 minutes. Welcome back. I'm Austin Westfall. Live look at the White House. Approaching 5:30 on the East Coast. We've been waiting to see when Trump will step up to the podium. The president is going to be speaking any moment now at the FANA hotel there in Miami. So the FANA Forum on Miami Beach. The president will speak today at Saudi Arabia's annual investment conference. It's a sign that the oil giant is increasingly reaching the American mainstream with a signature event designed to promote the country as a global actor seeking to diversify its economy. It's according to the Miami Herald. So you see people there lining the streets outside of this forum. A look inside. Elon is in attendance, as well as a couple of other high-ranking Trump advisors. So we'll bring you those remarks as soon as he steps up to the podium. In the meantime, we've also had our eye on the Senate floor, where they've been making some remarks. We just saw Senator Tim Kaine, the Democrat out of Virginia, speaking. I'm curious if somebody else will step up. Yeah, let's keep listening in. We'll bring you out to Trump as soon as he begins.
in this fight. My colleagues have raised a host of important issues that I want to touch on, and I'm going to start with the big picture of what is going on in America as the Senate careens towards a budget showdown. Donald Trump, as of today, seems to consider himself royalty. Elon Musk seems to believe he calls the shots. They're trampling over the Constitution and violating laws as they try to rip apart so much of what makes America special. And they're clearing the way for financial predators and Wall Street scammers to steal from innocent Americans. They're gutting medical research day after the deadliest airplane crash on American soil in decades, and when more plane crashes seem to be happening by the hour, they fired hundreds of people who work on airline safety. They're slashing the university system, which is the envy of the world and a huge source of economic growth and opportunity in America. They fired hundreds of people who manage our nuclear arsenal, because whatever DOJ ordered those fires didn't seem to have any idea what the Department of Energy does. National parks closed because they don't have enough staff. That's going to be a disaster for rural communities who depend on tourism. Farmers miss payments they're owed. Mr. President, nobody I know voted for this chaos. Now, I heard firsthand from Oregonians this past weekend at town hall meetings. Thousands of Oregonians, according to the press, were in attendance. They shared their real fears and legitimate concerns about how the slash and burn approach we're seeing from Trump and Musk is a recipe for a lower quality of life in America. And people will lose their lives as a result of these attacks on health care and medical research. Unfortunately, there's barely been a peep from Republicans. In fact, I heard more support for Trump than criticism of this lawlessness from the other side. And it's business as usual here in the Senate. What's so important to my colleagues on the other side, that they're letting Trump and Musk get away with this destruction. It is another round of breaks for billionaires and big corporations. That, colleagues, is the Republican prize at the end of this process. That's Trump's plan to pay back his supporters who bought the election for him. Now for some specifics. The centerpiece of the plan is extending his 2017 tax law at a cost of more than $4 trillion. Ultra-wealthy individuals who rake in millions each year would get tax breaks of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Families who live paycheck to paycheck, as my colleagues have been talking about this afternoon, would be lucky to get enough to cover groceries for a week. What an outrageous imbalance. Trump and Republicans want typical Americans to be satisfied with peanuts compared to the growing fortunes of Elon Musk and Trump's other billionaire donors. And it's not just a bunch of extensions. Trump wants even more breaks for big, profitable corporations. Senate Republicans want new giveaways to the ultra-wealthy. How would it be paid for? By booting tens of millions of Americans off their health insurance, increasing child hunger, laying off hundreds of thousands of manufacturing workers, and raising the cost of living here. The Republican chair of the House Budget Committee had a whole list of destructive proposals a few weeks ago, dozens of pages long, item after item. It looked like the kind of plan you'd design if your goal was to wipe out the middle class in America and push tens of millions of families into poverty. But this was a real document from a Republican committee chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends,
a couple of lowlights
welcome
stuck out to us on the Senate Finance Committee.
Priority Summit
Trump and Republicans want to take a wrecking ball to the Medicaid program. It's a devastating prospect for tens of millions of Americans, and I heard about it in Oregon all this weekend. Medicaid pays for 2 out of 3 nursing home beds. Where do American families turn when nursing homes no longer accept Medicaid due to these Republican cuts? Mr. President, what my colleagues are saying is who's going to take care of our parents and our...
Okay, so we're seeing the event starting to kick off there in Miami. This is Saudi Arabia's annual investment conference in South Florida. It looks like they're just kind of doing some introductory statements here. Let's start listening.
Future by fostering innovation and global collaboration. These are principles that align with the President's bold approach to leadership and economic growth. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
All right, President Trump on his way out to speak at Saudi Arabia's annual investment conference in South Florida. Miami Herald calling this a sign that the oil giant is increasingly reaching the American mainstream with a signature event designed to promote the country as a global actor seeking to diversify its economy. Got a couple different vantage points of the same event. This speech is at the FANA Forum on Miami Beach. We're about a half hour late at this point. The event is backed by the Public Investment Fund, which is Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund, which Bloomberg estimates holds $925 billion in assets under management. Elon Musk and many of Trump's top advisors, as you can see in attendance. I see Jared Kushner there. Trump, whose Doral Resort is scheduled to host a Saudi-backed golf tournament in April, has called on the oil-rich nation to invest $1 trillion in the U.S. His son-in-law, Kushner, whose private equity firm does business with the Public Investment Fund, is scheduled to speak tomorrow at this very same event with Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff about the possibility of, quote, a new era of investment between the Middle East and the United States. Trump coming out after some highly reported on statements regarding Ukraine. We know earlier today that he sent out a post on Truth Social where he referred to President Zelensky as a dictator without elections. Trump says, in the meantime, they're successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia. We know on Tuesday, they met in Saudi Arabia to discuss those pathways. Trump stepping up to the mic. Let's listen.
This is, you have to see outside. It's going wild outside with a lot of love for all of us, I guess. But thank you, Richard, for the introduction, and thank you to all for such a warm welcome. It's great to be back in beautiful Miami, where I've actually built a lot of great buildings with the Desert family and some others. We've had tremendous success in Miami. We have Trump Towers and Sunny Isles Beach. It's 4 beautiful buildings right on the ocean. The Trump Grande, put the little E in the end for a little, class it up a little bit. Trump Grande and the 700-acre Doral. It's a tremendous country club, and it's actually the most successful country club in the U.S., where I was just given approval to build 1,500 units, and I couldn't care less about building units. When you're president, who the hell wants to build units? I've been building units all my life. I don't want to build units, but they gave us permission to do it. But today is a tremendous honor. Become the first American president to address the Future Investment Initiative Institute. That's the first one. That's very, it's always known. And I want to thank Mayor of Miami, Francis Suarez, for being here. Thank you very much, Francis, wherever you may be. Hi, Francis. And thank you for the endorsement when I ran. I was very appreciative. Along with the mayor of Miami Beach, Stephen Miner. Stephen, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you very much. And numerous American business leaders, some of the biggest business leaders actually anywhere in the world, and many distinguished guests from the Middle East, and in particular, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, a special place with special leaders. and including FII Institute Chairman and Governor of the Public Investment Fund, which is a seriously big fund. Yasser, I see you there. Stand up, Yasser. Yeah, everyone knows Yasser. Thank you. Great guy, great person. And Finance Minister Mohammed, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you very much. Good to see you again. That's pretty good, Finance Minister of that part of the world. That's not bad. Other parts of the world, not so good, but that one is good. And many other senior government leaders. I also want to recognize the Kingdom's ambassador to the United States, Her Royal Highness Princess Rima. Ooh, very popular. Very popular. Wow, that's very nice. Sitting next to Elon. Wow, you couldn't do better than that, huh? As well as my own special envoy to the Middle East, who's really done a fantastic job, Steve Witkoff. Thank you, Steve. He's been busy. And Michael Waltz is here. Where is Michael? Michael's been so busy. They've been going back and forth and back. And a woman who is just voted the most powerful woman anywhere in the world. No, I'm going to go with Princess Rima, but she was voted the most powerful woman anywhere in the world, Susie Wiles. Thank you. Thank you. Most powerful woman. That's pretty good. We have to talk to you about that, Susie. That's pretty good. And also, we all know Jared Kushner, a very special guy. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Jared. And Elon Musk. He's been making a little news lately, hasn't he, though? Very positive news. Stand up, Elon. He's a great guy. We did a little show last night. I heard they got very good ratings, too, by the way. We did. Hannity. Sean Hannity was fantastic, a fantastic man, a fantastic guy, and he did a show, and it was great being on the show with you last night. I come today with a simple message for business leaders from all across the nation and all around the world. If you want to build the future, push boundaries, unleash breakthroughs, transform industries, and make a fortune, because you want to make a fortune. Most of you have already made a fortune. I don't want to say that. There's no better place on earth than the current and future United States of America under a certain president named Donald J. Trump. I think that you're going to do very well. They're saying that November 5th, Election Day, 2024 will go down as one of the most important days in the history of our country. They said in 129 years, the most consequential election. I don't know if they're right about that or not, but it sounds good. I wanted to see if I could get a couple of more years tacked on, but I figured the fight wasn't really worth it. 129 is a lot. And as of January 20th, 2025, the dark days of high taxes, crushing regulations, rampant inflation, flagrant corruption, government weaponization. Oh, I know about weaponization. And total incompetence will be gone forever. They'll be gone forever. Because the United States is back and open for business, and the golden age of America has officially begun. You see it happening. Since my election, America's economic engines have come roaring back to life in just a very short period of time. Think of it, from November 5th, the progress that's been made has been amazing. The NASDAQ is up nearly 10% in just a few months, and that's a lot. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 2,200 points, and Bitcoin has set multiple all-time record highs, because everyone knows that I'm committed to making America the crypto capital. We want to stay at the forefront of everything, and one of them is crypto, and Miami seems to be the center of the action, come to think of it, and maybe it'll stay there. Business optimism skyrocketed 42 points. Think of that in a single month, the most in history by far. That's the biggest increase in history by not even close. The ISM index of manufacturing activity surged into positive territory for the first time in many years. Amazing. And it was just announced, this is an interesting one. I didn't realize it was that bad for so long, but it was just announced by one of the nation's most historically accurate and respected pollsters Rasmussen that the number of Americans who believe our country is on the right track now exceeds those who think it's heading in the wrong direction for the first time in 20 years. Can you believe that? 20 years. And this is really a seismic 27-point swing from just before the election. Nobody's ever seen anything like that one yet, sir. I want to tell you, that's a big one. The best and most successful business leaders on earth are now racing to invest in the United States. Since November, DeMac has announced plans to invest $40 billion in the U.S., creating at least 10,000 jobs. SoftBank has announced investments of between $100 and $200 billion, creating at least 100,000 American jobs. Oracle and OpenAI and SoftBank are now collectively committing $500 billion to keep the United States on the cutting edge of artificial intelligence, and so many more. I mean, so many companies that want to come to the White House and have a little news conference all the time. I said, why don't you just announce it? But they want to come, and I'll do that. I don't mind doing that. I say anytime they want to go 10 billion or more, I'm there. 10 billion or more. But on his recent visit to the White House, the Prime Minister of Japan announced he anticipates Japanese investment in the United States of well over $1 trillion, and